tabling of documents, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to table today in both official languages the Public Accounts of Canada 2012. C'est un honneur de déposer aujourd'hui.
It is an honor to table today in both official languages the Public Accounts of Canada 2012.
Committed to strong financial management and reporting to ensure accountability and transparency. And for the fourth consecutive year, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General of Canada, for the 14th consecutive year, the Auditor General of Canada has provided an unqualified audit opinion of the Government of Canada's financial statements, and indeed, the Government of Canada can be justifiably proud of this record.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 59 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
De rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations. I ask for support for the following motion: that pursuant to Standing Order 45, any deferred recorded division scheduled to take place on Wednesday, October 31st, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business pursuant to Standing Order 98, be deferred to anew until Wednesday, October 31st, 2012, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order unusual practice of Clause 179 to 184 in Schedule 1 related to the construction of a bridge spanning the Detroit River between Windsor and Detroit be removed from Bill C-47. And second, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget table in Parliament on March 29, 2012 and other measures and do compose Bill C-47, that the Bill C-47 be entitled an act respecting a bridge spanning the Detroit River between Windsor and Detroit and other works, that Bill C-47 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, that Bill C-47 retain the status on the order paper that it had been prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C-45 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are proposing this because the new bridge between Windsor and Detroit has been a long process and evolution, and it included new legislation on the International Bridge and Tunnel Act that was passed, and that process has been defined and developed, and we want to make sure it is consistent.
Does the Honourable Member for Windsor West have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you probably know, there were recent cuts announced to Parks Canada, and some of those cuts will actually impact the Rideau Canal, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and the Trent Severn Waterway. So I have a petition here where the petitioners are asking the Parks Canada agency not to reduce the hours of operation or shorten the season of operation and to return service to 2011 levels. And they're also asking for Parks Canada to receive the necessary funding for both the Rideau Canal and Trent Severn Waterway to return to 2011 operating hours and length of season in order for Canadians and visitors to safely enjoy these waterways. The petitioners and I look forward to the Minister's response.
Presenting petitions. The non-honorable deputy.
And the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 5 petitions to table signed by Canadians from a number of provinces asking the federal government to review its decision to close the experimental lakes region in order, among other things, to protect the aquatic ecosystems. Should be added that with regard to this program, data from oversight of freshwater in Canada has been collected, and that research collected and done in the experimental lakes area are recognized around the world.
Member for Bourne-West Albury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions to table today. One concerning saving the experimental lakes region. People from around Canada have signed this petition to ask the government to recognize the significant impact of this research and to continue to fund the research and support scientists. A second petition comes from my riding. A number of people are opposed to Canada's withdrawal from the Kyoto Protocol and are asking Canada to have a clear plan to fight against greenhouse gases. I have 2 further petitions coming from my riding of Beauharnois-Salaberry with regard to people who want the government to continue to fund and not to change the accessibility age to old age security, that is to not increase it from 65 to 67. These people want to be able to benefit from protection from the government in this regard. Thank you.
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time in which there's a great need for additional issues like bedside care, and more attention given to our old age supplement programs, issues such as increasing the number of community policing. I have a petition from individuals asking the government to rethink its argument that there's a need for additional members of parliament here in the House of Commons, and they're asking that the government to maintain the current number of MPs at 308. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners in this petition are calling on the government to recognize the importance of the experimental lakes area to the and the government's mandate to study, preserve and protect aquatic ecosystems. And they're also asking the government to continue to staff and provide financial resources to the experimental lakes area at the current or higher level of commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here on behalf of Canadians who are very, very concerned about Canada's experimental lake area. And they're calling on this government to reverse the decision to close the Ella's research station and to continue to staff and provide financial resources to the Ella at the current or higher levels of commitment.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise in support of a petition that was provided with respect to the experimental lakes area. They indicate that since 1968, the experimental lake has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments. They are extremely concerned about these closures. They recognize the importance that this has played in preserving and protecting aquatic ecosystems. And they would like the government to reverse its decision to close these stations, these research experimental lakes. And they also would ask that, there be a continued support for the staff and financial resources at the current or higher level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise on behalf of residents of Toronto, over 50% of whom were not born in Canada, and they continue to express serious concerns about Bill C-31 and, among other things, the dividing of refugees into tiers based on their country of origin and unnecessarily punishing them as a result. I submit this to the House on their behalf.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q 852, 858, and 872. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number 821, 834, 845, 859, 861, 864, and 871 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number 821, 834, 845, 859, 861, 864, and 871 be made orders for a return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture.
Being debated second reading of Bill C-45, Jobs and Growth Act 2012.
L'honorable député de Saint...
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert has 7 minutes remaining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to continue my speech that I was making yesterday where I stopped. C-45, like C-38, is another omnibus bill, a monster bill that makes changes to a number of acts. So once again, the Conservatives are trying to push through their legislative measures hastily without allowing Canadians and their representatives, the members of Parliament, to examine them carefully. Of the 400 pages of this bill, within the 400 pages, rather, there are a number of things that are troubling. I'd like to talk about a few points in particular, since in 10 minutes I'll only be able to barely get through the table of contents of this monster bill if we were to look at it C45 in detail. The first point that I want to talk about is health, particularly the decision to eliminate the hazardous materials Review Commission, that is Section 13 of Part 4 of this bill. This agency regulates hazardous materials protected by confidentiality to ensure that employers and workers have the necessary information to properly handle and safely handle hazardous materials within the workplace. I'd like to know what's behind such a change at this time. As this agency currently stands, was it not doing a good job? I think probably it was. Why is it necessary to give this mandate to a group of people who will be appointed by the minister? There are many questions that need to be looked at. The government is only giving little information in response to questions about this change. The Conservative government is hiding important information within a huge bill, and it's avoiding having an in-depth discussion on the impact of these changes. Unfortunately for the government, it's clear that it hasn't learned its lesson. The official opposition will not this new omnibus bill go through without putting up some resistance. Canadians deserve better. We will do our job, and we will expose the bad decisions being made by this Conservative government. The other point that I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is the impact of cuts to research and development. In my riding of San Bruno Saint-Hubert, we have a number of companies specializing in the aerospace industry, and the headquarters of Bombardier Transport for North America is also located within my own riding in St. Bruno. The changes that are being proposed by the Conservative government with regard to research and development will affect all of these companies and, of course, their employees. There are a number of various measures within the bill, and these measures will deprive entrepreneurs of approximately $500 million when Canada is already behind with regard to research and development investments. With regard to the Canadian aerospace industry, an industry on which many people in my riding depend, we are seeing something that will lead to instability, and it's coming at a very bad time. The Canadian aerospace industry is the fifth largest in the world. We're talking directly and indirectly about over 150,000 Canadians. This industry generates $22 billion annually and invests $2 billion in R&D. That's not peanuts, Mr. Speaker, and these cuts are coming at an extremely bad time for this industry, since the sector is growing internationally and competition is becoming increasingly fierce. In that regard, it is difficult for me to understand the choices being made by the Conservative government, because they're slashing an important tool when they could instead foster innovation and productivity and consolidate jobs that already exist. Canada's advantage in these industries comes from technology and innovation. Strategic investments in research and development are essential so that our industries can compete with emerging countries and to ensure that Canada can maintain its place in the international rankings, as well as its well-paid jobs. In the brief, in their pre-budget consultation brief, the Aerospace Industry Association of Canada said that measures to stimulate research and development were important for the future. And I would quote from the document that the association provided to the Standing Committee on Finance that measures promoting competitiveness and productivity will guarantee that our industry is in the best position to benefit from the growth in demand for airplanes and create long-term and high-quality jobs for all Canadians. The NDP has asked for greater balance between tax credits and direct support to companies, as more innovative countries do, such as Israel, Sweden, and Finland. But the budget is decreasing instead the government support for research and innovation. The Conservatives are saying loud and clear that the 2012 budget will create jobs, but we know that the reality is quite different. The Parliamentary Budget Officer believes that the budget will rather lead to the loss of 43,000 jobs in Canada. This budget will therefore cause an increase in the unemployment rate. To use an expression, they're not walking the talk, Mr. Speaker. This bill is proof that the government is saying one thing, but that it's not putting those words into action. The government says it wants to promote job creation, and yet there are no concrete measures to consolidate or create new jobs. And I would like to say that the Conservative government was elected in 2006 on the promise that it would be transparent and accountable to Canadians, and yet they're hiding major reforms from Canadians by slipping them into bills like this, as well as the previous Bill C-38. All this, in addition to not wanting to give the Parliamentary Budget Officer the information related to the cuts in federal governments and agencies. The NDP will always be proud to defend transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver North.
Winnipeg North? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Winnipeg North.
Still early in the morning to the member.
Yes.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member. And there's no doubt, you know, that at the end of the day, the government is cutting back on thousands of civil servant jobs across the country. This is going to have a very profound negative impact on the quality of services being provided, whether it's in employment insurance programs or immigration programs, that it's going to have a very real negligent or negative impact on the quality of services. I find, and I would ask the member to provide comment, that they're doing this at the same time, the same year, in which the government is actually increasing the size of the House of Commons, believing that there's a need for more members of Parliament, which contradicts what a vast majority of Canadians want. Canadians don't want more politicians. They want to maintain their services. And I'm wondering if the member would provide comment in terms of this government's bad priorities and when it comes to providing those important services that Canadians want.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. And obviously that's what I've just said, which is that the Conservative government, when they were elected in 2006, promised Canadians transparency and accountability. But unfortunately, with these major omnibus reforms, Canadians will never know what they're trying to stuff into these bills. And that is why the opposition has asked many times for there to be some transparency, for it to be split into several parts, and obviously to be able to highlight the government's bad practices. Thank you. Questions?
Comments? The
Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech and also ask her, as it is surely the case, she didn't hear many comments from her constituents in her riding regarding the way the government is always trying to do things in the dark. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. I thank my colleague from Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, for his question, and obviously my constituents are very concerned, and I'm always asked, what is it about these omnibus bills? The man in the street doesn't understand anything with parliamentary jargon, and they're very concerned when they learn after consultations that the government is cutting into employment insurance, health, and that they're cutting into many critical sectors for them in terms of housing and into the most basic things for people's comfort, for the man in the street. So my constituents are very, very concerned by the situation and are asking me when 2015 will come. They are very anxious. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And as I was listening, I was looking across the way and realizing, you know, this government's presiding over the largest deficit in Canadian history. They're very poor fiscal managers, and then they present a document here which is actually going to decrease employment. Now, we've already got youth unemployment at officially 15%, and the member across the way is laughing. I'd like to see him laugh at the young people in his riding that can't find a job, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to know if my honourable colleague is hearing the same stories in her riding about young people and why it is that the Conservatives laugh at young people who are looking for a job.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Less than a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, young people are very concerned as well when they know that this government is going to leave them a significant deficit. And unfortunately, on top of the deficit that they'll inherit, there's not just the financial part of it, there's the environmental problems that they'll inherit. It's really and the logical calculation they've made, whether you're talking about young people, seniors, whoever it is, everyone will be touched by the cutbacks of this current government. And I'd like to reassure my colleague that young people are now even more aware of politics than they were in the past, and they'll be taking up the charge, and history will see them do right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bar.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, it gives me great pleasure to speak in favour of the speedy passage of Bill C-45, Jobs and Growth Act 2012. I'm also pleased to congratulate the Minister of Finance for the outstanding job he's doing on behalf of all Canadians. Canada is recognized internationally for the sound economic and fiscal policies of our Conservative government. Leadership on the economy is something the average Canadian who works hard, obeys the law, and pays their taxes understands. While there are many benefits to passing Bill C-45, for the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, in the short time that I have, I intend to focus on those aspects of this second budget implementation bill that are of interest to my constituents. I intend to focus my comments on the Navigable Waters Protection Act. I've listened to a number of comments, starting with the Leader of the Opposition, which are ill-informed at best and misleading at worst, about the part of the budget bill, and I believe it's important to set the record straight. Historically, the impetus behind the Navigable Waters Protection Act of 1882 was the result of representations made by Ottawa Valley lumbermen looking to protect the principal means they had to, at the time, to bring their product to market. In the 19th century, when the Navigable Waters Protection Act was legislated, rivers played an important role in the commerce of our great nation. The lumber trade of the Upper Ottawa Valley relied upon rivers to bring the logs to market. Now, 12 years before the Navigable Waters Protection Act became law, and 3 years after Confederation, Parliament passed an act respecting certain works on the Ottawa River. This act gave the federal government exclusive legislative authority in the construction of any works to ensure the Ottawa River is navigable. This was done to protect commerce and done years before the Navigable Waters Protection Act. That legislation is still on the books today. What Canadians find misleading is when opposition members read things into the legislation that do not exist. Environmental protection for such things as pollution and fish habitat is covered by other legislation, not the Navigable Waters Protection Act. It was never intended for that purpose when it was written 140 years ago. The opposition may wish to stay trapped in the past. Our government believes it's time to leave the 19th for the 21st century. The public right of navigation is a common law principle that dates back to Roman times. To my paddling friends, nothing in Bill C-45 detracts from the right to navigation in Canada. We respect the navigable qualities of any body of water that is indeed navigable, recognizing that any contemplated works need not compromise or undermine the recreational status or any body of the water that is now or previously the domain of paddlers. This brings us to the Petawawa River. The decision by the federal government to include the Ottawa and Petawawa rivers in the list of 62 rivers retaining navigable waters constitutional jurisdiction protection was based in part on the real concern on my part as well as on my constituents that the provincial environmental assessment process is being manipulated by the Ontario government to match a hidden agenda called the Green Energy Act. We needed to take an extra step to protect the Petawawa River. In the province of Ontario, the so-called Green Energy Act has been used to stifle democratic debate at the local level, running roughshod over the objections of local residents who are now being forced through their power bills to pay for unwanted and unnecessary power projects. Projects are being promoted under the guise of the so-called green energy, when in fact, the only green is in the pockets of the Liberal Party insiders who lobbied for 20 years to have industrial wind turbine contracts at outrageous financial subsidies. These same individuals, with the collapse of the Liberal Party of Ontario and the resignation in disgrace of their leader, has led to the migration to Ottawa to positions of influence with their federal cousins. The town of Petawawa unanimously passed the following motion in its September 4th, 2012 council meeting, that the town of Petawawa advises the Premier of the province of Ontario and his ministers of energy and infrastructure, the environment and natural resources that it does not and will not give any support or sanction to any object and any project that is seeking or will be seeking ministerial approval under the 2009 Green Energy Act, and in particular, its feed-in tariff provision. To quote Councillor Trina LeMay, who made that motion, the Act promoted fast-tracking of environmental approvals for all electricity infrastructure projects, removed the long-established local planning process, and left rural residents without effective noise complaint protocols and municipalities with no voice in their own community development. Thank you to Councillor Trina LeMay for your leadership on this issue at Municipal Council. Now, in the case of the Petawawa River, plans to construct dam-like structures would destroy the fish habitat as well as the recreational enjoyment, including whitewater kayaking, that now takes place on the river. I support the residents of Petawawa and their town council in objecting to the damming of the Petawawa River, and I will continue to object at the federal level until this proposal is withdrawn. I share the concerns expressed by the Ontario Rivers Alliance about the fate of our other Ontario rivers, like the Vermilion. To quote the Alliance, "We all want green energy, but let's ensure it's truly green and not greenwashed versions that's being proposed for many of our Ontario rivers." Now, while I appreciate the concerns of the Ontario residents and groups like the Ontario River Alliance about the need for a federal presence in certain instances to provide a system of checks and balances to ill-conceived legislation like the Ontario Green Energy Act, those checks and balances remain in place with the passage of C-45. When the Navigable Waters Protection Act came before Parliament previously in 2009, I was honoured to welcome Jack McLaren, a seventh-generation Renfrew County orchard farmer, to appear before the Standing Committee on Finance. Mr. McLaren contacted me after he ran into trouble with the Navigable Waters Protection Act. In his case, what should have been a simple matter became a complicated issue and a piece of legislation back before the 1980s. I had also been contacted by municipalities who complained to me about the time and expense to clean out a municipal drainage ditch because of the Navigable Waters Protection Act. It's clear that changes are absolutely necessary to this Act. The other issue I intend to respond to is the criticism by the opposition that Bill C-45 is too detailed, too complicated for them to understand. They call Bill C-45 an omnibus legislation, hoping that Canadians will buy into their delay tactics because they'd rather complain than do their jobs. Bill C-45 is the second budget bill. I draw members' attention to a debate in the House that took place on June 13th of this year on the first budget bill between the member of opposition for Markham-Unionville and the hardworking Conservative member from Etobicoke Lakeshore. In that exchange, the opposition member complained about a program he claimed was cancelled by our budget. Our government member responded, was shocked at what he just heard. He proceeded to set the record straight, reading directly from the budget that, in fact, the program in question, the Canadian Innovation and Commercialization Program, had not only been funded for another 3 years, it had been built upon and made permanent. This led to the Minister for Etobicoke Lakeshore, or the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, to ask the opposition member had he even read the budget. The opposition obviously had not read the budget, and this brings me to my last point. The opposition has had a copy of our budget for months with plenty of time to analyze the budget document. If they were doing their job, they would be ready to debate and scrutinize all aspects of the budget now. Opposition for the sake of opposition is not acceptable to Canadians. The Library of Parliament can help out with the legislative guide for all things not understood, like the history of the Navigable Waters Protection Act and why it's so important at this time to modernize the 140-year-old piece of legislation and proceed with the passage of Bill C-45.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing in terms of hearing the Conservative member stand up and try to defend two budget bills. Two budget bills, Mr. Speaker, that have in excess of 1,000 pages, in excess of 100 pieces of legislation that are being amended, and try to say that this is kind of like the norm. And then she picks up on this issue of the Navigable Waters bill as one of the issues in which she says, well, you know, why not make the change? She highlights an issue, and that issue is that there's many different parts of not only this particular bill, but the bill that preceded it back in the summertime, these two budget implementation bills that should have been separated, that there should have been dozens of other pieces of legislation that would have allowed all members of this House to engage on the wide variety of issues. My question to the member is, why did her government not support allowing for legitimate process of debate inside this chamber on the huge number of bills they're trying to sneak through on this particular budget debate?
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, It's unfortunate that the member opposite doesn't have a question on the substance of the bill. Now, sky-high electricity rates have led in Ontario, for example, to plant closures. This means people are on unemployment insurance. Employment insurance is a federal responsibility. This is the Jobs and Growth Act 2012, so it's directly related to electricity, which is in turn related to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. The reckless spending by the province also brings into force the aspect of the equalization payments, which we will be forced to administer over time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires de l'honorable
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was astonished to hear my colleague's comments, who is asking us to read the budget, whereas we've read it from cover to cover. Talking about Navigable Waters Protection Act, it wasn't even in the 2012 budget in March, so it's quite astonishing to hear her talk about something that wasn't in the budget, whereas now all of a sudden it's appearing in this Implementation Act, in this 450-page bill. So how can she explain that something that wasn't even in the March budget is in this omnibus bill here today, and it hasn't been discussed at all?
Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Navigable Waters Protection Act is being amended to allow for jobs and growth. This budget is specifically about ensuring that jobs grow and increase, and those people who have jobs can sustain them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for... here we go. Oh, I won't make the comment. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to stand up and to question the colleague of mine who is also from the same class of 2000. I've had the pleasure of serving with her, and she is a very strong fiscal conservative, and I know she cares so much about her constituents. I see her always working hard, sending notes and getting ready for events. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask her a question. One of the strongest recommendations that has been given by Canadian Federation of Independent Business year after year is that our government move back towards balanced budgets and reducing this deficit. And I'm wondering if my colleague would speak a little bit about the importance of the plan that we've had, the Economic Action Plan, to move back towards balanced budget and, again, to decreasing and getting rid of the deficit.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Balanced budgets are what our goal is for. It's something that we promised in the last election. Unfortunately, during the global economic downturn that began in 2008, we were required at the begging and bewildering calls of the opposition to increase spending to keep the economy afloat. As a consequence, the deficit was a little higher for that year, and we are working diligently by controlling spending to get the budget balanced.
Reprise du débat, resume. Honorable député de Saint.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to debate Bill C-45. Like many members before me have mentioned, there are all kinds of measures in here that have nothing to do with the budget, and they're absolutely ridiculous. There are many clauses in this bill that have nothing to do with the budget, not to mention that anyone can see that the Conservative methodology is a bad one and shows their lack of seriousness. Having such a budget examined in so little time by so many committees is a show of ill will. The government can't measure the real impact of its budget on the number of jobs cut or even jobs created, or the effect it'll have on Canadians. And yet Conservatives have done nothing to help the Finance Committee examine the bill properly. The Finance Committee is working on other things, such as the pre-budget consultations right now, and have limited time to examine this particular bill, which is over 400 pages long, with measures that have nothing to do with finances or even a budget. And Canadians will not be duped. They know that once again, and on many occasions, the government is trying to pass a series of harmful measures for Canada. I'm glossing over some of the main aspects of this bill in the little time that I have here. One of the measures I find positive in this bill is the elimination of the penny. That's good news for all Canadians. With inflation, this coin has virtually no value and costs more to produce than it's worth. The Government of Canada will be saving $11 million a year because of this measure, and companies and consumers will save a lot of time during cash transactions. The measure is not in the bill per se, but I wanted to underscore that point because I had not had an opportunity to do so in the past. Striking budgetary balance is a good thing for the economic health of the nation, but again, it depends what is being cut and how. When I agree with the government to cut into the fat, we have to know how to distinguish what's useful and what's less useful. We're constantly being told by this government that services will not be affected. But nobody in the government is providing us with reports or studies to confirm that the positions cut are really optional. The government has decided to cut 10% in one department, 5% in another. No idea of the impact that this might have. The Liberal Party is asking for reports from experts or studies that may have been conducted. But as we've now seen, for many years, this Conservative majority government is improvising and refuses to accept reality and prefers to trust its ideology blindly. Even the Prime Minister confirmed recently that any organization that does not share this ideology will no longer receive funding.
It just continues the reckless Conservative abuse of power. The omnibus budget bill is another example of the Conservatives steamrolling over democracy. We've said it again and again. They're forcing unpopular, non-budgetary measures through Parliament and trying to do it with as much speed and little debate as possible, and that includes little scrutiny. It's a C-45 is a 414-page document, 516 clauses, and amends over 16 different pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Measures that don't belong in this finance bill, and other colleagues have spoken about it, are rewriting laws protecting Canada's waterways, redefining Aboriginal fisheries, and of course, without consulting First Nations, and eliminating the Hazardous Materials Information Review Commission. By rushing these massive omnibus bills through Parliament, the Conservatives deny Parliament or Canadians the opportunity to carefully consider the proposed laws, identify flaws, and propose solutions. And that exactly what C-45 does is because of the last bill, C-48, its predecessor, we found omissions, and that's why it's amending Fisheries Act regarding the passage of fish and the port drafting and transition provisions in the new environmental assessment law. There's ambiguity around the ministerial approval process for certain investments by public investment pools as well. Today, Canadians, what Canadians are majorly worried about are the growing income inequality, both between individuals and regions. The Liberal Party has put forward motions, and we've discussed it in Parliament. And again, the budget, we don't see anything in the budget that addresses this income inequality that Canadians are worried about. An area where the budget bill can actually create jobs, and in turn does not, is an area where it slashes investment tax credit that encourage economic growth and job creation, like the scientific research and experimental development tax credit, the Atlantic investment tax credit, and the corporate mineral exploration and development tax credit. The Conservatives are using Bill C-45 to avoid lawsuits by exempting the Detroit-Windsor Bridge from environmental laws and regulations such as the Fisheries Act, the Species at Risk Act, and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. If the Conservatives want to avoid lawsuits, they should just follow the laws that are in place instead of weakening the ones that are meant to protect our environment. One example that I'd like to site that where there's been a little bit of back and forth is on the cuts to to research and development. The Liberals oppose the government's plan to cut the SR&D program. It's the SR&ED program is a federal tax incentive program, and it encourages Canadian businesses of all sizes and all sectors to conduct research and development in Canada. It's the largest single source of federal government support for industrial R&D. The R&D program gives claimants tax credits for their expenditures on eligible R&D work done in Canada. The government has opted to decrease these credits, promising to reinvest these tax savings, the savings into direct grants. The grants mean that the government will pick which companies will benefit from government support rather than providing an across-the-board tax credit available to any business undertaking R&D and who may not know anybody in the government and have a great idea. So instead of making the R&D program much better, it decides to make 4 changes, reducing the general SR&D credit from 20% to 15%, reducing the prescribed proxy amount, which taxpayers use to claim the R&D amount, from overhead expenditures from 65% to 55% of the salaries, and wages of employees who are engaged in, again, R&D activities, removing the profit element from arm's-length third-party contracts for the purpose of the calculation of R&D credits by allowing only 80% of value to be counted towards eligible, removing capital from the base of eligible expenditures for the purpose of the calculation of R&D. I can go on. I have notes for about 3 pages on this subject. Basically, my point here, Mr. Speaker, is that on the R&D, as a former member of the Finance Committee, I chaired it, and I was vice chair. We heard numerous groups, whether it be accounting groups, business groups, tax groups. They all said, make the program easier. And what the government has done is they've done what they've done for other programs. They've just slightly tweaked it, made it more complicated, reduced percentages, increased certain percentages, and decided to just cut things, and then taken a whole swat of money out of there and politicized it by saying, okay, now we're going to give out grants. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I understand my time is coming to an end. I'll be taking questions, but in the form that this bill is in, I don't think I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Now the New Democrats have consistently been against omnibus budget bills, dating back to the 90s when then Liberal Finance Minister Paul Martin routinely introduced these measures. It's interesting to see the Liberal Party now coming around towards being against the very beast that they created in the first place. But leaving that aside for a minute, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Conservatives have posted the largest deficit in Canadian history, but they've got their paws all over workers' and employers' money through the EI fund. Now, this, as well, was a practice started by the Liberals when they were in government. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would agree that if the Conservatives had not followed the Liberal practice of taking the money out of the EI fund to help pay for their corporate tax cut schemes, we might not be in this kind of a situation. Would you agree with that?
Again, I'd remind members to address their comments to the chair, not to individual members of Parliament. L'honorable député de Saint-Léon.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
I want to thank the member for his questions. You know, it's good to see that the NDP is trying to read budgets today rather than, you know, as opposed to in the year 2000, they just, you know, voted against them. But, you know, talking about omnibus bill, I'll try and, you know, address some of the issues he had, some of the questions he had. The omnibus bill that we used to table were not even 100 pages long. They addressed issues that were in the budget bill, that were in the budget. In this case, I stated in my speech at least 4 or 5 examples of items that are in this omnibus bill that are not in the budget. So right away, I don't see how the situation is comparable. In terms of unemployment, I can't see why we're faulted that we had great economic growth, great decisions that we made in terms of moving the economy ahead, and the unemployment premiums were being held, in a separate fund, but they were used for the debt. It's not like the money was spent on items for political purposes like this party does. So the money is still there, still accounted for. We just did a good job with the economy and didn't need to pay out all these premiums that we collected on EI to people that actually, that were actually working instead of being on unemployment. So I don't see what the problem is, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I certainly enjoyed serving in the past with him on the Finance Committee. I did want to ask him whether he supports the part of this bill that deals with changes to the Indian Act, Part 4, Division 8. He and I were both in Kamloops, where we heard from Manny Jules dealing with changes to the Indian Act with respect to ownership on reserves, private property by First Nations people. And I think he supported the idea and concept at the time. And I'm just wondering if he's supportive of the changes in this specific piece of legislation dealing with this issue.
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Great question from the member opposite, even though he is a conservative. We've actually worked quite well together. And actually, I was very favorable to the idea of Manny Jules in Kamloops. We saw the place and we thought it was a great initiative. We're still debating it within our party, but this is something that the Liberal Party does. We debate issues, and this is what we're asking for in the omnibus bill. This is exactly what we're asking for: is that certain parts, certain measures in this omnibus bill needs to be debated separately. It needs to be debated by people that have the expertise, by having the witnesses come in, not necessarily for 5 minutes, but to actually come in before the proper committee and look at the pros and the cons, because what might be of benefit to one community or one stakeholder may not be of benefit to another stakeholder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Very short.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, back in 1994, the Prime Minister addressed the Liberal Omnibus Bill, which was a 21-page document, and I want to quote him. It states, this is what the Prime Minister said back then when he was in opposition: "We can agree with some of the measures but oppose others. How do we express our views and the views of our constituents when matters are so diverse? Dividing the bill into several components would allow members to represent views of their constituents on each of the different components in the bill." He asked the government members in particular to worry about the implications of the omnibus bills for democracy and functionality of Parliament. Would the member not agree that his words back then echo today very loud and clear?
A very short answer from the member from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Yes, just quickly. Yes, of course. Whatever what was said by the Prime Minister then applies to today, and it's complete hypocrisy. We had a motion on this, and actually the Prime Minister voted against his own words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to be able to stand in the House here today and to speak on behalf of my constituents in regard to the support of this budget bill. We're debating the implementation phase of our budget plan, our Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act. And, Mr. Speaker, the good news is that this government is steadfast in our commitment to help create jobs for Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, the other good news is that our plan is working. The plan is showing a great deal of success. September last month again showed strong job growth. And, Mr. Speaker, we've heard it in the House before, but over 820,000 new jobs have been created. And, Mr. Speaker, out of those 820,000 new jobs, 90% of those jobs are full-time jobs. All the time we hear from the opposition, they're part-time jobs. 90% of these jobs are full-time jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, 80% of the jobs are jobs within the private sector. This is not a government that's saying we're going to create jobs by hiring more people for the public service. Hire more people so that they can work for the government. This is the private sector saying, yes, we believe that as bad as this recession, or not a recession anymore, but as bad as this global downturn is, we have confidence that we can create jobs and we can build an economy here in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, jobs are what Canadians want. Canadians elected our government with a strong mandate to do what we can to help families grow and prosper. Canadian families know that when mom or dad or even some of the young people in that family have a job, everything is better at home. And so Canadians also know that this global economy remains fragile. And especially when we look on the news and we see what's going on in Europe, it's just one country after another country that is in turmoil. And also in our closest trading partner, the United States. They realize that this is a global economy that is very fragile. We know that our largest trading partners are having a difficult time. So that means that Canada is not immune to the challenges coming from outside of our borders. That's why Canadians elected the Conservative Party of Canada and not the New Democratic Party or not the Liberal Party, because they know that we had a plan that would work. Our Conservative government is working hard to support local economies with positive pro-growth measures in this Economic Action Plan 2012. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just talk. On this side of the House, we are offering the job-creating hiring credit for small businesses, among other measures. And in my riding of Crowfoot, there are many small communities that are taking advantage of this. Small communities where there are small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses that can take a look at our plan. And even when I put out my householder and I put out the tax guide for 2011, we talk about the job hiring credit. And Mr. Speaker, many in my riding are picking up on this and are taking advantage of it in rural Canada as well. Budget 2012 is full of measures, not just for the big corporations and big business. It's full of measures for families, for small and medium-sized business. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to increasing Canada's exports to the Asia-Pacific. It's not all about only finding tax measures and hiring credits and measures for domestic, for here at home. We're also recognizing that we need to look abroad. And this is critical to industries in Canada to help create jobs and to level the playing field to allow Canadian companies to be competitive. Canadians can clearly see that our government is promoting trade. But, Mr. Speaker, every time that we come forward with a new trade agreement or negotiations towards a new trade agreement, we know, even before we table the thing, it's always opposed by the official opposition. The NDP votes against it. That's another reason why Canadians gave this government a strong majority here in the House of Commons, because they realize that we have a proactive agenda as far as building trade and building our economy around the world. And in my riding, we need a government to help us export our products around the world. And our International Trade Minister and our Agriculture Minister, our Prime Minister, have done a remarkable job in this area. They are garnering markets for our products all around the world. Not only agricultural products, not only places like Jordan and others that are taking our pulse crops, Colombia and other places. Mr. Speaker, around the world, for many different sectors here in our economy, our government is getting the job done. Some 60% of the people in Canada's workforce do not have a pension. And, Mr. Speaker, we've spoken of this before in the past here in this House, in the House of Commons here. In my constituency, small businesses are having a hard time attracting people to work because some of the benefits of being able to buy into a pension plan are not available. So when our government comes with a pension plan and a smaller pension plan, small business appreciates it. Very simple. When people go from one job to another, they can take their pension with them. It's a positive that a lot of people are looking forward to and are using. We're doing other things. Pooled registered pension plans are working. Mr. Speaker, there's lots of other things in this budget that are good. This House has been debating this bill for close to 3 months. We've talked about this budget for over 3 months. The Finance Minister created the Finance Committee created a special subcommittee as per the request of the opposition. And together with these committees, they have held over 70 hours of meetings and have heard from over 100 witnesses who came in front of the committee to testify. Mr. Speaker, I really believe that the Finance Committee chair is probably one of the hardest working people in this House. They've had over 70 meetings. I know in our public safety meeting, we're every scheduled meeting, we're on our 55th meeting, and we're busy. the Finance Committee has had 82 meetings. And I can tell you that that finance chair is up and working before Uncle Charlie and Wainwright is milking the cows. And so they're getting the job done. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-38 has had more debate in this House than in any other legislation over the last 20 years. The opposition tries to delay. They try to implement and deny hard-working Canadians and taxpayers the benefits that this budget and that this Implementation Act is going to be to help implement. Mr. Speaker, they've always done that. Mr. Speaker, there's lots more that I could speak about in this implementation bill. I just want to quickly move here to some examples of things that I think are very positive in this bill. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the streamlining the process for the approval of energy projects. This is one of the things over a period of time that our government is committed to making certain that our economy can grow. Making sure that if there's one project, there's one review. Making sure that it's not going to be endless degree of delay and all those things hinder our economy. We want to be able to, in many different ways, move this economy forward. We want to, as I've already said, help Canadians find jobs. We want to remove redundant and extra layers of bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, a small little press release was issued a number of months ago. In one case, the bureaucracy was diminished by CFIA having a building, and a block away, Agriculture Canada having a building. At the CFIA building, there was a whole different section of IT and mail systems and computer systems. And again, duplication in the building just half a block away. Mr. Speaker, we're able to combine and to make certain that we streamline some of these things to reduce the number of bureaucrats and the level of bureaucracy here in Ottawa and around Canada. Taking the Department of Fisheries and Oceans out of the creeks and watersheds of the prairies and focusing their work on fish habitats on our coastlines. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we make certain that the fish stocks grow, but they aren't going to grow in East Central Alberta because of a lack of lakes. But we still have lots of personnel that come out and give their opinion on some of those issues of growth out there. Mr. Speaker, I just want to finish by saying that this summer I received an email from my daughter. And my daughter, after some time in education, she was able to get a job. She got her nursing degree and she got a job. And Mr. Speaker, this is the email that she sent me after her first paycheck. Okay, Dad, something needs to change. I made $4,158 this month and only take home $2,842. Do something. This is so stupid. That's the email from my daughter. Mr. Speaker, I was able to tell her that if the opposition had their way, according to the Broadbent Institute, if the opposition had their way, they'd believe that she is not spending enough on her taxes, and they want to see higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to seeing this economy grow. We're committed to lowering taxes. Thank you. I see my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
I know it's Rainy River, but Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my friend's comments very, very closely. And I'd like to go back to the very beginning of his speech when he was talking about jobs. And, you know, I know this member to be very clever. I know him to be hardworking. And I know that he's not fooled easily. But I wonder if he's been tricked by his own talking points. It's my understanding that fully one-third of the jobs, the full-time jobs he's talking about, are actually temporary foreign worker jobs. And I wonder if he would have the exact number of temporary foreign worker jobs that are part of those figures that he's talking about there.
The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer is, do I have the total number of the foreign workers numbers here in Canada? No, I don't. But let me tell you what I do have. I do have groups and businesses all across Alberta coming to my office and coming to members of Parliament offices from Alberta and here all across Canada. The number one issue is labour. The number one issue is being able to secure good, skilled labor to work, whether it is in the oil patch or in small business or in agriculture or wherever it may be. Mr. Speaker, we are going to slow down as an economy if we do not have the people that can be put into those positions and into those jobs. And Mr. Speaker, in order for this economy to grow, we are going to take every opportunity to hire local, skilled, and trained Canadians for the job. But if those are unable, or if they are not there, especially in Alberta where there's such growth, then we need to secure labor. And so much of the jobs are foreign labor, but I'm talking about Canadian jobs here. We're talking about Canadians that are looking for jobs, willing to work. Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that the economy avails them the opportunity to find that job.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Saint Leonard, Saint Michel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order on this, but you know, the member was into his own little fantasy world, so I didn't want to interrupt him. And I just want to no, it's a good comment, Mr. Speaker. I have a bill here, and I just want to make sure we're debating. I have a bill here. It's called C-45, and its first reading is October 18th. October 18th, it's 2 weeks now? We're still in October, but the member across it, we've been discussing it for 3 months. And then he went on to say that this bill has been around for 20 years. So is this his fantasy world, or are we talking about the same calendar year and are we talking about the same bill, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate being able to set the record straight and inform this member that, yes, he's correct. The budget implementation bill has just been announced. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget came down in March.
Right, March.
And this is the implementation bill. This is let me just explain it to this member, that this implementation bill gives us the technical, it's the technicalities on how this bill gets implemented. For example, we talked about I watched the member here the other day speak about the Judges Act and speak about judges' payment. 4 or 5 pages in the Budget Implementation Act lay out the pay for our judges. It's a very technical implementation act. The budget is there. It's been discussed for 3 months. This is now to help us implement it.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great speech outlining much of the good work that our finance chair does at the committee level. It's incredible. But also he mentioned a number of times the issues of job creation. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard in my writing over these last number of months how job creators, business people are appreciating our low tax environment to allow them to invest in job creation in Canada. But right near the end of his speech, my colleague commented just briefly on the Ed Broadbent Institute. And I'm just wondering if he could further elaborate, because I just have come across something here from the Institute that is headed by former NDP leader Ed Broadbent. And I just want to read just a very short section of it. It says, taxes, quote, taxes are the hinge that links citizens to one another and to the common good. We should also consider eliminating the boutique tax credits of recent budgets. Consider implementing taxes on inheritance of wealth which pass morally unjustifiable class privilege. Significant revenues could be raised by the introduction of a financial transaction tax, green taxes, such as a carbon tax, and higher taxes on natural resources need to be considered as a means of financing. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on whether or not he agrees with that. Thank you.
Very short, because you're out of time. The honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all around the world, people are leaving socialist ideas and programs because they realize that they just simply aren't working. I have sat and listened to NDP propaganda and Mr. Broadbent himself, who has said that we do not pay enough taxes in this country, period. Their agenda is to have a higher tax and to have government be almost like some god, that we will just come to government and they will give us all we need. Government will just give us everything. Mr. Speaker, we want to put money back into the pockets of Canadians, $3,100. We do not want a big $21 billion carbon tax that's going to kill this economy. Mr. Speaker, this is a good budget implementation act. We need to support it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask that you give me a heads up when I'm about to run out of time. I would greatly appreciate that. I, along with my NDP colleagues, oppose this monster budget bill. I oppose it on both content and process. First, I'll talk about the process. The Conservatives talk about the unprecedented level of debate and hours of debate about this bill and the previous budget bill. Even the member from Crowfoot, who was right before me, talked about unprecedented debate in this House. So let's actually review and see if they're right. C-20, which was what the budget bill was called in 1991, was 6 pages long. 6 pages long, and yet between first and third reading in the House of Commons, we saw 192 days of debate. 1995, it was called C-76, 48 pages long. Ooh, it's getting big. 78 days of debate in this chamber. C-32 in 2000, 29 pages long. Went down a little bit in size. 60 days of debate. C-33 in 2004, the budget bill was 76 pages long, and it received in this chamber 79 days of debate. What happened this year? This spring, we saw an omnibus budget bill that saw over 70 laws touched or outright repealed. A third of that budget was about gutting environmental legislation. Most pieces of the budget had not been debated in this House before. And most of those pieces weren't campaigned on. I don't remember the Conservatives campaigning in the 2011 election saying, I'm going to reduce OAS eligibility from the age of 65 to 67. I don't remember them doing that. I don't remember them campaigning on the fact that they were going to diminish health care transfers. In fact, during that election, I was the health critic for the NDP, and I remember the opposite. The Conservatives campaigning on maintaining and increasing health care transfers. And you know what? You also can't find any of these pieces in Conservative Party policy. If you turn to their party policy, you're not going to find we believe that we should raise the age that people can collect their OAS. You won't find it, Mr. Speaker. And we had the member from Crowfoot right before me talking about, we've had this budget, this stuff has existed for so long, you should have read it. I would love if any member on that side of the House could tell me anything, even one stitch of a word, about what the changes were to the Assisted Human Reproduction Act in the last omnibus budget bill. Never mind what that had to do with the budget. I think most of them would be hard-pressed to even repeat the phrase assisted human reproduction. So now we had a bill in the spring that was C-38. It was 425 pages long, and we had 54 days of debate. And here we are again this fall with the second omnibus budget, the son of omnibus. I don't know how long this debate's going to go, but they've already moved time allocation. I can't imagine it's going to be very long. I can't imagine it's going to be the, heady days of 1991 where there was 192 days of debate. I highly doubt that. And we have a bill that's over 440 pages long. And the length of debate is important. Maybe the Conservatives don't think it's important because they don't want to listen. They don't like to listen when the NDP brings forward reasonable ideas. They just want to sit there with their eyes closed and their hands over their ears. But it's important for democracy. The length of debate is important for democracy because the length of debate allows entry points for civil society to engage with the legislative process. Think about it. How does civil society actually engage with this process? They can't come here and vote. They can't come here and give speeches in this House. But there are entry points for them. They write letters to their MPs. They write letters to the editor. They come and they testify at committee. They come up with good ideas. They send it to us via social media. They phone us. They have meetings with us in our community. They have brown bag luncheon seminars in their workplace to talk about how is this going to impact us. Sometimes, you know what, they even take to the streets. But the length of debate allows that process, that moment for civil society to engage with the legislative process. The NDP brought forward amendments to this bill. We brought forward amendments at committee based on what community was telling us, based on what civil society was telling us. The opposition brought forward over 800 amendments here in this House based on what civil society was saying. But we had 54 days of debate where that entry point for civil society was eliminated because not one amendment was made. And what's the result? Because they didn't listen, in this omnibus monster budget bill, we have amendments to amendments. Amendments to amendments that were made in the last budget bill. Can you imagine amendments to amendments in the same year? As if we needed more evidence that the Conservatives are bad managers? This process is undemocratic. C-45 is a massive omnibus budget bill that makes amendments to a wide range of acts. And once again, the Conservatives are trying to ram through this legislation, ram it through Parliament, without allowing Canadians and their MPs to thoroughly examine it. And that's something they need to remember. We are their members of Parliament. It is our job to look at this bill properly, to make amendments, to suggest ideas. That's what our job is. And the NDP is proud to stand in this House and actually do our job. I fear I'm running out of time quickly, and I wanted to actually, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to actually share some words from Canadians. I know the Conservatives aren't going to listen to the NDP because they don't like reasonable, good, sound ideas, but maybe they'll listen to Canadians. So I have some letters that I received from constituents. Rebecca Hutton. My name's Rebecca Hutton. I'm a university student deeply concerned about the budget. I'm writing to let you know how disturbed I am by this furtive endeavour to use an omnibus budget bill to completely wipe out years of progress that Canada has made on environmental protection. For the sake of government, I implore you to demand the non-budget matters, all environmental changes, be removed from C-38, this is the last budget bill, and put forward as standalone legislation. Well, we took that advice, Rebecca, and we tried to do that, but the Conservatives refused to listen. We're trying to do that with this budget bill as well. We'll see if they come around to their senses. I received another letter from Bill Davidson, who wrote, I'm one of your constituents in Halifax, and I wanted to write to you to express my displeasure, or rather horror, about Bill C-38, the Conservatives' omnibus budget bill. This is not a budget. It's one of the most anti-democratic pieces of legislation ever tabled in a Canadian Parliament, complete with wholesale destruction of anything resembling environmental policy. It's anti-environment, anti-science, anti-common sense, and it's insulting to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Please, Member of Parliament for Halifax, don't let these guys get away with this without putting up a fight. Lee and Diane Collins wrote me, our fathers and grandfathers fought for democracy, many giving the ultimate sacrifice of their lives against tyranny and government control, censorship against free speech, and the right to protest against that which we deem to be detrimental to our society is what they fought against. This current government disrespects their memory. Our children and grandchildren will not have much of a world to grow up in when we allow the short-sighted goals of profit to overwhelm Canada's proud legacy of its environment and wildlife. We most emphatically urge you to speak out against this bill and these measures to still the voice of opposition to environmental destruction. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 316 to 350 and Schedule 2 related to changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act and clauses 425 to 432 related to the changes to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012 be removed from Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures and do compose Bill C-47. That Bill C-47 be entitled An Act to Amend the Navigable Waters Protection Act and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012, that Bill C-47 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill, provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, that Bill C-45 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C-45 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we're proposing this motion in order to ensure that the bill is split for proper study at the correct committee, specifically the Navigable Waters Protection Act, to ensure that it's reviewed at the Environment Committee where it belongs and which government websites would have supported until about 7 days ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member from Halifax have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? There is no unanimous consent. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns that the Liberal Party has been talking about virtually since the Prime Minister was overseas and he made the announcement that he was looking at making changes to OAS, our old age supplements and our pension programs, was the fact that this is something in which is one of the foundations or the cornerstones of social programming, and that we have to be there in a very real and tangible way for our seniors. Now, what we have heard very clearly from independent offices is that there is no crisis. And I know both opposition, the Liberals and the Democrats, at least in part, have recognized that we need to see that money reinstated, or that commitment to allow individuals to continue to retire at age 65. This is something in which the Liberal Party has been very clear on. I even believe the New Democrats have taken a similar position. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment on the whole issue of old age supplement.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to OAS, so I thank my colleague for his question. I'll actually just share a story. I was in my riding and I was waiting at the bus stop and I was chatting with a constituent, and he was confused about the OAS and whether or not it would impact him. So he told me what his birth date was. Coincidentally, it's the same year as the Prime Minister, so in fact these changes won't affect him. So he said, well, I'm really relieved to hear that because I need that money. I need that money. So this is a big relief. And then he paused and he said, but that's not fair for the next generation. And so how do I help fight for the next generation? He gets it. He gets that this is about making sure that seniors can make ends meet. And my colleague is right to say we have so many independent verifiers to say we don't actually have a crisis when it comes to ensuring seniors can get their OAS, can get their GIS, their CPP. We don't have a crisis right now, so I absolutely agree with him.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for being an excellent advocate for her constituents from Halifax, actually reading into the record what her constituents have been writing to her. My question to my very intelligent colleague is that when I read the budget that was tabled in March, and recently I did a search online on the budget for the word navigable online on the budget, and it resulted in 0 results because the word navigable does not exist in the budget. However, we have learned, and we were being told by this members of the government over and over again in this Budget Implementation Act that the word navigable apparently does exist in the budget. So maybe they've put a different version of the budget for the public to see on the internet. I'm not sure, but I searched online and I couldn't find it, and they seem to be changing a lot to the Navigable Waters Act, and if my intelligent colleague can help me understand, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Scarborough Rouge River for that, for really doing her homework and doing good research on this piece. That part about navigable waters had escaped me, so I'm glad that she did that. But that's exactly what the Conservatives are doing. They claim that all of these changes are in their budget, but then they present these bills that are completely different. And I'm the environment critic for the NDP. I meet with environmentalists, of course, but you know what? I do meet with industry too. Industry was so pleased. They were pleased as punch with the changes to the Environmental Assessment Act in the last budget bill. I disagree with them, but you know what? They were pretty happy. They were pleased with the changes to the Fisheries Act, some of them. Again, I disagree with them, but they were pretty happy. I talked to them about the Navigable Waters Act, and they say, whoa, we didn't ask for this. Government seems to think they're appeasing industry, but we never asked for this. So the Conservatives are just imagining what could be another possible win for industry, and they're making stuff up. If they actually even consulted with industry, they'd realize that changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act wasn't one of their asks. They should really start doing their homework, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to stand in the House today to speak on Bill C-45, the second implementation bill relating to the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. I would like to first preface my remarks by reminding my colleagues in the opposition benches that Bill C-45 provides the mechanisms to implement the provisions outlined in Budget 2012. That legislation was tabled a full 7 months ago on March 29, 2012. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Budget 2012 has received more debate than any other budget bill in this House. I also remind my colleagues that Bill C-45 will be sent to 45 different standing committees for further scrutiny and debate. So I do think there are adequate opportunities for discussion and debate. I would like to comment on a few of the enabling legislative items in Bill C-45 that are especially appreciated by the residents in my riding of Newmarket-Aurora. Both Newmarket and Aurora are situated on the top of the GTA in York Region. It is one of the fastest growing areas in Ontario, and residents there have clearly articulated to me that they want their government to remain focused on jobs and economic growth. That's why, for example, they are very pleased with the implementation measures in Bill C-45 that enable pooled registered pension plans to become a reality. Bill C-45 amends the Income Tax Act to accommodate pooled registered pension plans, or PRPPs. It sets out the tax treatment for contributions to and distributions from PRPPs. It also deals with a number of related issues, such as the registration of pooled pension plans and transfers on the death of a PRPP member. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say enough about how important PRPPs are to entrepreneurs and working Canadians in my riding of Newmarket-Aurora. 83% of all businesses in York Region, home to over 1 million people, have less than 20 employees. This will be a very valuable tool for employees that will help them to, first of all, retain good staff. Secondly, to provide pension options to those who currently may not participate.
Order. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm fairly new to this House, just over a year, and I was taken aback when my colleague just mentioned 45 standing committees here with the House of Commons. And as far as I know, there are only about 25 or 26.
That is a matter of debate around factual matters. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said 11 standing committees, not 45. I referenced Bill C-45. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat, 83% of all businesses in York Region, home to over 1 million people, have less than 20 employees. This will be a very valuable tool, the PRPPs, for employers that will help them, first of all, to retain good staff, secondly, to provide pension options to those who currently may not participate in a pension plan, and thirdly, to allow the many entrepreneurs like those who operate a family business, people who regularly put in 70-plus hours or more a week to support their family, and to provide opportunities for others to do the same, to better save for their retirement. It simply isn't fair that entrepreneurs, those who take on the risk, many by mortgaging their own assets and taking out personal loans to create jobs and opportunity across our country, do not have access to a company pension plan, nor have the ability to offer one to their employees. Bill C-45 will correct this inequity. I'm also pleased about the lower corporate tax rate, Mr. Speaker. We know that lowering corporate tax rates creates jobs. How do we know this? Because the proof is in the pudding. Let's just look for a moment at Canada's economic record. Since 2006, our corporate tax rate has been steadily declining from 22% to 15%. As everyone is no doubt well aware, in 2008-2009, Canada and the world were faced with the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. That being said, unlike other countries, Canada has emerged from that downturn in a relative position of strength. For example, nearly 820,000 new jobs have been created since July of 2009, the strongest job creation record in the G7. Forbes magazine ranks Canada as the best place for businesses to grow and create jobs, and all the major credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's, have affirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. And Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio is by far the best in all the G7. These results did not happen by chance. They are a result of a government focused on jobs and economic growth, one that does not get sidetracked and that clearly articulates its goals and sets out a methodical plan to achieve them. I remind Canadians that in 2006, when this government came to office, it set out a long-range plan to foster strong and sustainable economic growth. It set out to show the world that we were a modern, dynamic, and tolerant country. There were 5 goals, which were: 1, to establish the lowest tax rate on new business investment in the G7. 2, to chart a course to eliminate Canada's debt. 3, to reduce unnecessary regulation and red tape in Canada's marketplace. 4, to create the best educated, most skilled, and most flexible workforce in the world. And 5, to build the modern infrastructure we need. Mr. Speaker, that was 6 years ago, and today we remain focused on achieving these goals. We are keeping Canada's corporate tax rates low, lowering taxes on families, supporting a market economy with a non-interventionist government, and implementing a pro-trade agenda. These policies are what are contributing to Canada's relative economic success. The opposite side of the House, however, advocates for higher taxes, such as the NDP's $21 billion carbon tax proposal. In this high-tax scenario, I argue that in today's global economy, businesses would simply choose other places to invest. Corporations would have a thinner bottom line and would not be able to hire or keep as many employees. This would lead to increased unemployment and lower government revenues. Government would have to take on more debt to finance its activities. What happens when governments have to pay more to service its debt? Investor confidence fails, Mr. Speaker, and with it, business investment and economic growth. Thankfully, this is not the case, and I want to assure residents in my riding of Newmarket Aurora that this government will never subscribe to high-tax schemes. I would like to highlight another implementation measure in C45 that is important to Newmarket Aurora. That is the amendments to Part 4 of the Employment Insurance Act to allow the extension of the hiring credit for small business to 2012. Small businesses are the engine of job creation in Canada, and as they are, as I mentioned earlier, in Newmarket Aurora. In recognition of the challenges faced by small businesses across the country, Budget 2011 announced a temporary hiring credit for small business of up to $1,000 per employer. This credit provided needed relief to small businesses by helping defray the costs of hiring new workers and allowing them to take advantage of emerging economic opportunities. Extending the temporary hiring credit for small business for 1 year will result in a credit of up to $1,000 against employers' increase in 2012 EI premiums over those paid in 2011. This temporary credit would be available to approximately 53,000 employers whose total EI premiums were at or below $10,000 in 2011, reducing small business 2012 payroll costs. In conclusion, I believe Canadians expect their government to work to their best interests. They want their government to stay focused on jobs and the economy. The best way to do this, Mr. Speaker, is to move forward with this legislation so we can ensure that the many important measures it contains, essential to ensuring the continuation of our recovery, are done. That's what Canadians want. That's what this government intends to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have basically the same question I asked of the member earlier. She didn't seem to understand it, at least she didn't answer, and it concerns the navigable waters. She said in her budget, or her speech rather, that it was in the March 2012 budget that several people have shown here, and that today's bill reflected only what was reflected in that budget. That's the first thing she was saying today. But the navigable waters were never mentioned in the March 2012 budget. That act was never mentioned once. So how can she say today that the reference to that act is found in the March 2012 budget when it wasn't there? And how can she explain my second question, that the references to the environment have been taken down from the government's websites when it was revealed that the Navigable Waters Act was going to be amended?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me preface everything I say by saying that this government is focused on jobs and growth. We don't want any impediments in place that are going to hamper the ability for jobs and growth in our country. And we know that the issues in this budget are available to all of our provincial partners and our municipal partners to make decisions on what is going to be best in their area to create jobs for their own area. In Newmarket Aurora, we have people who are unemployed, who are looking for opportunities, and we know that this budget is going to do that for them.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech, but I'd like to ask her a question about pensions. And I noticed she waxed lyrical on how marvelous were these pooled pensions that the government introduced into its budget. I will acknowledge that we Liberals supported that measure, but only because it's better than nothing. What we had proposed, a supplementary Canada pension plan, would, I submit, have been far superior, largely because the government's proposal is private sector, and Canada has one of the highest management fees in the world, whereas the supplementary CPP is way lower cost and would have provided competition for this private sector. And a difference of only 1 percentage point in the management fee can have a huge negative effect on a person's pension because of the power of compound interest. So I would ask her, while PRPPs are better than nothing, would she not agree that for the reasons I've just given, it would have been much better to do a supplementary Canada pension plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me remind that honourable member that he had 13 long years in this House to do something about pension plans and did not approach them at all, ever. So what we're doing is putting in place the opportunity for employers to have a pooled pension plan for their employees. Mr. Speaker, I come from small business. I've run a small business for a long time. And I know many of my compatriots who are members of the Aurora and Newmarket Chambers of Commerce who have had no access in the past to having any sort of a pension plan. We know that this is going to offer them the opportunity to put a pension plan in place to offer more security for their employees. We know that any changes to CPP requires provincial agreement from all the provinces. We know that that may be very difficult to get, and so putting in place a pooled pension plan is going to give more options for more people to have security for the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the speech from my colleague from Newmarket Aurora, and I did speak a little bit about the pooled pension for individuals and organizations in my riding. It was very positive comments that I got. However, my question to the member from Newmarket Aurora, my colleague with her great speech, she also talked about small business, and we have celebrated Small Business Week here just recently, and I would like to know what her thoughts are in terms of the additional $1,000 on EI benefits that are available to small business, and will that help small business and encourage future growth and job opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary, you have only about 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely going to help. It's going to allow those businesses that are on the verge of perhaps one more hire because they need one more person to make the decision to positively create that new job, because that amount of payroll tax is going to, it could throw them over the edge of not hiring that person. This is a credit that is going to allow businesses to create more jobs. That's good for everybody in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege today to rise and speak on Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by talking about process again and about roles and responsibilities. When I was elected as a Member of Parliament to come and represent my constituents in these hallowed halls of our parliamentary democracy, I came here with the understanding that I had a key role to play in budgetary oversight, holding the government accountable for the decisions they make to spend the hard-earned money of Canadians, and also to pay a great deal of attention and do due diligence when it came to fiduciary matters. And last spring, I was prevented from doing that by the Trojan horse omnibus bill, which, by the way, was so thick and so dense that it was bigger than many telephone directories across this beautiful country. And during that process, the feedback back from Canadians was that it was not parliamentary democracy, that was not acceptable. I heard from hundreds of my constituents and from other Canadians who were a little bit shocked that a government who, while they were a government in waiting, were always talking about transparency and accountability, were burying so much stuff and making such drastic changes in an omnibus bill. And you would have thought after that, after having buried deletion of immigration files, gutting the environmental protections, and many other areas that were in the previous bill, including changing the age for pension, old age security, you would think after that our government, the Conservatives, would have learned a lesson and decide we have to do things differently. But oh no, we come back this fall and what we have is the Implementation Act, C-45, which is still the size of a phone book, that I would argue would be larger than many of our places across Canada. And once again, I, as an elected parliamentarian, representing the beautiful riding of Newton North Delta, a riding that is struggling with many, many issues that need to be addressed right now, once again, I am faced with a piece of legislation that purports to be a budget implementation bill, but actually has included in it many new items. I was in this House when the Minister of Finance actually told the colleagues across this aisle, go and do your homework. You've had this budget. There is nothing new in it. And it only took till the next morning before media picked up on all the new stuff that was in this budget. And what really became evident is that the minister himself had not done his homework and was not aware of what was in his own budget, or that he is trying to fool Canadians by burying things in this budget and pretending they are not there. And one of those issues, once again, are changes to our environmental protections. The navigation Act, changes to the Navigation Act. You know, people keep saying it's not about water. I keep saying, what do boats and ships travel on if not water? What are we thinking about navigating down? It's not roads. They are waterways. So I don't see why that separation occurs. Once again, Mr. Speaker, here we are as parliamentarians being denied our fundamental responsibility, denied the right to exercise that fundamental responsibility to scrutinize and debate a budget. And I have heard colleague after colleague stand in this House urging this government, and especially my colleagues across the aisle, to just give us unanimous consent so we can take portions of this budget, take it to the appropriate committees, and there are not 45 of them, take it to the appropriate committees and give due diligence where we can examine, where we can amend, and we can engage Canadians in some of those discussions. But once again, I have not seen unanimous consent being given. My colleague from Halifax tried again today, and I was quite moved by her plea for the other side to be reasonable. But once again, they were not reasonable. Mr. Speaker, one of the key things here is I keep hearing about the job creation. This is a budget about job creation. And yet, an independent parliamentary budget officer actually says that this budget implementation will actually cost over 43,000 Canadian jobs. And so here we have an independent parliamentary budget officer saying this, and a colleague after colleague of mine who sit across the aisle keep talking about how this is going to be such a great boon to growing jobs, when we know that that is not so. Also, I'm getting a little bit tired of all the breaks that are in this budget that are going to support small businesses. You know, I come from a background of family that has been engaged in running small businesses, and in my community, the engine of our economy in that area is our small family-owned businesses. And what do we have? This great measure that is built into this budget. I am saying it doesn't go long enough. We need to support our small and medium-sized businesses by giving them the breaks and not the wealthy corporations that take the jobs out of the country and take the money out of the country. But once again, this government in this budget fails the small and medium-sized businesses. This is what they create in this budget, a maximum of $1,000 in credits on their new EI employer payments. That's it. And to add insult to injury, it is only available to the employers for the 2012 tax year. So by the time Bill C-45 gets passed through all the stages, though mind you, they've moved time allocation, so it'll pass through all the stages at lightning speed once again, because they do have a majority which they're determined to abuse. This tax credit and the availability of it will actually expire. And the small and medium-sized businesses I talk to in my riding, they need a lot more attention than this. And I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, that they are very, very worried about where this government is taking us. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the environmental issues, because my colleague here does such an excellent job at her committee, and also she has raised those concerns ad nauseum. You know, Mr. Speaker, like other MPs, I get amazing emails from my riding, and my colleague from Halifax read some of those into the record today, And this morning I was responding to emails from my riding, and you know what they were talking about, Mr. Speaker? They're talking about the Enbridge pipeline and their opposition to it. They're talking about the gutting of environmental protections. They're talking about the lack of support for our young people to go out and get jobs. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I am getting so frustrated and tired with this constant idea that we've got growing jobs when I know that it's the temporary foreign worker category that has increased by 200%. 200%. And I want to see a real job-growing strategy of this government instead of words, words, and useless words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in last summer we had the omnibus bill where there was a where the government actually deleted foreign workers that were waiting in a backlog for many years. And in this particular bill, there's another change in regards to immigration, where individuals that are wanting to visit Canada are going to have to go through a different process, and it's an attempt to establish some source of revenue or something of that nature within this particular bill. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment on those two issues, two separate budget bills that ultimately should have been brought forward in another form, which would have enabled us to be able to deal with these issues in the Immigration Committee and possibly focus attention on those two issues here on the floor of the House of Commons, as opposed to being bundled up and pushed through on a budget bill, when in fact they are very important issues in their own right that should have been given extra consideration. Does she not agree?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg for his question, and I have the privilege of serving with him on our Standing Committee on Immigration, and there we have shared our frustrations. The member may not know, but yesterday I did move in this House. I sought unanimous consent to take the portion out of this budget that has to do with immigration and send it to the committee where we can give it the proper oversight and make sure that we are not making up our immigration policy on the back of a napkin. But it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, and in response to my colleague, that we are sending a message to people around the world that is very much not the message that I and many people I talk to who are Canadians would want to send. And that is, when you play by the rules and you're waiting in line to get into our country, that we can arbitrarily pick a date and delete all your files. And I'm also saying, Mr. Speaker, that we have to take a look at the vast, huge increase in temporary foreign workers and make sure that we're not going down the same path of mistakes we made in the past. And let's hope this doesn't lead to other apologies we may have to make in the future.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question to my colleague along the same lines of what was said earlier. There are many things in this bill that have nothing to do with a budget necessarily and don't have a link between each other. I'd like to get back to what one of my colleagues said. The chairman of the Finance Committee had asked a Liberal member whether he agreed with any particular measure, and that leads me to ask, should we split this bill? When it's possible to agree with some parts of it, we're less in agreement with others. It stops the work of MPs to have to vote on large things that include all kinds of stuff.
Recently, we've heard a lot from the other side of the House about, well, you voted against this, you voted against that, you voted against that. Well, Mr. Speaker, they open up voting because what they do is they put so many things in a bill. They put in so much stuff that is unpalatable to Canadians in a budget bill, and then they insist there be only one vote. And here we are again. They wanted us to vote on raising the OAS recipient age from 65 to 67. And they put that into the same budget bill that they put immigration changes, gutting of the Environmental Act. You know, let's have transparency. Let's see where each of the parliamentarians stand. Let's split up this budget and vote on these items separately so then we can truly hold all MPs accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly good morning, and it is still morning yet, and honourable colleagues in the House. I'm tremendously pleased today to be able to stand and speak on Bill C-45, the second budget implementation bill, the Jobs and Growth Act of 2012. Now, I've heard the opposition on many occasions say that Bill C-45, it's a large bill. Yes, it is. It is, Mr. Speaker, and necessarily so, and you might ask why, Mr. Speaker, because it is a comprehensive bill needed for these economic times that we're in. It is comprised of hundreds of pages of technical amendments, as well as concrete policy that reflects, considers, and demands our immediate attention. Mr. Speaker, through extensive consultations with stakeholders, sector leaders, academics, and everyday Canadians, we see a better way to keep our country economically robust going forward. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-45 is representative of broad-based opinion across this country. And as such, our Conservative government was given a strong mandate in the last election to stay focused on what matters, creating jobs and growing the economy. Because a strong economy isn't just something that affects a few. It ultimately means more money in Canadians' pockets for their groceries, their rent, childcare expenses. It means the difference to many families that have been able to tuck away a few bucks in a savings account at the end of the month, instead of living paycheck to paycheck, or sadly, in many cases, no paycheck at all. And Mr. Speaker, it can also mean a young couple can turn the dream of owning a house into a reality. And it means that a small business owner can hire an extra couple of employees or more this year, or a farmer can continue to do what his father and grandfather have done on their land for generations. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does not mean to do is what the socialist opposition on the other side believe the panacea for all circumstances is: raise taxes. Well, of the many tax increases they propose, and of course we've heard it many times in this House, and it bears repeating again, their $21 billion carbon tax would decimate industry, transportation, commerce, and negatively affect literally every citizen in the country. Mr. Speaker, we vehemently disagree with that approach. Raising taxes is not the answer. Raising taxes would literally be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg. Raising taxes raises costs, decreases productivity, decreases competitiveness, and of course, kills jobs. Mr. Speaker, raising taxes crushes entrepreneurship and affects both small and large businesses. And no one's exempt, Mr. Speaker. Then no jobs resulting, no money for groceries, housing, childcare, and all of the social necessities. Bill C-45, in contrast, Mr. Speaker, has initiatives which builds a strong economy, supports Canadian families and communities, and creates jobs. And importantly, it respects taxpayers' dollars because we know how hard everyone works for every dollar that they earn. So let me take just a moment to go over some of these initiatives which will create jobs and maintain and grow our strong economy. First of all, let's talk business. Speaking from personal experience, I can assure you, as a small business owner for over 38 years, who has employed hundreds of people, both I and our Conservative government understand and recognize that small business plays a tremendous and pivotal role in the economy and in the creation of jobs. Last year, 534,000 employers benefited from the hiring credit for small business. In Bill C-45, we will extend that credit of up to $1,000 for another year, which will encourage more hiring of employees and lower total business payroll taxes by $205 million. And we will extend the capital cost allowance, creating an environment for more investment and more jobs. Now, the opposition simply criticizes this by saying we're giving money to businesses, large, small. Well, that is categorically wrong. Businesses must invest in capital assets, building or equipment in order to receive that taxable credit. So let me just use an example, a company in my riding, one of many, Procter & Gamble. It is a large company, but they've invested significantly in new production lines by expanding facilities and purchasing equipment. This investment in job creation results, of course, in more profitability for the company, but subsequently more taxes then received by the various levels of government, federal, provincial, even municipal from a property tax point of view, as well, of course, as more personal tax from either added employees and or the continuation of the good jobs that they're paying taxes with now. And in addition, there's all kinds of other side benefits too, Mr. Speaker, from having a strong business community. This company, as an example, and its employees are generous contributors to local fundraising, whether it's through the United Way, the Health Corps Corporation, and the spin-off through our communities is absolutely tremendous. Mr. Speaker, that is the genesis of job creation. Well, jobs will also be created with many measures that we have introduced to promote interprovincial trade, to improve the legislative framework governing Canada's financial institutions, to facilitate cross-border travel and reduce delay is critical. Mr. Speaker, at the border, time is money. Time spent on delay costs the Canadian economy and the cost of jobs. We also need to remove bureaucratic obstacles and reduce fees for Canadian grain farmers, and we're doing it with the Canada Grain Act. We're supporting Canada's commercial aviation sector, where we are leaders in the world. As an example, CAA Simulators, a company out of Montreal and around, they've just, of course, have a new investment at CFB Trenton and other areas. They're taking advantage of our capital acquisition costs of new aircraft, the training facilities. This is a huge boon for many, many areas, and certainly for jobs in Canada. And very importantly, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping Canadian families and seniors. Bill C-45 commits measures to improve the Registered Disability Savings Plan, implement the tax framework for pooled registered retirement plans, and initiatives in Bill C-45 also promote clean energy and promote the neutrality of the tax system by expanding tax relief for investment in clean energy generation equipment. This helps to keep Canadian dollars at home, which creates jobs and stimulates local economies. And, Mr. Speaker, we respect the Canadian taxpayer. We're moving to ensure the pension plans of MPs, of senators, and all federal public service employees are not only sustainable, but financially responsible and fair and consistent with pension plans in the private sector. And we're proud that Canada has achieved the strongest economic performance of the G7, as verified by literally each and all and every international body, from the World Fund to the World Bank to the International Monetary Fund. The list goes on. Mr. Speaker, over 820,000 net new jobs have been created since 2009. These are numbers that this entire House can and should be proud of. But we know it's still not enough. It's never enough as long as there are still too many Canadians looking for work. But on top of that, we have challenges. The global economy remains in a delicate position, particularly in Europe and, of course, in the U.S., where they're encouraging and actually, I suppose, accumulating debt in excess of $1 trillion a year. That's definitely troublesome. But because of that, because of issues beyond our control, we must continue to focus on getting Canadians working and providing an economic climate where entrepreneurs and businesses are able to flourish and to continue creating jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses, it recognizes, and it builds upon our commitment to return to a balanced budget. We must pay down our debt, Mr. Speaker. Debt, I look on it as the mortgage on the future of our children. Canadians should be able to look ahead and see a bright future for themselves and their children, and I can assure you that our government is committed to working hard to make that a reality. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all members on all sides of the House. We have our challenges when we have different opinions or viewpoints or perspectives on an issue, but I think we can all commit to a passion for improving the lives of our citizens and our country on all sides of the House here, and I certainly welcome comments from my colleagues on the other side of the House, and hopefully we can try to find a way to continue to work together to better society and, of course, the Canadian citizens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, I listened with great interest and a measure of incredulity at my colleague's speech. He talks about a strong mandate. I'd like to remind my friend across the way that this government is governing with about less than 40% of voters voted for this government, less than 20% of the eligible voting population. This is not a mandate. This is not some kind of strong mandate that you've got on the other side, and yet you've driven up the deficit in this country to a level where it's the record deficit in Canadian history, and here you are talking about debt reduction as though you're some kind of fiscally responsible government instead of the cowboy capitalists that you are over on that side of the House. Let's be honest about it, Mr. Speaker. So my question here is, well, I've got a number of questions, but page 32 of the 2008 Conservative election platform clearly states that the government intended on a cap-and-trade program. You should read your program. You should read your platform. And Mr. Speaker, my question...
Order. I would remind this honourable member to direct all of his comments to the chair and not to his colleagues on the side of the House. If he could get to the question, please.
Speaker, my apologies, and I will focus my attention towards you and only you today, Mr. Speaker. My question to my honourable colleague across the way is, how is it that the government can table this budget implementation bill that the Parliamentary Budget Officer says is going to actually reduce jobs in this country, not increase jobs?
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very, very unfortunate that the member opposite doesn't seem to have a reality of the electoral system in Canada. I can just give him a little bit of history on it. Of course, how many times in the history of this country has a government achieved a majority government in this country with over 50%? Very, very seldom. We do not have a two-party system. We have a multi-party system. I was fortunate in my riding. I had over 50%. I'd earned the support of enough people in our riding that I was very, very pleased to do that. But I can also recall I was with the party at one point when we were reduced to two seats, and yet we had 26% of the vote. So you see, there's always an imbalance. There's always what is perceived to be an unfairness, but the reality is it is the number of seats in the House of Commons, and if you have 50% plus one, you have a majority. We have substantially more than that, and thank goodness, so that we're not held in a situation like we are, where we're in complete stagnation and deadlock and gridlock like they are in the States. We can actually get something done here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member talked about improving the lives of all Canadians, and I respect his comments, and I think that we have consistently tried to do that here in terms of policy ideas that are coming from the Liberal Party. And the best example I can give of that is, in fact, the old age supplement. The government is, in fact, cutting back, now suggesting that people would retire at age 67. At the end of the day, that will put more Canadian citizens into poverty. And when you take a look at the facts, and the facts are very clear from independent sources, saying that there is no crisis, that Canada can't afford to keep it at age 65. I wonder if the member could provide his personal take on why or how does the government justify increasing the retirement age from 65 to 67 when the facts speak differently, and we can improve the lives of Canadians, our seniors, by allowing them to continue to retire at age 65?
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can speak from first hand, being a senior.
No.
But I know it doesn't seem possible. Doesn't seem possible. I know I only appear to be 35 years old, Mr. Speaker. However, one of the problems we have, Mr. Speaker, is that the honourable member across mentioned, but there is no crisis. And it was also mentioned by another leader of the official opposition, there's no crisis. Well, a government has a responsibility to prevent a crisis, not to act when there is a crisis. Now, we are thinking ahead. That is what a prudent government does, that plans for the future. You know, you don't have to be an international economist to recognize that there's a very, very simple equation here. We have people growing older. We have a growing segment of seniors who will be eligible for pension. You have people living longer. They're going to be able to be receiving pension for a significant amount of time, and you have fewer and fewer people that are paying into the capacity. It was 10 to 12 to 1, and very shortly in the near future, 15, 20 years down the road, it's going to be 4 to 1. That is not sustainable. A prudent government thinks ahead, they plan ahead, they deliver results, not just for now, but for later. And would it be a challenge to move to it immediately? Absolutely. I agree with my honourable colleague there. That's why we have given a significant amount of time to be able to work and provide the acclimatization that is necessary.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to show my support for Bill C-45, the Jobs and Growth Act, and I am pleased to see our government continue the focus so squarely on the economic challenges facing our citizens, our communities, and our country. Bill C-45 will implement key measures from the Economic Action Plan 2012 to help grow Canada's economy, fuel job creation, and secure Canada's long-term prosperity. Throughout the year, I have the pleasure of hosting budget consultations in Barrie with a variety of stakeholders, and the one common theme throughout has always been a focus on job creation and economic growth as being something fundamentally important to people from all different sectors in my community. Each stakeholder has provided insightful contributions from the different aspects of our city, but they all share the same concerns, as do most Canadians: ensuring good jobs are available, keeping taxes low, and the continuation of sensible investments being made to achieve our common goals of long-term growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, through the steady leadership of our Prime Minister and our Minister of Finance, we have seen Canada's economy expand in 11 of the last 12 quarters since mid-2009. We have seen Canada create over 820,000 net new jobs over the same period, and Canada has had by far the best rate of job creation in the entire G7 since 2006. We have seen Canada maintain its AAA credit rating through the period of economic downturn and uncertainty, and we continue to see Canada with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio and the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. Both the Independent International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, forecast Canada will be at the head of the pack for economic growth in the G7 in the years ahead. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly proud to share with the House what the head of the International Monetary Fund thinks of our government's handling of the economy since the global economic crisis hit in 2008. And these comments came out actually just this week. The IMF's Christine Lagarde declares that Canada's economy should be a model for the countries trying to fix their own financial systems. Just last week, she said that Canada has been a leader in creating policies intended to rein in the buildup of household debt. She went on to say that Canada is identified around the globe by our values of coordination and consensus building, which have given our country what she called influence beyond its years. Ms. Lagarde also applauded the decision of our Finance Minister to boost down payments on new mortgages for home buyers as an example of household debt restraint that others should follow. She said all of these new reforms comprise the tools so far that will help us shape our future financial system. We must shape the system so it cannot again hold us ransom to the consequence of its failings. Mr. Speaker, a well-capitalized financial sector and a sound regulatory and supervisory system meant that financial institutions in Canada were better able to weather the 2008 global financial crisis than other countries. Indeed, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world for 5 straight years. Our government is committed to maintaining this Canadian advantage. Canada has made significant progress in implementing the G20 financial sector reform agenda and will continue to play a leadership role in promoting a sound financial sector regulatory internationally. Our government appreciates the IMF recognizing these important achievements. However, in all this good news, the global economy remains fragile. Canada is not immune to the renewed weakness in the global economy, especially in Europe. In particular, Canada has been affected by the lower commodity prices, which are dampening government revenue growth. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to focus even more on jobs and promoting economic growth and realizing savings within government operations to ensure Canada's economic advantage remains strong into the long term. At the same time, it's just as important that we continue making key investments in innovation and education to help make sure that Canada continues to create good jobs and that Canadians are ready to fill them. We are supporting Canadian universities and researchers with a strengthened emphasis on projects that have a commercial potential. Economic Action Plan 2012 took significant steps to encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, and world-class research with over $1.1 billion in significant investments for research and development, $500 million for venture capital, support for increased public and private research collaboration, and much, much more. Just last month, I was proud to see this have an effect in my own riding in Barrie, Ontario. I was proud to be on hand officially to open the IBM Data and Research Centre in the south end of Barrie. This new data centre in Barrie is part of a much larger project. The federal government's $20 million investment was the catalyst for IBM's $213 million initiative to create a Southern Ontario smart computing and innovation platform. Our government's investment targeted to create 145 full-time positions, high-skilled, high-paying, in 3 different cities in Southern Ontario, including 45 positions at the Barrie site. These are not job transfers, they are new hires. And it's also creating a research and development center within the IBM site that's going to do research on clean energy, environmental systems, and brain mapping, neural mapping. So it's state-of-the-art research, and it's exciting to see what a private and public partnership can do to create jobs in Southern Ontario. Another example of this focus on innovation by our government that I'm seeing work firsthand in my riding was just this summer in August. I was on hand to see a company transfer their manufacturing from China back to Barrie, a company that had outsourced their production of 18 jobs to China, decided to bring them back. And this summer they opened up their manufacturing in Barrie again, and with a $900,000 repayable loan from FedDev Ontario, we were able to repatriate those jobs. And this is an important sector. South Medic is in the medical device sector, and right now this sector is valued at $6.4 billion in Canada, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of what Canada is capable of to see this sector grow. These are 2 great examples of the types of partnerships that government is forging. These are the kind of partnerships that will create a better future for all Canadians and, most importantly, new jobs. Another great partnership that the Economic Action Plan pledged to carry on was that of the continued cleanup of Lake Simcoe. In 2008, you may remember that this government made an unprecedented $30 million investment into the cleanup of Lake Simcoe. And was an extremely welcome initiative because Lake Simcoe and Kempenfelt Bay is certainly a jewel that we treasure in Simcoe County. Phosphorus levels were at an all-time high, and we needed action to help reverse that trend because high phosphorus levels means excessive weed growth in Lake Simcoe. It meant reduced marine habitat, and we couldn't have this happen to what really was a jewel in our community. The health of our lake is paramount to the future of the city of Barrie and all of Simcoe County and the surrounding areas. Tourism is something that's vital to our local economy, and Lake Simcoe is certainly at the heart of the tourism market. And I'm happy to report that since the investment of the $30 million, we've seen phosphorus levels go down every year. We are making tremendous strides on the cleanup of Lake Simcoe to make sure that future generations in Barrie and Simcoe County will have the same pristine lake that we've been able to enjoy over so many decades in our community. And this Economic Action Plan 2012 continued the commitment to clean up Lake Simcoe. The 5-year cleanup fund had expired, but this budget expressed a willingness and a commitment to renew this fund and to continue the cleanup of Lake Simcoe. And I can tell you that is something that is tremendously appreciated in our community, and I'm so glad that our Minister of Finance had the wisdom to recognize that this was a fund, this was a partnership that was working. The federal dollars, leveraged with funds from the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority and all the municipalities in Simcoe County, has made a profound impact on our local environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very pleased to see that Bill C-45 is extending the hiring credit for small businesses for another year. The credit of up to $1,000 against EI premiums is a great help to encourage more small businesses. Small businesses are the engine for job creation in Canada and are indispensable in their role as job creators. I see that every day in Barrie. Small businesses are certainly at the heart of our community, and it's great to see a budget that certainly helps small businesses. Realizing that I am limited in time, I just wanted to say that I want to commend my colleague, the Minister of Finance, on the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. The bill builds on terrific work laid out in the Economic Action Plan, and it meets the economic challenges facing our country head-on. On behalf of my constituents and the various stakeholders in Barrie, I want to sincerely thank the Minister and his team for their hard work on what will be an excellent investment and understanding of the Canadian economy.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neja, Témiscouata des Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we have a lot of concerns in terms of the manner in which this bill, C-45, was presented to us as the official opposition. Several times, members have asked if various specific sections of the bill, which in our opinion should be studied separately, indeed be split off from the bill. And what we're hearing from the government, and what we've heard since the beginning of the debate, is that, as the Minister of Finance mentioned, we thought mistakenly, that everything comes from the 2012 budget. And I'll mention one. Over the last few years, the Employment Insurance Office of Canada will continue to set the premium rates, but the government has limited the increase to 5 until the budget is balanced. And so this is in the budget of 2012. And what do we find in the budget implementation bill is that this office has been abolished. So I'd like the member who just made this presentation explain to us how the government can justify the fact that the measures that are indeed in the bill were in the budget, whereas that's not quite the case. And secondly, how come this government is so lacking in transparency and insists that several things that have nothing to do with this budget of 2012 be in this bill and not be studied separately?
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. In terms of the length of the budget bill, it's certainly consistent with past budget bills we've seen, whether in the previous Liberal government or in recent budgets. Obviously, this budget was ambitious, and it's important to have an ambitious agenda that covers many areas because we are in the midst of a still very fragile global economy. And the fact that Canada has led the way is because we're being so ambitious and doing everything possible to create to make sure we have a government that is lean, that's efficient, and a government that creates jobs and focuses its efforts on creating jobs. And I realize the NDP have a different philosophy when it comes to budgets, and they're certainly entitled to disagree. I remember when they were in power in Ontario, the results of their philosophy on governing was to run the government a massive, massive deficit, to see Ontario lose 10,000 jobs, and actually to shut down medical enrollment in med schools in Ontario. They took cuts to key programs. That's certainly an approach that we don't adopt here. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's comments in regards to the importance of our lakes. He talked about, from a tourist point of view, from an economic point of view, it's also the most responsible thing to do in terms of our environment, Mr. Speaker. So he seems to recognize the value of our lakes, yet under this government, of course, Canadians will know that this government is closing the environmental lakes area. the research station, and the profound impact that that is going to have in terms of the quality of our lakes and rivers. And I ask the member, does he not see that the cut of service for the environmental lakes area is going to have a negative impact on a major component of his speech, and that is the importance of our lakes and having strong, healthy lakes going forward?
The honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the member brought up the importance of our lakes, because I can tell you it wasn't just Lake Simcoe that this government invested funds in the cleanup. It was Lake Winnipeg. I'm sure the member knows that our Prime Minister was in Manitoba on August 2nd of this year to make that profound commitment to Lake Winnipeg. And I would note that never in our history have we seen a federal government invest so much in cleaning up our lakes. You know, when the Liberals were in power, the party that the member belongs to, they completely declined to have any efforts to clean up Lake Winnipeg. And it was a shame. We saw Lake Winnipeg reach, unfortunately, its worst state because of this complete lack of interest in the health of Lake Winnipeg. It took a Conservative government and a Conservative Prime Minister to finally invest in cleaning up Lake Simcoe and cleaning up Lake Winnipeg. And if the member opposite is truly committed to supporting the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg, you would think he'd support this budget wholeheartedly.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to start, I guess, on that particular point, I can assure the member that whether it's Liberal, federal, national administrations or other political parties at the provincial level, that there has been attempts in the past to be able to improve the quality of our lakes. And I think in good part it has been very successful in doing that. There is always room to improve. And what is very clear in this regard, specifically on this budget, is that the government has deemed it necessary to get rid of the ELA, which will have a very profound impact on the quality of fresh water going forward. And it's most unfortunate that the member doesn't recognize that particular cut. Generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, it's great to be able to stand and speak on Bill C-45. C-45 is a unique piece of legislation, a bill that ultimately slaps democracy. It's a cheap shot at democracy, and I think sometimes we take things for granted. Bill C-45, taken into consideration with its twin other budget bill that was brought in the summertime, or just prior to the summer break, it's an insult to this House, Mr. Speaker, in terms of its attempt and what it's trying to be able to accomplish. Taking so many pieces of legislation and making changes to legislation, Mr. Speaker, through the back door of using the budget. Now, this is something in which is not, unfortunately, unique. The government has, the Conservative government has tried to bring in amendments through the back door of using budget legislation now for the last couple of years, but this is by far the worst assault on process inside the House in the history of the House of Commons. And I found it was very interesting when the member from Wascana provided members a quote. And this is when today's Prime Minister, our Prime Minister of today, back in 1994, when the then Chrétien government brought in a bill that only dealt with 21 pages compared to hundreds of pages, Mr. Speaker, that dealt with only 3 or 4 items compared to dozens of items, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister today said this of the Prime Minister back in 1994, and I quote, "We can agree with some of the measures but oppose others. How do we express our views and the views of our constituents when the matters are so diverse? Dividing the bill into several components would allow members to represent views of their constituents on each of the different components in the bill." Mr. Speaker, he saw this as an assault on democracy and, in essence, challenged the Prime Minister to break down that bill of 21 pages. Well, Mr. Speaker, where is the Prime Minister today, and how far has his opinions changed? What the Prime Minister is doing by bringing in so many pieces of legislation in a back door of a budget is just wrong.
And, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that even though many might say that this is somewhat of a boring issue, that Canadians will, in fact, be reminded going into the next election, where a government tries to bring forward a complete legislative agenda through the back door of a budget debate. What we should be talking about is, in fact, the bigger picture of budgets. You know, in the past governments, we could talk about the Paul Martin, Jean Chrétien budgets where we saw surpluses. That's right, Mr. Speaker. This government actually inherited a surplus. And, Mr. Speaker, they turned that surplus into a deficit situation. We can talk about equalization payments. And there was a commitment from Liberal administrations to enhance and give what is necessary to ensure that there is quality equalization payments and transfer payments, including health transfers. There was more money given in health transfers and equalization payments in the years of the Liberal administration in the last decade before, Mr. Speaker, than that was ever given before. It was the health care accord that was achieved by the Liberal administration that ultimately sees the number of dollars that we're seeing today going into health care. And, Mr. Speaker, the government of today tries to take the credit of those health care transfers. But it was a Liberal administration that came up with the formula. It was the Liberal administration that got rid of the tax credit formula, the old tax credit formula, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately guaranteed the ongoing financial security of health care transfers well into the future, Mr. Speaker. Those are the types of ideas that Liberal administrations have brought forward. The Conservatives, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, have been very lacking in ideas, in initiatives. They talk, Mr. Speaker, you spend billions of dollars. Sure, you're going to be able to identify some things that you're going to be able to do. If you're spending billions of dollars, there's going to be some good things. But it's the bigger picture that we need to look at. Let's look at the bigger picture of this bill, or of the budget, Mr. Speaker. And I know the government wants us to focus on talking about the budget. Well, what is the government really doing? It's decreasing services. If you're on employment insurance and you're trying to talk to a live body, good luck. If you're trying to deal with immigration services and you want to talk to a live body, good luck. It's just not going to happen. It's difficult, Mr. Speaker. This government has cut back on thousands and thousands of civil servant jobs. Those jobs provide real, live services to Canadians. On the other hand, they find that it's quite okay to increase the number of members of Parliament. They're saying we need fewer civil servants and more politicians, Mr. Speaker. I would ultimately, and I must say on that point, they do have the support of the New Democrats. The New Democrats also want to see more politicians inside the House of Commons. And I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that if they tuned into what Canadians really want, is they want quality service coming from the civil service, Mr. Speaker, and it's difficult to achieve that when you're cutting thousands of jobs. What they don't want to see is what the Conservatives and the NDP are wanting, and that's more politicians, Mr. Speaker. That's what I mean in terms of bad priorities. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for us to recognize that jobs are important. Shortly after the last federal election, the leader of the Liberal Party came out stating that the three most important issues facing us are jobs, jobs, and jobs. Jobs are important. It's just through jobs and employment that we're able to generate the wealth, that we're able to assist more people out of the economic disparity that's there, Mr. Speaker. We expect the government to do things in regards to jobs. Manitoba's been fairly hard hit. You know, good quality jobs is what Canadians want. The aerospace industry is an industry that's very important to my home province, and it's also important to other provinces also, Mr. Speaker. When Air Canada got rid of its overhaul maintenance, first by bringing it over to Avios, and then Avios disposing of it, where was the Government of Canada? Where was the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? Because inside the legislation, the Air Canada Public Participation Act, those jobs were guaranteed to Manitoba. Manitoba had a legislative guarantee to keep those good quality jobs. And the government did nothing. They turned, Mr. Speaker, only 1 minute to go. Maybe I could ask for leave to be able to extend it, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is that jobs are important. And the government has dropped the ball in creating good quality jobs. Crime prevention is important to the residents of Winnipeg North, to all Canadians. Yes, you can talk a lot about getting tough on crime. Some would ultimately suggest the government has been dumb on crime. What we really need is to get smart on crime and to prevent crimes from happening. We need programs that are going to prevent crimes from happening. And we're not seeing that sort of development, Mr. Speaker. We want to take a look in terms of healthcare and the important role that the government needs to play in providing strong national leadership on healthcare, Mr. Speaker. That has been lacking. We need a new healthcare accord that's going to guarantee it well into the future. Mr. Speaker, I take it my time has expired. I look forward, hopefully, for 1 or 2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his comments. You know, we sit kitty corner in the chamber, and without any listening devices, I could hear him. I could hear him very well. I appreciate his passion, but it's misdirected. I want to focus on a comment the member made about representation in the House of Commons. We have a system where the House of Commons is a representation by population as much as possible. This member has said that he thinks there's too many politicians, or too many representatives of the people, another way of putting it. Now, is he saying he's not in favor of BC getting additional seats, or Alberta, or Ontario, so that they are, or Quebec, so that they are represented appropriately in this chamber? It's a bit rich for a member from Manitoba to say that a vote in Manitoba is worth more than a vote in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. At the end of the day, what the government was hoping to accomplish by increasing the number of members of Parliament could have been accomplished by maintaining the 308, which, by the way, the Prime Minister at one time used to suggest that Canada needed no more than 300 members of Parliament. But it could have been achieved. In fact, the Liberal Party did provide a document which demonstrated just how that could have been done, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that there's a good number of the Conservative members that do not support the increase of the number of members of Parliament. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal Party stands alone in recognizing what is a value which is an interest of all Canadians, and that is that we do not need to increase the number of members of Parliament. Only the New Democrats and the Conservatives believe that we need to increase the number of MPs, and we believe that that is bad priorities, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Honourable Member in the corner struggles for some sort of relevancy in this House, he's perhaps wants to offer his own position as a sacrifice to Canada's fiscal health and welfare by maybe just Sitting down, perhaps, even, would be a start. But I wanted to ask my friend there about the Liberal government's own record around omnibus legislation. I mean, here they are going on right now, supporting our push to split up this omnibus bill, and yet in the 90s they did the same thing. And furthermore, we're talking about jobs here in this bill. We see an actual reduction in jobs, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for young people in this country, they get no support, no respite from this document here today. 15% unemployment rate among young people, and that's the official rate. We know it's much larger. And so I wanted to ask my honourable friend how this budget implementation bill reflects the fact that Canadians actually need to get back to work. We need strong legislation that supports Canadian workers. We don't see this here.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, first off, Mr. Speaker, let me correct the members. He has absolutely no understanding in terms of what he's talking about if he believes that Liberal omnibus bills are anywhere near to what the Conservative bill is. He has no understanding of it. If he's trying to say that the NDP would not bring in omnibus bills, what he needs to do is take a look at provincial jurisdictions where there have been NDP governments. And I can tell him that the national government of Canada is no worse than, in terms of during the 90s, than the provincial NDP were in other jurisdictions. So he needs to get a better understanding. The NDP are not as innocent as he might like to think that they are. In regards to the youth issue, yes, youth unemployment is a serious issue. Does Bill 45 really deal with it, Mr. Speaker? It would be nice to have had more of a general discussion about the budget debate, and there is a challenge for the government to produce more for young people in Canada. And when they cut back on the Kativamik program, which was a wonderful Trudeau program, I must say, Mr. Speaker, when they cut back on that particular program, it was one of the ways in which they demonstrated that they really don't understand.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank you for this opportunity to stand in this House and speak to Bill C-45. Which truly is bringing jobs and opportunity to Canada, and something that I am certainly going to speak in favour of. Mr. Speaker, today I stand in this House proud to be a representative of the Peace Country. I represent the riding of Peace River, which includes the better part of northwestern Alberta. And in this area, we know the value of jobs, opportunity, and growth. Over the last number of years, that is exactly what we have seen. I've often said that I'm proud to represent the Peace Country. It's a beautiful place, Mr. Speaker, but its beauty is only a small reason for me to be so proud. The larger reason to be so proud to represent that constituency, the constituency that is home, is where I grew up, where I was born. The reason I'm so proud is because of the people that live in the Peace Country, the people who are dedicated to growing the local economy, to building a stronger future, not only for our community, but the country in general. This past couple of weeks ago, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses announced that Grand Prairie, which is the largest urban centre in the riding that I represent, the largest city in the Peace Country, was recognized as the most entrepreneurial city. But that wasn't just this year, Mr. Speaker. That has been for the third year running. The people in the Peace Country understand the value of jobs and growth, and this bill speaks to so many of the issues that people from my riding have indicated are priorities for them, and that is why I am so proud to stand in this House and support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to represent and work for the people of my riding. I'm also proud to represent and work for Canadians in general from coast to coast. I've had, over the last couple of years, the privilege of serving in two specific and different roles. One was to be a commissioner of the Red Tape Reduction Commission, which traveled this country and heard from small business leaders across Canada. And they talked about the necessity of Canada leading in reducing red tape, because one of the biggest hindrances that Canadian businesses are facing is when it comes to red tape, government-created red tape. The second role that I'm going to speak to generally is my role as the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege to serve in this capacity since the last election, and I can tell you that it is truly a privilege for me to do that. And this budget has some important and good news for that role as well. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak first to my role as a Commissioner for the Red Tape Reduction Commission. I, along with 6 of my colleagues, 7 MPs in total, as well as representatives from the private sector, there was 7 representatives from the private sector that made up this national commission. For over a year and a half, we traveled the country of Canada from one coast to the other, hearing from small business leaders that were concerned about so many things. We know, and we knew going into this whole exercise, that Canadian small businesses and businesses in general have a huge burden when it comes to red tape. As a matter of fact, it's estimated that the cost of compliance for red tape that's created by government costs business across the country $30 billion on an annual basis. That's a huge amount of money, but there's also, of course, the frustration and the missed opportunities that businesses have when they are complying with unnecessary red tape, when they could otherwise be growing their companies. And we heard a whole host of different concerns when it comes to the amount of paperwork that government requires at both the federal, the provincial, and of course the municipal level as well, and in some cases the redundancy of that. And so we have seen as the budget of the last year's budget began the process of dealing with some of the red tape irritants. Specifically in the act that we see before us today is an issue that was brought up on a regular basis when we traveled the country, and it is relating to the changes to the Navigable Waters Act, Mr. Speaker. We heard from small business owners across this country the frustration as it related to the construction industry and as it related to industries that actually had to service and to build bridges and waterway structures from coast to coast. So from fishermen to people in the tourism industry, to people in the forestry sector, to people in the mining sector. We heard about the frustration as it relates to the navigable waters. But I don't have to be a commissioner at the national level to know that this is an irritant. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I have an example in my hand today. It was interesting that I heard a colleague from the NDP mention that she'd never heard of such frustration that anybody was experiencing. Well, I can tell you that it's on a regular basis that I hear of business leaders and municipalities who have had major frustration dealing with this outdated act. I can tell you that last year I received a letter from one of the largest forest product companies in my riding. They had an unfortunate circumstance where one of their temporary bridges was washed out. In the forestry sector, the industry can't rely solely on provincial and municipal roadways. They also have to have an integrated roadway network that is constructed and owned by the forestry company independent of government-owned infrastructure. And I'll just read briefly here through this letter. It was as a result of a washout of a temporary bridge that had been in place. And this forest company says, "We have received all necessary approvals for the demolition and construction of a new bridge, including approvals from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and Environment Alberta and Water. Both of these agencies have expedited their approvals, and they have ensured that all precautions have been taken as it relates to the environment and the protection of all of the." It goes on to explain the other things that they oversaw. But what was clear is that what would be undertaken by the navigable waters would simply be redundant. Already there had been an assurance that there'd be the transportation on that river, which isn't used for transportation, wouldn't be impeded. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, what was interesting to me is this company was proposing a bridge that would have less environmental impact because it spanned from one coastline to the other coastline without any disturbance to the banks. We had this bridge that was going to be a much taller bridge, so it would limit less any traffic underneath if in fact somebody wanted to canoe under what was a pretty small waterway. It had undertaken all of the things that would have, you and I would consider to be common sense, was already addressed by the company, and yet what we had was a delay that was unnecessary. And somebody in this House might ask, well, who cares? Who cares if there was a delay? Well, let me explain. I care because, as it explains further, they describe the bridge and the use for the bridge. The bridge is used to transport timber out of the forest. If the replacement is not in place for the remainder of the winter log haul, the mill will not have enough timber for the coming year, resulting in catastrophic economic impacts on the economy and on our community. What I found out, Mr. Speaker, was that there would be mass layoffs within one of the largest mills in the province of Alberta if, in fact, this bridge wasn't replaced. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the changes to the Navigation Protection Act are welcomed both by industry, people that create jobs and opportunity and growth in my community, but also my municipalities who have had similar circumstances and frustrations, especially as it relates to responding quickly after infrastructure is damaged as a result of weather. Mr. Speaker, the second point that I want to speak to, and something that I think is important and hasn't been discussed in this House very often in this debate, unfortunately not at all from the opposition benches, is the whole issue with regards to the changes to the land designation for First Nation lands. Mr. Speaker, in 1988, an amendment to the Indian Act was made to create the ability for First Nations to have more control over their own land, to create economic opportunity and prosperity for their communities. There's a couple of things that's going to be changed as a result of this Budget Act that we see in place today. One is that we're going to create an environment by which the threshold for voting would be similar to that of a federal or a provincial or municipal vote, where a simple majority will allow First Nations to move forward to see changes to the land designation. Second of all, we're going to create a less onerous and reduced red tape for First Nations as it relates to getting government approval for that. Mr. Speaker, these are only just 2 points. I know my time is up, but I'd be happy to go further in answering questions on either of these or any other.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy the discussions that go on in this place, particularly with this member who is very sincere about this bill. When he talks about this bill, the first part of his speech about navigable waters, I just have a question. I've been approached by a number of municipal leaders in Northern Ontario who are concerned that now when changes within waters, within municipal boundaries happen, that there is a downloading process that is now going to take place where municipalities are going to have to foot the cost of environmental assessments. Now, if that is true, I think that that's a real problem that this government hasn't considered. If they are not right, I wonder if the member could explain to us exactly how an environmental assessment now will take place in navigable waters which are within municipal limits.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the member that Navigable Waters Act is the primary goal of the Act is to preserve the navigation, to ensure that people that want to use the waterway to float down the river are able to do that. Of course, a lot has changed since this Act was first put into place. We're talking about quite an archaic piece of legislation, a time in which people were using canoes to transport goods for commerce. That doesn't happen anymore. We have different types of shipping. We have different mechanisms to transport our goods and services. So that provision within this bill is certainly changed based on new modes of transportation. In terms of environmental assessments, those provisions that required these provisions in the past continue. There is no change to the protection of the environment as a result of changing the definition of what it is to navigate a river.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for not mentioning the Canadian Wheat Board in his speech, which, as I've told him several times, is really a red-hot issue in my riding. But he mentioned small business a number of times, and I'd like to ask him a question about taxation of small business. Thanks to this Conservative government, as of January 1st next year, businesses, including small businesses, will pay an extra $410 million in EI premiums. And small businesses hate this tax, Mr. Speaker, because it is a direct tax on jobs and affects them disproportionately. Now, partially in compensation, the government's providing a tax credit worth half that amount, $205 million, which means that net, this government is increasing taxes on small business to the tune of $255 million per year. So how can this member support a bill which imposes big new taxes on small business? Is he that much in favor of higher taxes?
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, the simple answer is, to my honourable colleague opposite, is that if people have jobs, which our government has has been preoccupied in creating, they won't have to collect EI. And we do know that the system works such that as people draw down on the system, more needs to be put into the bank account. So if people are pulling out EI payments, more has to be put in. I think that's a principle that everybody understands. What the principle that most Canadians don't understand is where hard-working workers put money into the EI fund when the Liberals were in control of the coffers, and the Liberals decided just to raid the fund. We know where some of the money went, and that's the $40 million that still is missing after the sponsorship scandal. But quite frankly, if that money hadn't been raided, I'm certain that we wouldn't have to see the fluctuations within the rates that we've had to see to ensure that there's enough money to offset the costs.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a challenge to approach a bill of over 400 pages covering 40 different laws and have 10 minutes to try to make my way through it. I appreciate this chance to speak to the bill at second reading. I will, of course, be watching closely for work at committee and hope some of the concerns I have about the bill now can be repaired in committee so that I won't be bringing forward hundreds of amendments at report stage, which at this point appears likely. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say briefly that the increasing use of omnibus bills is an affront to democracy. It is not appropriate, and while other governments have perhaps trespassed close to the line before and created howls of opposition from members in the opposition of the day, certainly the current Privy Council has the Olympic world record holding for monster omnibus bills. No other government came close. So let's look at this one. What things here don't seem to belong at all in a proper budget bill? Oh, I meant to stop for 1/2 a second and say commendations to all sides of the House for the fact that we were able to split out and deal separately with MP pension reform. I think a lot of Canadians were happy to see that work. Perhaps we can do more by cooperation in the future to separate out those pieces that don't belong. But I will go quickly through some examples and then delve more deeply to two in particular. Don't think that removing the Hazardous Materials Information Review Commission properly belongs in an omnibus bill. And why are we getting rid of it? It helps provide information that's critical for business to know about hazardous materials. I lament, although this was in the budget, clearly it was a budget measure, to say I lament the further cuts. The current government has been cutting deeply into the credits that were put forward for research and development, specifically the scientific research and experimental development tax credit. If we look at our economy, and it's quite true that we weathered the economic storm better than most nations around the world, we had a better regulated banking system, quite frankly, and the current government can take no credit for that. But we did weather the storm better. If you look at the indicators of where we're falling behind, one area is in productivity, and productivity relates to R&D, and cutting R&D doesn't make sense. So I am concerned about significant cuts in this omnibus bill to research and experimental development tax credits. The Windsor-Detroit Bridge is highlighted in this bill, and I think a lot of people have waited a long time to see improvements there. We know we have some private sector opposition from the other side of the border. But I have to say I think it's an extremely bad precedent, and one opposed, by the way, by the Member of Parliament from Windsor, who himself is a great proponent of getting this project done, that the Act specifies that there will be no environmental assessment and that the following acts are exempt from the procedures for the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. There will be no Fisheries Act review. There will be no involvement of the Species at Risk Act. and there will be nothing from the Navigable Waters Protection Act. The assumption implicit in discarding legislative review under those acts is that somehow those acts are irrelevant on any project you really care about. I'm afraid that's really the truth of how this government operates, but that doesn't make it any the less lamentable to find it in this legislation. One piece I want to make take a bit more time to delve into it is one that may surprise this House. This bill is supposed to be about jobs and growth. We hear about that all the time. Well, a key economic sector in Canada we don't hear very much about, and I want to speak to the value of tourism. Tourism represents more of Canada's GDP than agriculture, forestry, and fisheries combined. It employs an estimated close to 600,000 Canadians, generating nearly $80 billion in economic activity. But we're losing ground in tourism. In the year 2002, Canada was rated number 7 in the world as a tourist destination among all nations. Guess what? In 2011, we dropped to 18th place, from 7th to 18th. In how many years? 9. What's happened? Well, policies of this current government, for one thing. One of the first things that the current Prime Minister did once forming government was remove the HST credit or GST credit that foreign visitors used to get. It was basically a goodwill gesture. It cost this country almost nothing because so few people applied to it. But they got rid of it. Then, of course, the move with the United States, and of course we can't blame any government on what the United States decides to do. I think we should have pushed more forcefully against it, that visitors to Canada and visitors to the U.S. travel across our borders with passports. That has hurt tourism a lot, so as, of course, the general climate after 9/11 hurt tourism from the United States. But we've hurt the tourism sector even more in C-38 by changing the rules around seasonal workers to make it harder for seasonal workers to leave an employment in an industry such as tourism and be reliably, dependently available to the employer when the tourist season begins again. But now we have this. Little mentioned in debate on the Omnibus Bill, found on page 270 on Division 16, under Immigration and Refugee Protection, mind you, is a whole new regime for tourists. It's for travelers to Canada. Any foreign national coming to Canada is now going to have to clear an application process in which they answer questions before they plan their vacation. It's going to create what they call an electronic travel authorization, although that's not the language of the Act. That's the language of the technical briefing. There'll be an electronic travel authorization. I have a couple of concerns with this, Mr. Speaker. One is that it will hurt tourism. No question about it. When we put visa requirements for countries in Mexico and in the old Soviet bloc nations, that had an effect on tourism. Anything that creates a barrier in a competitive tourist market where tourists can decide, do I want to take the train across Canada, or would I rather go take a tour down the Rhine by boat? You've got choices. And if one government says, oh, we'll see if we'll let you in, fill out this form, your choice is going to go somewhere else. This is a terrible mistake. It also, of course, is part of the over-securitized agenda to say, even if you want to visit Canada as a tourist, we have the right to put you on a no-fly list, and you're not coming here. Very concerned about this. In my remaining time, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the most egregious elements of Bill C-45, and that's changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. I hear my friends on the other side of the House say there have been many complaints because water that's only seasonably navigable falls under the Act. Surely, if those were the nature of the problems, they are problems you can deal with using a fly swatter. You didn't need to bring in the wrecking ball. If those are the problems, get out the fly swatter. What they've done under C-45, Mr. Speaker, is to take, I've been trying to estimate it, I think it's on the order of 99.5% of all the bodies of water within Canada, excluding our oceans, and removed them from the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Oh, they say, this act was never intended to be about navigable waters. It's only supposed to be about navigation. Let me just go back, Mr. Speaker, to some constitutional law for purposes of setting the context. You can't say with any sense or meaning this bill was only intended to do thus and such when a bill was passed in 1882 or since 1867, since navigation is a head of power for the federal government. You can't say, oh, well, in 1867, they never intended it to apply to the environmental assessment of a massive hydro dam. Of course they didn't. Neither did they intend, as Professor Peter HoC has pointed out, that undertakings connecting the provinces would include an interprovincial telephone system. It hadn't been invented yet. And as Professor HoC pointed out in one of his constitutional law texts, quote, "It is well established that the general language used to describe the classes of subjects or heads of power is not frozen in the sense in which it would have been understood in 1867. And then he goes on, he says, on the contrary, the words of the Act are to be given a progressive interpretation so that they are continuously adapted to new conditions and new ideas. Or as a member of the High Court ruled in 1930, Lord Sankey, the British North America Act, he wrote, planted in Canada a living tree, capable of growth and expansion within its natural limits. So it's entirely absurd to have the government members continually tell us the Fisheries Act was only supposed to ever be about fisheries, not fish. And the Navigable Waters Protection Act was never about waters, it's only about navigation. That is bad in law, it's bad in theory, and it's bad public policy. It's also false. These laws have been fundamental to environmental law in Canada. But I ask the question, if it's about navigation, why have they taken a wrecking ball to navigation? They've protected lakes in precious cottage country, close to where people live, where they claim there are all the complaints, and they've eliminated the law for the vast tens of thousands of millions of hectares of Canada where the lakes aren't cottage country. They've eliminated the protection on all but 62 rivers and 97 lakes. And who will step up to protect our rights of navigation? Under constitutional law, no province is allowed to step up and fill the void when the federal government runs from its responsibilities under the Constitution. This is unprecedented in the history of Canada. The federal government would willingly and deliberately remove itself from a field in which it is empowered under our Constitution. It leaves no protection for navigation, no protection for recreational use, no protection for rafting or kayaking, and in the process, it eliminates environmental law through most of Canada's waters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. In her speech, the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, referred to the electronic travel authorization. The electronic travel authorization is a mechanism that is actually designed to facilitate travel to Canada for low-risk travelers. It is something that will help us identify those that are of higher risk before they come to Canada. And we're living in a day and age where security is of primary concern, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Honourable Member is simply this. Does it not make sense to work with our partners around the world to ensure programs like the ETA are in place so that we can better protect our communities, to better protect our children, our families, and the places that they shop, where they go to school, from high-risk situations? We need to ensure, as a government, that people that come to this country are of no risk to Canadian citizens.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Richmond Hill for the question. You know, you have to get the balance right. Of course, we expect Canadian intelligence services and security services to be working diligently to prevent people who pose a danger to Canada to visit Canada. But the idea that this facilitates tourism is clearly contrary to the facts. Any new rule that requires tourists to Canada to go online or fill out a paper form, they must have that new paper form with them or they can't get into Canada. What kind of message is this to tourists? I think we've got the balance quite wrong. If we want to ensure that there are no tourists coming to Canada who could ever present a risk, I suggest you ban tourism. But to pretend that this somehow facilitates tourism is simply false.
Questions and
comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to ask the question about the environment. This member knows quite a bit about that, and she has brought forward something very interesting to the House of Commons. I would like to ask the question then about the fact that the Conservatives took out the word environment from their website when the NDP discovered that ultimately the Navigable Waters Protection Act is an environmental bill or act, and the website said that it protected the environment, and a few hours later
all references to the word environment were taken off the website as if by chance, as if it weren't planned. So I would like to ask my colleague what she thinks about what the Conservatives did and whether she thinks that this act was there to protect the environment.
Manage Gulf Islands.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. Yes, it is extremely interesting, and I think that it's even amusing, very amusing, that the member for Halifax asked the question to the government ministers with regard to the removal of the word environment from that website on the navigable waters protection. But it's all one and the same. That is, in the Constitution, we have the right, and in fact, the federal responsibility for the protection of navigation rights, and it is implicit within that. It's included within that the water is protected. So it is with time and with growth of environmental concerns that Navigable Waters Protection Act has become environmental legislation, and that is why there were all those mentions of the word environment on the website, and now they have made changes to C45 that are extremely dangerous to the vast majority of waterways throughout Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thrilled today to stand in support of Bill C-45. Many Canadians that I speak to are refreshed and excited to finally have a stable majority government that does exactly what it told voters it would do when it ran for election. We are focusing on Canadians' priorities in a time when strong, steady economic leadership is needed. Canadians elected our government to work building a stronger and more prosperous Canada. And that's what we've done. We promised to streamline bureaucratic processes and build a leaner and more effective public service. We promised to eliminate government duplication, red tape, and unnecessary paperwork. We promised to respect taxpayers' dollars and eliminate the deficit without raising taxes or cutting transfers. That's right. We promised to ensure the long-term sustainability of social programs. And we promise to aggressively implement pro-growth economic initiatives to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, in every area that I have just outlined, our government, this government, is delivering. And there is no doubt that our economic action plan is working. Over 820,000 net new jobs have been created, most of them full-time, most of them in the private sector. Our debt-to-GDP ratio remains the lowest in the G7 by far, and just yesterday it was reaffirmed that we remain on track for balanced budgets. The OECD and the IMF predict Canada's economic growth will be amongst the strongest in the G7 over the next 2 years. The World Economic Forum says our banks are the soundest in the world. Forbes magazine ranked Canada as the best place to do business in the world. And the IMF just recently singled out Canada as an economic model for the world to follow. Canadians know our plan is working, and Budget 2012 continues to build on the great progress we have made. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps most exciting is how our plan, the direction of this government, is delivering results in my riding of Brant. Now, like many communities in southwestern Ontario, the economy of Brant is evolving from large-scale, historic, heavy industrial manufacturing to value-added small and medium-sized companies. Brant has a rich history of heavy industrial manufacturing, dating back to the turn of the century, when Brantford was the third largest economy in Canada, only behind Toronto and Montreal. We revolutionized the farm out of our community by building the first tractors that were sold around the world. But recently, and due to the global economic climate and due to necessity, Brantford has been in a large transition. And I like to think of Brantford because of the great influence that post-secondary education has had on our community. I like to think that we are in our sophomore year. Manufacturing continues to evolve. As our mayor so rightfully states, our goal is to build a 21st century city and county, and we're excited about our future. The large influence of post-secondary growth in our community will be highlighted later in my speech. Canada is attracting the world's attention as countries look to safe havens for trade and investment, and our smart economic policies are giving Brant businesses a competitive advantage to capitalize on these new opportunities. Our plan to keep taxes low, cut red tape, promote investment, and aggressively expand trade is just what manufacturers and exporters need in our riding. Now, cutting red tape and one of the elements, another element of our 2012 budget, which is the small business tax credit for hiring, is something that I'm intimately familiar with as a business person in the building industry, where I owned my own company for over 23 years. I've held many economic roundtables in our community, and the one comment that keeps coming back over and over again is helping small business to hire new employees, and also cutting red tape, making the administrative side of business easier. And our government is also supporting by investing in post-secondary expansion, which is attracting students, businesses, jobs, and investment to our city and our now thriving downtown core. Our government has invested $13 million for the Laurier Research Academic Center and recently announced $16.7 million for the Laurier YMCA Athletic Complex. Now, some interesting statistics here. In a 2011 analysis commissioned by the City of Brantford, the number of Brantford businesses reporting a positive impact from post-secondary institutions tripled from 47%, that was up from 15% in 2005. Over the past dozen years, institutions have invested $130 million in Brantford's downtown core. A downtown core, by the way, that desperately needed an injection of people and investment. Mr. Speaker, I'm thrilled to stand in support of Canada's Economic Action Plan because it responds to the needs and priorities of my community, and it is delivering results for the people of Brant. But you don't have to take my word for it. Here's what Scott Lyons said about his company, Extend Communications' plan to bring 70 new jobs into our downtown. I quote, "We are really excited about reinvesting in the downtown. It's a vibrant and growing community down here. Brantford has a great workforce, and we are excited to be expanding our workforce right in the downtown." Another quote, here's what John Dimitrieff, CEO of Patriot Forge, recently said, and I quote, "Although Patriot Forge operates on both sides of the border, very soon Patriot will be undertaking a 35,000 square foot addition and expansion that will increase jobs and create new jobs right here in Brantford. That we are choosing to invest and expand in Canada is due in large part to the current government's plan that keeps taxes low and creates a competitive business environment. Mr. Speaker, the Massili Group is delivering 100 new jobs to Brantford because, according to its CEO, and I quote, "Brantford is an ideal location because of its proximity to the core markets in Canada and the United States, its manufacturing-friendly business environment, and our ability to retain and add to our highly skilled workforce." WePro Industries is actively recruiting resumes to fill over 500 jobs it projects to create in our downtown core by 2013. John Paul DeBure of Brant Screencraft recently purchased a plant and moved 50 jobs to Brantford. He said, "We looked at locating our finishing and distribution facility in Michigan. but the corporate tax cuts and programs provided by the Conservative government were the deciding factor to expanding Canada. Brantford's Mayor Chris Friel recently spoke about how small and medium-sized businesses are becoming a powerful engine of job growth in Brantford, as companies like Auto Modular, First Golf, Green Mantra Recycling, and Sunrise Warehousing Company grow and expand. He said, "It's not something that gets a lot of media attention, but a lot of small to medium-sized businesses have opened in Brantford in the past year, creating a lot of jobs. I'm not sure people realize or appreciate how important this is to the city." Indeed, on another statistic, office vacancy in Brantford has been cut in half over the last 2 to 3 years. Also over the past 2 years, Brantford has risen 35 spots to number 64 on the CFIB Communities in Boom ranking of Canada's most entrepreneurial cities. And Kathy Oden of the Brantford Brant Chamber of Commerce describes how a growing entrepreneurial spirit is reviving our community. They're opening up small restaurants, hair salons, spas, and expanding retail locations. Typically, they are fulfilling a dream or a desire that they have nurtured for some time when she speaks about that entrepreneurial spirit that we are feeling and experiencing. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Economic Action Plan is supporting jobs and growth in my riding of Brant. The good news doesn't stop for there. However, I believe my time is up. So, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all members of this House to support Bill C-45 on its speedy passage through the House of Commons.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was most interesting. I saw that my colleagues spoke about small and medium-sized businesses and jobs in his riding to the point that C-45 could help them, and the government could help employers from these small businesses in his riding. Well, looking through Bill C-45, I saw that one of the measures was the implementation of a temporary hiring tax credit for small businesses, and that's the biggest measure that's mentioned for job creation for small businesses in C-45, except for the fact that that's for a maximum of $1,000, that tax credit, and it's only for 2012. So, in other words, it'll already be over before Bill C-45 is even passed. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that, and what does he think is so wonderful for small business in this bill?
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question because, again, this is my background in terms of having a company that employed on average 20 to 30 people at any given point in time. Let me tell you the extent that the small business tax credit goes to, because it is known that 500,000 employers in Canada have taken advantage of the small business tax credit. And we are moving forward with that. We are extending it to businesses. This is a job creator. The other item that I mentioned in my speech that I would like to underscore is the fact that we are dealing with the red tape that small business people generally have a hard time dealing with because they don't have the resources to have someone on staff or take on the additional cost of dealing with all of the things that government demands of them on the administrative side of their businesses. So let me tell you this, when you look at C-45 and the action we have taken, we are moving forward to make it a lot easier for small businesses to deal with government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Essex.
Middlesex, but close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Brant County. I know that his background is actually in business. It's in a small or small business. Actually, the statistics, Mr. Speaker, that he's talked about in Brantford, I think speaks exponentially about not only the policies and legislation that has been brought forward by this government, but I got to tell you, if you ever follow this man back in his riding, you will understand the commitment that he's had in rebuilding part of his county, and that being in Brantford, and I thank him for that. But I'm going to follow up on the question from a colleague across the way, because sort of minimizing the significance, I think, of small businesses, in which we know 90% or 98% of the businesses in this country are small businesses that hire over 50-some% of the people. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask my colleague if he could actually expand just a little bit beyond what the extension of the tax credit for small businesses about what has actually happened over the time that is built, because what we find for this government is that we build continually from one budget to the other. What he might help us with in terms of small businesses.
The honourable member for Brant.
Well, I would thank the honourable member for this this opportunity to describe a little more about what our policies have done for small business, because we have continued to make a more attractive environment for people to begin small businesses. And many communities like ours rely on the creation of new businesses because it is not a perfect world where all the other companies within your riding or within your community stay in business. Some do shut down because of economic pressures and also competitive pressures, and they move to other jurisdictions. That's a reality. This is always fluid in our community. So yes, there are some companies that have moved on to other, either closed down or moved on to other jurisdictions. But what is important is exactly what C-45 does. It maintains the path that we are taking to create the platform for businesses to prosper. They are the job creators. They are the ones. Small business employees, small and medium-sized employees, 80% of the people in this country. And we continue to lay out for Canadians exactly what we said we would do, which are policies that align themselves to simplify being in business and also to prosper and create jobs.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak against yet another omnibus budget bill from this Conservative government. As with this spring's Trojan horse budget bill, New Democrats oppose C-45 both on content and process grounds. Le projet de loi 40...
Bill C-45 has some 450 pages and includes components that touch on a whole raft of disparate measures. And despite what the minister has said, these measures were not included in the 2012 budget bill. C-45 is bringing amendments to over 60 pieces of legislation and even contains an entirely new act. The bill follows in the same track as the last Trojan horse bill. It gives more power to ministers and weakens environmental protection measures. Once again, the Conservatives are attempting to have their legislative measures passed at top speed without allowing Canadians and members of Parliament to examine them carefully. On the subject of the Trojan House budget, Andrew Coyne, the Conservative commentator, said that it is asking Parliament to approve everything in a single vote. This is reprehensible behavior, and the NDP will not support this.
Their budget is about job creation, but like C-38, this bill, C-45, is lacking in significant measures to create jobs and stimulate growth in the long term. Tax credits to small business, contrary to what my colleagues across the way have just said, are short-term, very small in size, and in fact will only be available to employers for the 2012 taxation year, meaning that they'll almost be already over by the time Bill C-45 is passed. Now, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives has stated that in total, and I'm quoting, federal spending cuts would lead to the elimination of 70,000 full-time equivalent positions. I end quote. These are both public and private sector losses. So where is the Canada-wide strategy to create good jobs while 1.4 million Canadians are still unemployed? It's clear that Canadians it's clear that the Conservatives' austerity plan is not working. Instead, their austerity plan is a drag on our economy. In fact, on the very day that this bill was released, the minister suggested a downgrade would be announced in the fall economic update. But despite the growing evidence that their plan isn't working, Conservatives are stubbornly refusing to change the course. At a time when Canadian businesses most need to increase innovation and productivity to succeed in an increasingly competitive global economy, support to small business research and development, a driving force in innovation and productivity, has been cut. In their pre-budget consultation brief, Biotech Canada wrote, and I'm quoting, "Leading industrialized countries, including Australia and France, have recognized the spin-off benefits of investing in R&D tax credits and have recently made significant improvements to their respective programs in order to ensure Canada retains a competitive edge in attracting foreign direct investment and growing domestic research and development capacity. The SR and ED program, the SHRED program, should be examined with an eye to ensuring it remains a global leader." Where is the minister's plan to make the SHRED program a global leader? We're not seeing it. At a time when countries around the world are recognizing that environmental sustainability and economic growth must go together, the Conservatives continue to barrel down the path of environmental deregulation without consultation. In response to this spring's budget bill, Jessica Clogg of the West Coast Environmental Law wrote, quote, "By gutting Canada's long-standing environmental laws, the budget bill gives big oil and gas companies what they've been asking for, fewer environmental safeguards so they can push through resource mega projects with little regard to the environmental damage. It is Canadians and our children who will pay the cost," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have clearly not learned their lesson on the environment, and instead they're further weakening our ability to protect the environment and ensure sustainable development for future generations. Bill C-45 completely guts the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Thousands of waterways will be left without protection, which will mean fewer environmental reviews by Transport Canada. In fact, C-45 removes the words water protection from the name of the bill. It's now about, quote, navigation protection, end quote. Ariel Deranger of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nations has said, and I'm quoting, "This is unacceptable. They have made a unilateral decision to remove the protection of waterways without adequate consultation with First Nations communities that rely on river systems for navigation and cultural practices protected under treaty," end quote. Where's the plan to build a sustainable economy that will keep Canada competitive in the 21st century? This bill shows just how out of touch Conservatives are with Canadians' needs and goals. Unfortunately for Canadians, the Conservatives want to convince us that massive omnibus budget bills and an increasing lack of consultation and decreasing government transparency are apparently the new normal. Mr. Speaker, I just returned from monitoring the elections in Ukraine. Ukrainians have faced numerous challenges and roadblocks when it comes to democracy, and yet they keep fighting hard to be able to exercise their democratic rights. In this country, we have a proud democratic tradition, and yet we have a government that continues to undermine Parliament and undermine the rights of Canadians with undemocratic bills. I find it particularly striking that I'm standing in the House today debating an omnibus budget bill that continues on the disturbing Conservative trend of increasing the concentration of power and reducing government accountability.
Bill C-45 eliminates certain conditions and gives more power to ministers so they can take more decisions without consultation, without any accountability. The NDP has organized consultations on the Trojan Horse Bill, and during one of these, Matthew Carroll from Election said that Canadians want to have a real democracy that they can participate in and that's effective. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will always defend the concepts of transparency and accountability with pride. The NDP will always defend the protection of the environment. Canadians deserve a government that listens to the concerns of its people. But in the springtime, the Conservatives used a Trojan horse budget implementation bill to attack old age security, employment insurance, and transfers to the provinces, as well as for health care services. It's bringing back to the Stone Age in terms of environmental regulation. And this bill is showing us that the Conservatives did not listen to Canadians who were outraged by Bill C-38.
To grow a sustainable economy for the future, the Conservatives are focused on gutting environmental protection. While Canadians want increased transparency from their government, Conservatives are continuing to keep Canadians in the dark and make changes to laws without consultation. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will oppose the Budget 2012 and its implementation bills unless amended to focus on the priorities of Canadians, creating good quality jobs, protecting our environment, strengthening our health care system, protecting retirement security for all, and ensuring open and transparent government. Canadians deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very interested in what the member had to say. This member, Mr. Speaker, I think she's a very kind and considerate member of Parliament. We don't always agree on issues, but I don't think that's hardly a crime to disagree on issues of importance. But one of the things the member brought up a number of times was she talked about the gutting of environmental regulations. And I represent a large portion of rural Ontario. I don't represent an urban Toronto riding. And a number of my small municipalities, a number of my farmers and producers, for example, they have to deal with overlapping regulations that cost a lot of money, and they really hurt rural economies in places like Northern Ontario, Eastern Ontario, in fact, throughout the country. And one of the things the government has sought to do, because we've listened to municipal leaders, because we've listened to farmers, we've listened to rural leaders, is we've sought to get to a position of one project, one approval. And I think that's a sensible position where the standards are identical. One project, one approval. But I think one of the issues, and I'd like very much for this member to speak to this, does she believe in private property ownership rights or not? And if so, does she support the idea of one project, one approval?
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank the member for his question and for his very kind words about me. Thank you. I think respect for our colleagues across the House is so important. And yes, of course, many Canadians own their own homes, own their own property. Of course, we respect their rights with respect to their property. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians expect for this and for future generations is that we are good stewards of our land and air and water. And I can tell you that when we remove 27 of the 37 designated Canadian heritage rivers so that they will no longer be subject to environmental protection and regulation, Canadians are concerned about that. The air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink, these are fundamental to our survival as a country and as a species. And Canadians understand we need strong environmental protection, not gutted environmental protection, in order to defend the interests of Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pick up on what the member's closing comments were. And along with environmental research, and I'm going to suggest to you the Experimental Lakes area, where we have the ELA research station now being closed under this administration. And Canadians as a whole recognize the importance of fresh water and the importance of research so that we can maintain, Mr. Speaker, quality fresh water, which is going to be a wonderful commodity not only today but well into the future. So I would ultimately argue that the importance of the research station is becoming greater
not diminishing, yet we're seeing the government cut and close the research station. And I'm wondering if she would want to provide comment on that particular decision by this government.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And yes, this is the closing of the Experimental Lakes project is one that has deeply troubled so many Canadians. This unique project that brought together some of the finest scientific minds and was doing cutting-edge research for such a long period of time, of course, was addressed in the spring Budget Implementation Act. And, you know, it's part of a growing trend of this government is to silence or lay off or underfund projects that it doesn't want to hear from. And, you know, we just have to look at the weather system that's come up through North America, Hurricane Sandy over the last few days, to see the importance of climate scientists, to see the importance of the kind of research that was done in the Experimental Lakes project. This is the kind of work, cutting-edge work, we should be investing in and not silencing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House on behalf of the constituents of Northumberland, Quinte West, to participate in the debate about the second budget bill C-45, our Jobs and Growth Act 2012, and how it will benefit all Canadians. Our government's goal through this bill is to strengthen the financial security of Canadian workers and families, to aid in job creation and long-term prosperity from coast to coast to coast. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 will provide new support for families through improvements to the Registered Disability Savings Plan. This plan measure was designed to help ensure that long-term financial security of children with severe disabilities. To provide greater access to registered disability savings for small withdrawals, the 10-year rule measure replaces the requirement to repay any Canada Disability Savings grants or the Canada Disability Savings bonds paid into the plan in the prior 10 years preceding a withdrawal from the plan, with a requirement to pay these back at a fixed ratio to the amount withdrawn. This will provide greater flexibility for parents who save in registered education savings plans for children with disabilities. This measure allows an investment income earned in an RESP to be transferred on a rollover basis to an RDSP if the plans share a common beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, this measure ensures that children with severe disabilities will be given the financial security that necessitates their daily lives into adulthood. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 will ensure fairness to hardworking employees through taxable benefits from group sickness or accident insurance plans. When an employer contributes an amount to a group sickness or accident insurance plan in respect of an employee, a taxable benefit is not currently realized by that employee. To encourage fair and neutral tax treatment for beneficiaries under group sickness or accident insurance plans, our government is proposing that the amount of the employer's contributions be a taxable benefit for the employee. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 proposes that an amount of an employer's contributions to a sickness or accident insurance plan is a taxable benefit and must be included in a person's income for a year in which the contributions are made. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 will help small businesses grow and flourish through the Small Business Hiring Tax Credit. Our government is amending the Employment Insurance Act in order to extend the hiring credit for small businesses. Entrepreneurs and small businesses truly are the engine of our economy. The hiring credit for small businesses provides a credit of up to $1,000 against any potential increases in a firm's EI premiums from one year to the next. In the past, this credit provided needed relief to small businesses by helping defray the costs of hiring new workers and allowing them to take advantage of emerging economic opportunities as the economy continues to recover and continuing global economic uncertainty. The extension of this measure continues our government's strong record of support for small businesses, which includes help for entrepreneurs, a reduction in red tape, and lower taxes for those businesses which stimulate our economy. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 will provide support for seniors through the Retirement Compensation Arrangements, or RCAs. This measure amends the Income Tax Act to allow a taxpayer, under certain conditions, to split their income from a retirement compensation arrangement with their spouse or common law partner. Our government, through the Jobs and Growth Act 2012, also proposes to introduce new anti-avoidance rules to prevent the use of schemes that seek to take advantages of the features of the RCA rules to obtain unintended tax benefits. These rules will be similar to the existing rules for registered retirement savings plans, RRSPs, registered retirement income funds, RRIFs, and tax-free savings account, commonly known as TIFSs. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the retirement compensation arrangements will increase accountability and benefit seniors when they need it most. Our Jobs and Growth Act 2012 will expand opportunities for Aboriginal people to participate more fully in the economy. Maintaining the current designation provisions of the Indian Act perpetuates a slow and cumbersome process that impedes economic development benefiting First Nations on reserves. It also undermines First Nations governance while incurring unnecessary costs to Canada and First Nations. Reducing the time frame for processing designation aligns with the objectives of the 2009 Federal Framework for Aboriginal Economic Development to enhance the value of Aboriginal assets and remove impediments to developing the land and natural resource base on reserves. These amendments also build on our government's commitment to ensure that Aboriginal people benefit from economic development by streamlining land-related approval processes. The government recognizes the contribution that Aboriginal peoples can make to the labour force as the youngest and fastest-growing segment of the nation's population. Equipping First Nations people with the skills and opportunities they need to fully participate in the economy is a priority both for this government and for First Nations peoples. We have a plan to invest in First Nations education on reserve, including early literacy programming and other supports and services to First Nations schools and students. Further to the schools programs, we propose schools renovations on reserve, providing First Nations youth with better learning environments. Our government is also committing to the introduction of a First Nations Education Act and work with willing partners to establish the structures and standards needed to support strong and accountable educational systems on reserve. When it comes to job creation for First Nations, our government will improve the incentives of on-reserve income assistance program while encouraging those who can work to access training that will improve their prospects for employment. Furthermore, our government will renew the Urban Aboriginal Strategy to improve economic opportunities for Aboriginal peoples living in urban centres. Mr. Speaker, I am content with the progress that has been made and the work that will continue to be done to balance the budget. In the past 2 years, we've already cut the deficit in half, ending our targeted and temporary stimulus as planned, and by controlling growth in spending. Economic Action Plan 2012 builds on these efforts by implementing modern restraint in government spending, by ensuring that internal operations of the government are leaner and more efficient. In fact, our government is returning to balanced budgets while continuing sustainable increases in transfers for health, education, and social programs. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to support this second budget bill, C-45, for the benefits it will provide to the constituents of Northumberland, Quinte West, and Canadians across our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am prepared to answer any questions that may be posed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always interested in hearing the Conservatives talk about the budget. They often talk about the economic record. They seem to have a selective memory about that because they forget to mention that right now we have the biggest deficit in Canada's history, and it is that party that created it. We also have the biggest trade deficit in the history of Canada, and that's another fact they seem to forget quite often. We also have 300,000 manufacturing jobs less than before the recession. These are all facts that the Conservatives tend to forget when they make a speech. So I'd like to hear the member explain these very real facts and whether he has any solutions to these problems.
Yes. Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think it's important at this stage to remind my honourable friend that since the depths of the recession, we have created 820,000 net new jobs, one of the best records in the OECD.
Hear, hear.
What my friend also forgets to mention is that Forbes magazine says that Canada is one of the best countries, if not the best country in the world in which to invest. Hear. He also needs to realize that we are not just talking about investment. We've been doing the things that a country must do to meet the challenges of the future. So we do have still, I admit, too many people out of work, and that's why we have this budget actually attacks that. How does it do it, Mr. Speaker? It does it by making sure that small businesses continue to receive the Government of Canada's support by lowering their taxes, encouraging the hiring of new employees, as I mentioned in my speech, the tax credit, the $1,000 for hiring. This is huge in Northumberland, Quinte West, and the member needs to know that this has received approval from almost every organization that represents small businesses, as well as the Northumberland Manufacturers Association. So the member quite rightly says that there are too many people out of work. We agree with that. That's what this budget does, is it encourages people to find work and encourages small businesses to hire more people.
Absolutely. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for his speech. Like other Conservatives, he spends a lot of his time boasting about assistance for small business, when in fact the opposite is the case. It's true they have a credit related to EI worth $205 million per year, but what he totally forgets to say is that the Conservatives are bringing in an increase in EI premiums as of January 1st next year worth $410 million. So on a net basis, far from reducing the taxes of small business, they are increasing those taxes to the tune of $205 million based on higher EI premiums, which are a direct tax on jobs. So my question to the member is he in love with higher taxes? How can he support this tax-raising bill?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I am in love with is the small businesses in Canada, especially in Northumberland, Quinte West, that are telling me and this government how proud they are that we're supporting them. We've lowered their taxes. I just mentioned the $1,000 tax benefit for hiring new employees. But what I failed also to mention, because of time constraints in this place, is the continued support that our CFDCs and in Eastern Ontario, the Eastern Ontario Development Program has done for small businesses. By taking people who want startup money, by giving them that little hand up, by helping them with organizing their ideas into a presentable package that they can go to the bank and present a business plan. This is what people like our Trenval, people that help small businesses, help the startup businesses. And what the member also forgot to mention when we're talking about small businesses is the fact that under this government, under the EI program, people who small businesses, especially those who are single entrepreneurs, now have the benefit of EI should they become pregnant. And so small businesses have, so you just can't single out one small thing we've done and put a dollar tag on it. We have done many things, and when you put all those dollar tags on, as I mentioned, it far outweighs any kind of negativity. This government supports small businesses, and we have since 2006, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Order, je crois que l'honorable député de Gatineau.
I think the honourable member for Gatineau has a question. Point of order, rather. I would ask for unanimous consent to present the following petition, notwithstanding any usual practice of the House. The clauses 210 to 218 of the Judges Act be withdrawn from Bill C-45. The Budget Execution Act tabled in Parliament March 29, 2012, and that this be made into Bill C-47, entitled an act to amend the Judges Act, that it be deemed read a first time and printed, that the order for a second reading send it back to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, that Bill C-45 remain on the order paper in the same way before this order, and that Bill C-45 as amended and reprinted, and the parliamentary legal advisor be authorized to make amendments or corrections to the necessary forms, and that it contain examination of the Federal Judges Act be done as properly. The government proposed that this be sent back to committee without it being voted on or amended, that the motion creates a situation where this could be examined properly and have an in-depth debate. I'm convinced that in respect of our judiciary, there will be no problem in getting unanimous consent for this motion. Does the honourable member for Gatineau have the unanimous consent of the House?
No. Resuming debate. With 3 minutes remaining in government orders, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise today to oppose Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. We opposed Budget 2012 and its implementation bills, unless amended, to focus on the priorities of Canadians: creating good quality jobs, protecting our environment, strengthening our healthcare system, protecting retirement security for all, and ensuring open and transparent government. On March 29th, the Minister of Finance presented Bill C-38, a Budget 2012 that recklessly cut services Canadians rely on, including old age security, healthcare transfers to the provinces, and environmental assessment. Despite the government's claims of job creation, it is also suggested that these cuts will lead to 19,200 job losses in the public sector. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated that the budget will cost 43,000 Canadians their jobs. And when combined with the previous rounds of cuts, the PBO projects a total job loss of 102,000 jobs. Not only did this budget gut services to Canadians, but its omnibus nature was an attack on transparency and democracy. The Trojan horse budget bill outraged Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I personally received large numbers of emails from constituents of Scarborough Rouge River angry with the undemocratic processes and concealed method the government used to spend their tax dollars. By introducing yet another massive omnibus bill, the Conservative government continues to keep Canadians in the dark by ramming it through Parliament without allowing a transparent, open process of consultation. By avoiding a thorough study of their second 400-plus page budget implementation bill and its implications, the Conservatives certainly haven't learned their lesson, and the official opposition, New Democrats, will not let them quietly pass their new omnibus legislation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. remind me how much time I have right now?
30 seconds.
I have 40 seconds. The massive omnibus bill makes amendments to a wide range of acts, Mr. Speaker. Over 70 different legislations are being changed. It further erodes government transparency and accountability by dismantling a series of commissions and giving more power to the ministers. Another recurring theme from this government. Ironically titled the Jobs and Growth Act, Bill C-45 completely lacks measures to create jobs and stimulate growth in the long term for Canadians. We're seeing more and more cuts to jobs. Like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time is coming to a close, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that let me get the number again here for you, 102,000 jobs will be lost because of this budget.
Order. The time for government orders has expired. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River will have 7 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois, accompanied by thousands of people, demonstrated last week in Thetford Mines before the office of the industry minister, who is also the member for Mégantic, l'Érable, to denounce the EI reform. We need to show solidarity towards workers and the unemployed because of the terrible things that are being done to EI. This is not the government's money, it's the money of the workers and employers. During this demonstration, organized by the Mouvement Autonome et Solidaire des Sans-Emploi, the participants decried the adoption of Bill C-38, which amends the rules of the EI regime. They will affect not only workers, especially those with seasonal work, but also employers who risk losing their qualified workers. These changes, Mr. Speaker, tighten the rules of accessibility and oblige claimants to accept jobs at a lower wage and that is farther away from their home. The government cannot turn a deaf ear to these thousands of voices that were raised not only in Thetford Mines but in Gaspésie and elsewhere, because this is just the beginning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, jobs, growth and long-term prosperity are all evident in Sault Ste. Marie. I am pleased to speak today about a recent survey published in the Financial Post titled Communities in Boom, Canada's Top Entrepreneurial Cities. The survey was conducted by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and ranked my riding of Sault Ste. Marie second in Ontario and 23rd in the country. The survey was based on entrepreneurial rankings and studied things like business hiring growth, overall state of business, industry diversity, and life satisfaction. In the last year, Sault Ste. Marie has climbed in its entrepreneurial ranking from 49th to 23rd in Canada, one of the biggest increases in the Communities in Boom rankings. The economic health and growth of the community correlates with the life satisfaction of those who live and work there. In the study, Sault Ste. Marie scored exceptionally high in the life satisfaction component. Saultites are proud of their city, and I'm extremely honored to represent them here today. Thank you.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, with the advance of Superstorm Sandy through the United States and into Canada, our thoughts and prayers go to the communities being battered by this storm and to the families of victims. Unfortunately, the deadly effects of Superstorm Sandy has reached into Toronto. Tens of thousands lost power, trees were knocked down, property was damaged, and tragically, a woman was killed last night by flying debris in a commercial plaza at Keele and St. Clair West in my riding of York South-Weston. On behalf of this place, I would like to offer our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of this victim. As well, I would like to pay tribute to all the frontline responders, our police, firefighters, paramedics, hydro workers, municipal employees, healthcare professionals, all members of unions who work through the night to keep our communities safe and secure. On behalf of my colleagues in the NDP official opposition and myself, I would like to say a big thank you for your work.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour and privilege to recognize a local hero, Deputy Chief Paul Agar, who recently retired after 45 years of loyal and dedicated service to our community. During his time with the Grand Valley Fire Department, Deputy Chief Agar proudly served his time as a volunteer, chief and deputy chief, while also becoming a mentor to fellow firefighters. He always gave his time unconditionally to protect the community wherever there was a fire call. His outstanding leadership and commitment to volunteer firefighting has set a wonderful example for everyone to follow. This is underscored by the fact that his family is also involved in firefighting, including his wife Carol, his son Mike, and his daughter Deborah. On behalf of the residents of Dufferin-Caledon, I sincerely congratulate Deputy Chief Paul Agar on 45 years of exemplary community service and wish him all the very best in his retirement.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the occasion of the Association of Progressive Muslims of Canada's 18th annual Eid al-Adha dinner this evening. Marking the occasion of the Hajj, Eid is a time when Muslims in Canada and around the world take time to consider the most disadvantaged members of society, to donate to charities, and to share a meal with the less advantaged members of their community. It is also an occasion for Canadians of different backgrounds to see firsthand the rich cultural and religious mosaic, which is one of the defining features of Canada. I would also like to thank Mobeen Kaja, President of the Association of Progressive Muslims, whose work in promoting intercultural and interfaith dialogue has contributed to the tolerance, respect, and mutual understanding that are the cornerstones of the society we are privileged to be part of. I look forward to attending this year's dinner and wish everyone a very happy Eid al-Adha. Eid Mubarak.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, on June the 4th, I rose in this House and asked all Canadians to join me in prayer for Lydia Hurley, a 13-year-old who was severely injured by a garbage truck while exiting her school bus. It is with joy that I tell this House our prayers have been answered. On October the 9th, Lydia returned home. She remains fragile and easily overwhelmed and still faces a difficult journey of recovery. Prayers are still needed and appreciated. On November 1st, a homecoming celebration will be held and thousands of tattered green ribbons will greet her. These ribbons have lined our streets all summer, on trees, on mailboxes, vehicles, and fence posts. The elements have taken their toll on them. But I share the Hurley's gratitude to our community. Quote, "These tattered ribbons renew our hope and faith and have regularly reminded us that we do not stand alone." End quote. My heart will be with Lydia and her family as they celebrate. As Lydia said, I'm excited for the Green Ribbon Party. Thank you, Canada, for praying for Lydia.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The telecommunications industry is thriving in Canada. It allows our businesses to increase their competitiveness and citizens to improve their means of communication. However, this industry does have certain drawbacks. Thanks to my consultations with the citizens in my riding, I heard their concerns concerning the installation of antenna towers beside their residential area without having been consulted. In Châteauguay and in Mercier, a proponent did not consult these municipalities at all or respect their land use plan and simply set up the antenna towers beside residential areas. I held more extensive consultations and realized this is a problem across the country. I read letters from citizens who had the same problem in their area. I thus introduced Bill C-429 in order to ensure better oversight of the development of antenna towers. I think it is the least we can do to consult citizens and municipalities before installing these towers. The first hour debate will be on this Friday, November 2nd, and I hope all members will support my bill because it is balanced. It respects the concerns of municipalities and citizens without hampering the development of the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, North Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, there's a special group of students in Ottawa today. They are participating in a program I call a Capital Experience, where student leaders from each of the 7 high schools in my riding come to Ottawa for 3 days to learn about career opportunities in public life. They visited Parliament, the South Korean Embassy, Amnesty International, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Press Gallery, the University of Ottawa, and Summa Strategies. I wish to thank those who shared their time with these students and thank the businesses and service clubs who sponsored them. Today I welcome to Parliament Emma Drake and Ian Sullivan from Brock, Kelsey Cathcart and Kelsey Newman from Crestwood, Casey Barber and Rainey Story from Fenelon Falls, George Charlebois and Laura Potier from Haliburton, Joy DeCuna and Jessica Sutton from IE Weldon, Amy Doran and Eleanor Roundsky from LCVI, Megan O'Neill and Jessica Whites from St. Thomas Aquinas, and Julie Hawkbridge from Apsley. I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking these young people, wishing these young people all the best as they make decisions regarding their future careers.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, there's an industry in Canada that boasts over $65 billion in sales and employs more than 1 million employees. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 1 million employees. As the fourth largest employer in Canada and with more than 80,000 locations, the restaurant industry is one of the 3 top job creators in our country. Wow. Mr. Speaker, with over 18 million restaurant visits happening each day in Canada, that's more than $6.5 billion a year.
Incredible.
The restaurant industry is a contributor to the social and economic fabric of Canadian communities and donates over $277 million in charitable contributions each year. Mr. Speaker, as a 40-year-plus restaurateur myself, I'm proud to share the success story of this industry, the first employer of many of our youth, the trendsetter for customer services, and the sponsors of many youth sports teams. Mr. Speaker, all this and great food and fun, too.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague who just preceded me. The members of my family, like all Canadians, have close ties with certain restaurants. My 7-year-old son thinks that a box of Timbits is the best reward after having performed well in his judo club in La Pocatière. My spouse and I spend our rare evenings together in some of the restaurants in Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup that have specialized cuisine. Restaurants provide us with many moments of comfort and the pleasure of new discoveries. Restaurant signs advertising Canadian, Irish, Asian, and North African cuisine have made our cities more attractive. In addition, the restaurant industry is an integral part of the 21st century. For example, the Canadian Association of Restaurants and Food Services has just launched the program Conserve to help the industry improve its energy use practices and waste management. To all of you who work early in the morning, late at night, and weekends to feed us, please, on behalf of all the people in this House, accept the expression of our most sincere thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join with the Navy League in honouring 6 Royal Canadian Navy and Naval Reserves for acts of heroism and exceptional service. The Royal Canadian Navy protects Canada's coastlines and waterways and conducts operations in oceans around the world. Canadians remember the important role our Navy played in the protection of citizens of Libya just a year ago. HMCS Charlottetown was fired upon in combat for the first time since the Korean War. Today, HMCS Regina is continuing the anti-terrorism operation in the Arabian Sea. At home, our Navy has been hard at work protecting Canadians. The Royal Canadian Navy has assisted communities hit with floods, participated in counter-narcotics operations, and participated in Operation Nanook. Canada is very proud of its Navy, its history, its accomplishments, and most importantly, its members. True to their motto, ready, aye, ready, our sailors are always ready to defend Canada and proudly safeguard our interests and values, no matter where they are in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, the annual Casey Lynn Halloween dance was held in my riding. The story of Casey Lynn Foundation is one of great inspiration. Casey Lynn was a 5-year-old girl who battled cancer for 4.5 years. The financial hardship and this illness placed on her family brought the attention of the community to the need for a program to help with families in similar situations. In 1995, a trust fund was established in Casey Lynn's name to assist her family and other families in Welland, Port Colborne, and Pelham. This program has expanded and now assists families with sick or disabled children in all other areas of the Niagara region through the Help Centre. Funds for the program are made possible through local fundraisers held during the year, and the Casey Lynn committee is also moving in other directions through its assistance for prevention and recreational programs for well children. Mr. Speaker, the Casey Lynn Foundation is a great example of the amazing things communities can accomplish when they come together. I'd like to recognize them today and thank all the volunteers for their years of hard work, especially Mary and Jim Dolan for their tireless efforts since its inception.
Honourable Member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn a senseless act of violence in my riding of Brampton Springdale. Early last Friday morning, the Brampton Fire Department responded to an alarm at the Coptic Orthodox Christian Church of Archangel Michael and St. Tekla. A firebomb was thrown through a window of the church basement. This has damaged floors, walls, furniture, and there's further damage from the excessive smoke. This was a shameless act of bigotry that must be unequivocally condemned, Mr. Speaker. freedom of assembly and freedom of religion are fundamental values that make Canada a strong and free nation. I ask that all honourable members join me today in standing with the Coptic Orthodox Christian community in Brampton and all those affected by this disgusting act of vandalism. May those that perpetrated the shameless act be brought to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to commemorate the Navy League of Canada's Navy Appreciation Day. Our Royal Canadian Navy has a rich and storied history. During World War I, our Navy valiantly defended North American coastlines from our adversaries. The Second World War saw the Royal Canadian Navy become the third largest in the world as it made major contributions to the Battle of the Atlantic. Throughout the war, our sailors accomplished amazing feats, sinking 27 U-boats, sinking or capturing 42 enemy ships, and facilitating over 25,000 merchant crossings. Throughout the Korean War, the Balkan conflict, and most recently the Libyan conflict and anti-piracy missions off the coast of Somalia, the RCN has diligently contributed to the safety of Canadians, our allies, and indeed the entire world. Today, I join the Navy League of Canada and Canadians around the country in expressing my deepest gratitude for our men and women in the RCN for their service and sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the imminent arrival of cold weather reminds us that our remarkable Canadian athletes will be participating in the 2014 Winter Olympic Games in Sochi in Russia in less than 500 days.
Canadians will once again be going for gold against the best in the world. They deserve our country's full support and encouragement. Canadians from coast to coast to coast are already familiar with the famous HBC Olympic mittens, worn to show support for our amazing athletes in Vancouver, West Vancouver, and Whistler. Today, in recognition and support for our Olympic and Paralympic hopefuls training for Sochi, I would like to draw your attention to the next generation of HBC Canadian Olympic red mittens that will be helping Canadians show their Sochi stripes in support of our amazing Olympic and Paralympic winter athletes during the World Cup season and right up to Sochi 2014. Mr. Speaker, go Canada, go!
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, since returning from the summer session, Conservative MPs have been sullying this House with fabricated policies and outright untruths. The member from Lethbridge is the perfect example. Instead of representing his constituents in this House, he knowingly aids his Ottawa bosses in propagating these falsehoods. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have become adept at recognizing when their tax dollars are being misused. When they see a member standing in this House to repeat statements they know are untrue, Canadians see right through it. This message is simple. The member thinks it's more important to stand and attack the NDP on behalf of his Ottawa bosses than represent his constituents. This misguided regurgitation of falsehoods by Conservatives is nothing short of an embarrassment. So I encourage the next Speaker to find the courage to stand up and speak for their riding, do what's right for their constituents, what's right for this House, and what's right for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, as October draws to a close, Halloween is just around the corner. Tomorrow, children in my riding and across Canada will put on their finest costumes, dressing up as princesses, superheroes, and evil villains in hopes of getting delicious candy and treats. Unfortunately, the NDP wants to impose one of the spookiest things of all, an evil $21 billion carbon tax, listed in black and white on page 4 of their party platform. A carbon tax that would hurt Canadian families and would raise the cost of celebrating Halloween.
Order. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will not support the NDP's sneaky tax scheme that will increase the cost of everything, including candy, costumes, and pumpkins.
Oral question orale, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer reduced his forecast for the Canadian economy by $22 billion. He stated that the Conservatives' decision to end measures to stimulate the economy and create jobs means 125,000 fewer jobs for the Canadian economy. A few hours later, the Minister of Finance was forced to reduce his own forecasts. Why is the Prime Minister putting an end to these economic stimulation measures, thereby sacrificing 125,000 jobs?
This government came forward with thoughtful ideas to help Canada's economic action plan. The NDP voted against them. We came forward with money for municipalities. The NDP voted against them. We came forward with investments for affordable housing. The NDP voted against them. Despite the NDP voting against all these measures, they have helped create more than 800,000 net new jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, the job is not done. This government remains focused on this year's economic action plan to create even more jobs, more hope, and more opportunity.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House, the Minister of State for Finance said, and I quote, "Our economic projections are on track." Simultaneously, outside this House, the Minister of Finance was forced to admit that he had to downgrade the same economic projections. Where's their applause now, Mr. Speaker? Who's telling the truth? The Minister of State for Finance when he says that everything's on track, or the Finance Minister when he admits that the Conservative economic plan has gone off the rails?
The honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I don't think there's any surprise to the leader of the NDP that I totally reject the premise of those questions. Let's look at the reality. We have seen economic growth month after month. We have seen more jobs, more hope, more opportunity created because the thoughtful policies pursued by this Minister of Finance and the Minister of State for Finance, who has done an extraordinary job. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, because of the fiscal discipline exercised by this government, a gradual return to balanced budgets and the creation of more jobs to help Canadians who are looking for work. The job is not done. We remain focused on economic growth so that every single Canadian looking for work can find a job.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the recession has hit young people particularly hard. 4 years after the crisis of 2008, the unemployment rate among young people in Canada is 15%. The Association of Chartered General Accountants of Canada has reported that even among young people who find jobs, 1 out of every 4 university grads is underemployed. The CGA has explained that the consequences of the systemic underemployment are loss of income, health problems, and, of course, a negative impact on economic growth. Why not give young people a chance to contribute to the economy of Canada with good jobs and real careers?
Mr. Speaker, the government won't be satisfied until every single Canadian who's looking for work has employment. That's why we've come forward with initiatives to support small business. We've come forward with initiatives to reduce taxes. We've come forward with initiatives on infrastructure. These initiatives, as part of our economic action plan, have helped create more than 800,000 net new jobs. Our work is not done. We remain focused on economic action that's seeing real results. Canada, as an economy, will grow by more than any other G7 country, and every single time we come forward with a measure to support job creation, the NDP stands in its place and votes against it. All they want is a big $20 billion carbon tax.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives only wish they had an ounce of Mr. Page's credibility. The report from the PBO makes it clear that the Conservative approach to the economy will cost 125,000 jobs. That's bad enough. But added to today's report from Food Banks Canada that shows the number of families needing help is up 31% over pre-recession levels, the picture is even worse. Does this government have any response to hunger other than tax cuts for their big business friends?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question about the economy because it gives me an opportunity to clarify the record. Despite what the opposition would have you believe, the PBO report actually says some good things about our job market. Let me quote. Canada's labour market is currently significantly outperforming some countries with struggling economies like the U.S. and the Eurozone. And Canada also scores above average among the G7 and OECD countries, end quote. Just like the minister said earlier, 820,000 net new jobs. That's the best job growth record in the G7. We're going to continue on our
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. Their budget didn't help the 880,000 Canadians using food banks, and that's what we voted against on this side of the House. Cuts in EI didn't help anyone either, nor a budget bill that raised vacation pay and health insurance. Why won't this government act to help the hundreds of thousands of Canadians living in poverty? Why are these Canadians being left behind by this government?
Here, here. And the Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing. We are acting to help those who are struggling because our heart goes out to them. The difference between us and the NDP is we are acting. In fact, let's take a look at the record. We've brought in the working income tax benefit and increased it. That helped over 1 million people get over the welfare wall. We've brought in the largest increase in the guaranteed income supplement for our poorest of seniors, the largest increase in a generation, Mr. Speaker. We've also put in programs to help disadvantaged youth get ready for a job, get the job, to help them get over that welfare wall. Once in a while, it would be nice if the NDP supported us in those efforts.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal 2005 budget increased CRA's funding by $30 million to crack down on international tax havens. A recent ATIP of CRA record shows us that this $30 million investment allowed the government to collect an additional $2.5 billion that would have been lost to international tax havens. So now, why are the Conservatives cutting the budget of CRA? Why are the Conservatives being hard on CRA and soft on tax evasion?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, different from the Liberal Party, when we're in government, the federal government presents one budget a year, not as many as 3 budgets that were presented when the Liberals were in power. The reality is we've taken a thoughtful approach to balance.
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor.
We've taken a thoughtful approach to be able to find efficiencies within government spending so we can return to balanced budgets.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we've taken a thoughtful approach to find efficiencies to balance the budget. What we won't do is return to the days when the Liberals were in power, when they gutted health care, gutted funding for our provinces and municipalities. I can remember the leader of the Liberal Party criticizing the Liberal Party when he was Premier of Ontario, and we will not go back to those dark days when the Liberals cut health care.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, Canadians remember the fact that those were balanced Liberal budgets.
When the Liberals invested an additional $30 million in the Canada Revenue Agency, that enabled the agency to collect $2.25 billion more. With a return on investment like that, why are the Conservatives cutting funding to the agency? The Honourable Minister.
Liberals come into this House day after day after day asking for more government spending, more taxes and more debt. This government is taking a thoughtful approach to refine the government efficiencies within government and to return Canada to surplus. We've got one of the best...
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor. It's eating up a lot of time that I have to keep giving him the floor back because of the interruption, so I hope we don't have to find that time somewhere else. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This government, Mr. Speaker, has one of the best fiscal records in the developed world because of the strong leadership, the fiscal discipline. More jobs are being created, more hope, more opportunity. We're on the right track, and we're going to continue to stay focused on job creation.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, it would be great if the government would start focusing on tax collection from those who are putting their money in offshore tax havens. The reality is Australia is doing a better job than this government in terms of cracking down on tax evasion. They created Project Wickenby to fight the illegal use of tax havens. They have collected hundreds of millions of lost revenues as a result. They have charged 67 people and convicted 26. Why won't this government follow Australian government's lead and actually crack down on tax evaders who are using these tax havens?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government and this Minister of National Revenue has done an extraordinarily good job at ensuring that every Canadian pays its fair share, and that is tremendously important. Good, honest, hard-working taxpayers pay their fair share, and they expect all Canadians to do so, and that's exactly what the very talented, capable Minister of National Revenue and her team are doing for this great country.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Members opposite must be getting dizzy from all the spin around their talking points on Navigable Waters Act. First, they claim that the changes had nothing to do with environment. They were just reducing red tape for cottagers. But even Conservatives knew that this law actually did have a role in environmental protection, although they did try to deny it by rewriting websites and history. But yesterday, the Finance Minister changed his tune again, and he said that these changes were actually about austerity. So what's the real answer here? Why are they gutting environmental protection from this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, for years, provinces and municipalities have asked us to cut the red tape associated with the Navigable Waters Protection Act. The Act has created a bureaucratic black hole holding up simple projects that do not impede navigation. Under our plan, our only projects likely to obstruct navigation require approval. The changes are about navigation, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Halifax.
Red tape. Interesting answer. But last night, the truth was exposed because these changes were actually politically driven. 89% of the protected lakes and rivers are found in Conservative ridings. Oh. So whoever decided what bodies of water were protected sure seemed to have a riding map handy. Canadians deserve better than Conservative preferential treatment of their friends. Why are the Conservatives making environmental protection a privilege of the few?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote la Fédération Canadienne of Municipalities. The changes will allow local government to spend less time processing paperwork for small, low-risk public works projects by removing redundancies, red tape and project delays that result in higher costs for property taxpayers. That's about navigation, Mr. Speaker. We're doing the right thing. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Navigable Waterway Protection Agency protects the environment. Gutting the Act will affect 99.7% of lakes in the country. Of the remaining 97 lakes, 89% are in Conservative ridings. How coincidental. The protection of natural habitat shouldn't be reserved for the millionaires who have cottages in the riding held by the President of the Treasury Board. How will Conservatives justify these Duplessis-like policies for protecting the environment? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, the Saint-Laurent goes right past Vaudreuil. This was called on. These measures have been called for by the provinces and municipalities for a long time. Studies that weren't necessary. This is about navigation, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're making these changes, and we're doing the right thing. For us, it's very important to help municipalities and companies to lower their costs by reducing red tape. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, there are changes that are favourable to Conservatives because their millionaire friends are going to keep their lovely views of the lakes, but not workers and middle-class Canadian families. That's pretty fair, isn't it? It's already unacceptable to see that of the 97 protected lakes in the country, there will only be, in fact, 97 protected if their bill is adopted, and there's only 4 of them in Quebec. All Canadians have lakes and rivers and use them for their outdoor leisure activities. Why are the Conservatives refusing to protect the lakes? And why are they refusing to protect the nicest outdoor skating rinks in the world? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Municipal leaders have always called for common sense approaches. We wanted to collaborate with the federal government in order to transform these reforms into a solid, sensible plan that will strengthen our communities and protect our navigable waterways. Because we're talking about navigable waterways, about navigation, that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, not only are Quebec waters losing protection, but BC's lakes and rivers are an afterthought to these Conservatives. Only 15 lakes in BC, most of them in the interior, remain protected, while not a single river on Vancouver Island will stay under federal jurisdiction. The Cowichan, a Canadian heritage river and one of the finest steelhead fishing areas in BC, didn't get a mention in this Conservative budget. The same with the Campbell River and the Bella Coola. Why are Conservatives allowing so many important BC lakes and rivers to be put at risk?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote the Canadian Construction Association, Mr. Speaker. This new legislation will certainly help construction companies better predict their own requirements on future construction projects. That's about navigation. That's not about construction. That's about what we're saying. We want to help the country to develop all across the country projects, not for small rivers or small places we don't have to consider the water, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Omnibus Bill has declared open season on Canada's lakes and rivers. Of the 30,000 lakes across this great country, only 97 will be protected. Almost all are in Tory ridings. And get this, 12 will be in the riding of the Gazebo King, the member from Muskoka. He protected Lake Russo, that's home to the Hollywood millionaires. He protected Lake Joseph, where a cottage will set you back a cool $5 million. Now, I love Muskoka, but does he really think that exclusive lakes of millionaires are worthy of more protection than the lakes of the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, this data from the Canadian Hydrographic Service Nautical Charts, Statistics Canada data on freight movement, and historical data from Navigable Waters Protection Program were used to create the list, Mr. Speaker. That's science to talk, and we'll continue to work on this basis.
The member for Timmins, James Bay.
Millionaires bombing around on their Sea-Doos. You know, this is the reason the government is bombing through with this legislation, is so that this Muskoka minister can cut special environmental deals to his millionaire friends while the rest of Canada's lakes users are told to buzz off. This is an abuse of public trust. So how about we pull out the clauses of the bill? We could set up a new bill, perhaps the Goldie Hawn Property Preservation Act, or maybe even better, we could call it the Protecting Millionaire Buddies of the Muskoka Minister so he can get re-elected Act. How about some navigation there?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, Mr. Speaker. They applaud the federal government for the introduction of amendments to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Mr. Speaker. We're doing the right thing. Our transport department's working about navigation. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative approach for trade policies is reckless and irresponsible. The agreement on the promotion and protection of foreign investments with China does not offer sufficient guarantees of reciprocity for Canadian companies and could force Canadian taxpayers to pay millions in claims. The Conservatives refuse to have Parliament study the agreement, even though the treaty will be in force for 31 years. Will the Minister extend the ratification date beyond October 31st? The Honourable Minister.
The NDP, they've had 3 separate occasions which they could debate it in this House. They refused to debate the treaty. This treaty has been very well received by Canadian investors. In fact, it is fully reciprocal. It is designed to protect and promote Canadian investment by setting out a clear set of rules under which investment takes place and a clear set of rules under which dispute resolution takes place. Canada's policy will continue to support transparency and public access to any dispute resolution under this agreement. And I remind the member that it was this Conservative government that established a formal tabling policy.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
You know, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, this government is able to bring agreements with, Jordan in front of this House and Panama, but why not China?
The scope and scale of this 31-year investment deal is unprecedented, but it fails to protect Canadian companies and lacks basic reciprocity. The government controls the House agenda, and the government controls ratification timing. So will the government House leader schedule the NDP's next opposition day before the deal is ratified?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP had 3 opportunities. They passed them up. I would remind the member opposite that this agreement represents a very significant step forward in protecting Canadians when they invest in China. The treaty will give Canadian investors greater confidence when they invest in China, in turn creating jobs and economic growth right here at home. What Canadians are asking, however, is what has the NDP recently done to promote trade and investment? The answer? A mammoth carbon tax which they're going to suck out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, about the 2 Nigerian students in sanctuary in a Regina church, the immigration minister said yesterday that one of them was not a student and was working. But the University of Regina says that's not true. At all relevant times, both these young women were properly registered as U of R students. And the government's only complaint against them is their honest mistake of working for 2 weeks last year at Walmart. The government of Saskatchewan supports these students and opposes deportation. Will the minister now review these cases and agree to a more proportionate sanction?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I have information in my hands from the Canada Border Services Agency indicating that one of the subjects had not attended classes at the university in the winter 2011 semester, was required to discontinue from studies based on failure to meet academic standards, appeal was denied, and so forth. Now, in any event, Mr. Speaker, we have an immigration system that is predicated on the rule of law, where the laws are enforced independently by highly trained public servants, in this instance by agents of the Canada Border Services Agency. And unlike the opposition, we do not believe that the laws should be politicized. We think these things should be enforced consistently, Mr. Speaker. The fair application of...
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to these Nigerian students whose only offence was the honest mistake of working for 2 weeks at Walmart, the minister knows that deportation will destroy their education and damage them for life. He claims such cases are for independent public servants to handle in a consistent manner. But, Mr. Speaker, deportation is not mandatory. There are other remedies. Other people in similar circumstances have been given simple fines. So why deportation in these 2 cases? How is that consistent with others who've just been given fines?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the member seems to be interposing his judgment for that of our highly trained public servants as it relates to the application of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Now, I know the Liberals had a history of this, Mr. Speaker. They had ministers of immigration.
Order. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration has the floor, and I'll ask members to allow him to finish answering the question.
They had ministers of immigration who issued special permits to campaign volunteers, Mr. Speaker, and to other illegal immigrants. The view of this government is that the fair rules established by this Parliament should be consistently applied, and we need to discourage people from working illegally and taking jobs that would otherwise be available to Canadians and permanent residents.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, 3 months. That's how long it took this cabinet to respond to an international warrant for Conservative insider Nathan Jacobson. Did the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety sit on this case for months? The government can't wait to rush 2 poor Nigerian foreign students out of the country, but their Conservative buddy walks around with impunity. Were they waiting for Jacobson's donation checks to clear before they acted? Why the special treatment? Why the hypocrisy?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Jacobson's good friend from Winnipeg Centre, the NDP member, indicated, he was unaware of any of these legal difficulties that Mr. Jacobson was having. I was similarly unaware, and I don't involve myself in the day-to-day matters involving the arrest of individuals. For that person to make that kind of an accusation is simply scurrilous, and she knows better.
The honourable member for Walnut Rundafuki.
Mr. Speaker, workers, businesses and investors are all voicing concerns over Bill C-377, including Canada's police officers. This bill will require that names and addresses of police who retire or officers who are sick or injured be posted on the Revenue Canada website. Not only is this a massive breach of privacy, it also puts the safety of frontline police officers at risk. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Public Safety agree with his Conservative colleague that retired, sick and injured police officers should have their names and addresses posted online?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if that member had been paying attention to our committee business, he would have seen and heard that there are actually some amendments that are going to be proposed to deal with some of these measures. But let me remind this House that Bill C-377 is, in fact, a private member's bill. It's not a government bill, and we're going to do due diligence in the Finance Committee in examining the entire bill. If you'd like to sit in, I encourage him to take the spot of another member. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Nobody's seen those changes, though. This bill is poorly done and will cause major collateral damage to our workers and economy. It violates many workers' privacy. It targets pension funds and buries them under paperwork. It goes after private companies that do business with unions. It'll cost billions to manage. Only 6 people have complained about this out of 4.2 million unionized workers. So my question is, does the Minister of Labour agree with her colleague from Edmonton St. Albert that this is a crappy bill? And will she oppose the creation of this bureaucratic monster? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's obvious the reason why the NDP would not want to have any more transparency when it comes to unions. After all, they already accepted at least $340,000 in illegal union money. We don't know how much other illegal union money the party has accepted, and that's why we need more transparency here. We could also use transparency on the member's position. He gave 29 donations to a hardline separatist Quebec party. Why doesn't he stand and indicate to us, in the spirit of transparency, whether he's a Federalist?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I always find it fun seeing my colleague practicing asking questions for the day he'll be in opposition. That day is coming. Let's talk about the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and his unpaid flights, which are either an illegal overspending of the limit or an equally illegal corporate donation. But that's not all. 6 executives at the same construction firm made major contributions to his campaign, and 5 of them used the firm's postal code. Illegal donations can't be made to magically disappear by making a mockery of this place. Will the minister finally stand up and explain himself? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the official agent will answer all questions of Election Canada.
Audacity of the honourable member, impressive. His ability to stand up and talk about illegal donations when he and the rest of his party, especially his leader, tried to cover up $340,000 in illegal union money. And while he gave donations to a separatist party while sitting in a supposedly Federalist caucus, and then he stands in the House of Commons and refuses to answer if today he is a Federalist or not. Now's his chance.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, not sure that the new official agent can explain this. It's the minister that needs to take some responsibility and show transparency. We've got top executives at Pennacon collectively donating $5,500 to the minister's election campaign, and the problem is the context behind these donations. They came in after the minister had won his seat, and 5 of these donors claimed Pennacon's postal code as their own. On top of this, the ministers had business connections to Pennacon. Now, when will the member for Labrador own up and start answering the growing questions around his campaign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Well, the official agent is answering all of those questions to Elections Canada. The real issue before the House is when will the NDP own up to the $340,000 in illegal union money that it forced out of the pockets of unwilling workers right across this country. We still don't have any answers of when the leader of the NDP knew about these illegal donations, or why it is that when asked repeatedly on the floor of the House of Commons to come clean about them, he covered them up.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Canadian Forces serve this country with unparalleled honour, valour and dedication. Our Conservative government has consistently stood up to ensure that these heroes are provided with the support they need, not only while they serve, but also as they transition from military to civilian life. Could the Minister of Veterans Affairs share what steps our government is taking to make that transition as smooth as possible?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to sit with the member from Edmonton for his unflagging support for veterans.
Plan including cutting red tape, improving service delivery for veterans, and creating new career opportunities. As well, our government is providing funding to support the groundbreaking Veterans Transition Program that was developed by the University of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, this is a group-based peer support, soldier-to-soldier approach that provides valuable assistance to transitioning veterans, and we are pleased to designate this program as an official provider from Veterans Affairs Canada.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, after months of doing nothing, the Conservatives have hired an arm's-length firm to redo the Auditor General's work. KPMG is doing a cost study. An arm's-length firm is now going to review the process. The mythical Public Works Secretariat is considering options, and so is a special D&D committee. With all these studies, can anybody finally tell us, besides the F-35, what other fighter jets are being considered? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
If the member is opposed to using outside experts and independent members to review the work that we're doing, but I'm definitely in favour of it. That's why we set up the National Fighter Procurement Secretariat, and we have 2 independent members sitting on that secretariat. In addition, we are hiring external firms with external experts. We want to get this right. We have not spent any money on the acquisition of any aircraft to replace the CF-18, and we will not spend any money until we do the full due diligence, and that is what these firms are hired to do.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't know it from that answer, but my colleague's question was actually quite simple. Name some planes other than the F-35. We've heard about the 7-point plan that became a 6-point plan. We know about the $1 million that they're spending to find someone to contradict the AG. But here's another simple question. Has the Minister of National Defence amended the Statement of Requirements so that they're not wired for the F-35?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the member knows full well that we have set up the National Fighter Procurement Secretariat to ensure there is full transparency and due diligence in the 7-point plan. And we have accepted the recommendation of the Auditor General. His one recommendation was to ask the Department of National Defence to table updated cost estimates in the House. And we agreed with that, but we took it one step further. We want independent validation of the Department's of National Defence's numbers. And in fact, we are also reviewing the process leading up to the decisions that were made. I think doing independent validation is a good thing. We want to make sure that we have all the information on the table, all the options on the table before we make a decision.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, a new report from Food Banks Canada released today shows that food bank use has hit record levels this year. More than 882,000 Canadians had to use a food bank just to make ends meet. That's 31% higher than before the recession began and shows that the government's management of the economy is failing vulnerable Canadians. When will this government finally take hunger seriously and adopt a comprehensive long-term strategy on food insecurity and poverty in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We do feel for those who are struggling, and we're trying to help them in a number of ways. We're helping them by helping them get the training they need to get a job, but we're also helping them, Mr. Speaker. Over 750,000 families benefiting from our affordable housing efforts. Mr. Speaker, 46,000 new affordable housing units, We brought in the working income tax benefit to help people get over the welfare wall when they do work. Mr. Speaker, we're doing these things because we want to help our vulnerable. It's a real shame that the NDP hasn't supported any one of those initiatives.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to poverty and food safety, Hunger Count 2012 reveals the extent of Conservative incompetence. A record number of Canadians used food banks this year. Some families have been forced to choose between rent and groceries because of the lack of affordable housing. Despite the federal government's abandoning this field, the CMHC still subsidizes social housing and co-ops, but those agreements are coming to an end. Do the Conservatives realize that by privatizing the CMHC, they're jeopardizing those agreements? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting people in need. That's why we introduced a number of measures to help them. For example, the tax benefit for working revenue, which helps over 1,500 people. And we're also investing in affordable housing. Over 750 families are helped by that. It's major, Mr. Speaker. We're doing that to help people. And we're also helping them find work. But unfortunately, the NDP is opposing all of our efforts. The member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Minister of International Affairs, if there is one in this government, to delay the old age security to 67 years old will provide the federal government a meager 0.3% of the GDP in 2030. But the federal government committed to offset provincial costs for all the seniors who will, unfortunately, need welfare. What will remain of this 0.3% once the provinces will be compensated? To the Minister of International Affairs.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where that question is going.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where that question was going, but what I can tell you is where we are going. And
Order. Order. We've now lost quite a bit of time having to give the floor back to ministers answering questions, so we'll have to make that time up now. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you where we're going, and that is helping seniors, helping them in their retirement, making sure that they have the funds in their pockets to afford their retirement. That's why we introduced pension income splitting. That's why we increased not once but twice the working age tax credit. That's why we brought in the biggest increase in guaranteed income supplement in over a generation. Mr. Speaker, we're there to help our seniors. We're also making sure that old age security is for them, not just today, but in the future as well.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the latest revelations of campaign irregularities committed by the member for Labrador during the election campaign are undermining public trust in our institutions. Today, we ask the Leader of the Government to tell us what he thinks of the appropriateness of these unreported amounts to Elections Canada during the last election campaign. We want to know if the government intends to relieve the member of his ministerial duties, given what he has said in this regard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, after being rejected by Canadians in the last election, the Liberals attempt to explain this loss by tarnishing the reputation of the Conservative candidate who won the support of Canadians.
To make up robocall controversies of which they themselves have been found as the only guilty parties, and they've failed up to clean up their own houses with almost $500,000 in illegal loans that their leadership candidates have accepted. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the death of the Canadian Conference of the Arts is directly related to its criticisms of the government's attempt to reform copyright. When the conference expressed concerns of artists all over Canada, it suddenly lost its funding. The transition funding and the time given for the transition were inadequate, and it was fatal. The organization lost its funding for expressing a dissenting view. The minister had a choice between spending $25 million to rename a museum and less than $400,000 for an organization that helps hundreds of thousands of artists. How do they justify this choice? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 35 years, this organization is still receiving some 60% of its operating funding from hardworking taxpayers of this country. We did provide some transition funding for this organization this year so that they could actually go to a new system of financing and actually ask their stakeholders and the people that actually support this organization to play a bigger role in helping them move forward, Mr. Speaker. Canadians work very hard, and in this time of economic crisis, we want to make sure that those funds are used wisely for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, there are now two sets of rules governing arts and culture, one if you're liked by the Conservatives and one if you're not. And the Canadian Conference of the Arts is the latest example. Now, when the minister doesn't like an art exhibit or an organization or the name of a rock band, an unmistakable chill gets sent out across the land. Mr. Speaker, Canada's big, it's complex, it's diverse. Do we really want to have our arts and culture sector governed out of the office of one politician in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, with respect to this organization, after 35 years, they're still receiving some 60% of their budget from hardworking taxpayers. It's time that they move to a different system of financing where they ask the people who support them, their stakeholders, to contribute a little bit more, Mr. Speaker. This government, of course, is making a lot of investments in arts and culture. They continue to vote against all of those investments. We're bringing our investments throughout the country. We're supporting festivals. We're supporting community theatre. We're making the types of investments that will lead to better jobs, better opportunity, and better results for our artists across this country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, our government today tabled the 2011-2012 public accounts, the most comprehensive report the government produces. Can the President of the Treasury Board explain the importance of this year's report as we pursue our efforts to eliminate the deficit in the medium term? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
From Etobicoke Lakeshore for his most excellent question. As per usual, he's representing his constituents very well. And I would like to also say that this government is leading the way to returning to balanced budgets, and the public accounts proves this, Mr. Speaker. The public accounts also confirm that Canada has the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7 highly industrialized countries, and we are the government that has created more than 820,000 net new jobs working with the private sector. We're proud of that record too, Mr. Speaker. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the other side is focused on a $21 billion carbon tax.
The honourable member for Churchill.
This government approved the Vale takeover of Inco, and 2 years following Vale's announcement that it will shut down the refinery and smelter in Thompson, they're at it again. Vale is telling the people of Thompson that they're shutting down one mine site and shelving the proposition for a new mine. Jobs lost and a community in a province that will continue to hurt. Will the federal government join the province, the city of Thompson, and the steelworkers to bring Vale to the table to save Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, since we took office, we've set up advantageous tax system for corporations. We've reduced administrative burdens. We are open to investment. Mr. Speaker, one thing's for sure. A carbon tax of $21 billion is not going to save jobs in Canada. It's just going to increase the price of everything, and we will no longer be competitive, and we will not allow that to happen, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, former senior Liberal Cabinet Minister Joe Fontana was asked whether he would resign during the RCMP investigation of his activities as a senior Liberal cabinet minister. Mr. Fontana's response was to point to the poppy on his lapel and hide behind the sacrifices of our courageous war veterans as his reason not to resign. Veterans from London are condemning the comments from the former senior Liberal cabinet minister. Will the Minister of Veterans Affairs explain how our government supports the Poppy campaign as a sign of our respect towards our veterans?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Yes, our government condemns the comment from the former senior Liberal cabinet minister in the strongest term possible. This is totally not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, hiding behind our courageous veterans to avoid one's own potential legal problems is reprehensible, as has not its place in our country. I hope that all members of this House, including the members opposite, will join us in condemning these inappropriate comments that should not be related to our great veterans who gave their life for our country. Well said.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, after announcing the closure of the Quebec Maritime Rescue Centre, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, after announcing the closure of the Quebec Maritime Rescue Centre in 2012, the Conservatives have postponed it to 2013. But it has recently come to light that this will probably be delayed a second time, delayed till the fall of 2013. Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm that they still haven't found any qualified bilingual staff in Halifax and Trenton, and that's what's holding up the closure of the Quebec Centre? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Search and rescue is the highest priority of the Canadian Coast Guard, and the consolidation of the Marine Rescue Subcentre in Quebec will in no way increase any risk to the public. The provision of bilingual services is essential, and the Coast Guard will continue to enhance bilingual service as part of the consolidation.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, after turning its back on the forestry industry in Quebec, after attacking seasonal workers in all regions of the country, now the Conservatives are dealing a blow to a centre of excellence in Quebec, the aluminum industry. By changing the structure and role of the Aluminum Technology Centre, the government will harm small and medium-sized businesses in this sector of the future who need this important tool for development and innovation. Will the Minister commit to put an end to this harmful uncertainty surrounding the Aluminum Technology Centre and meet the stakeholders immediately? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what my colleague says, it's not true that we have abandoned any industry. We haven't turned our backs on aluminum or forestry, and we won't abandon the Chicoutimi Aluminum Technology Centre, which is an excellent centre which provides unprecedented services to the industry in Saguenay, Lac-Saint-Jean, Quebec, and Canada. And that's the fact. And that centre will remain operating, contrary to what my colleague has said.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of 6 members of the Royal Canadian Navy who are taking part in the Navy Appreciation Day today. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I regrettably rise to raise some questions about unparliamentary language, which was utilized by the member for Burnaby Douglas under the rubric member statements under Standing Order 31. And as you know, it is not appropriate to accuse other members of lying in this House. That is considered unparliamentary language. And I know the NDP, when they became the official opposition, made a great deal of their commitment to new decorum and to improving the level of debate in the House. That appears sadly to have slipped away in this member's statement today. In referring to the member for Lethbridge, the member for Burnaby Douglas accused him of outright mistruths, propagating falsehoods, statements known to be untrue, and regurgitation of falsehoods. These all fall into the category of unparliamentary language. What's more, and what's worse,
Mr. Speaker, is that these are all in reference to statements about the NDP carbon tax, and the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas actually ran under a platform that had at its fourth page a commitment to a $21.5 billion carbon tax. These statements not only are incorrect, but they are unparliamentary, and he should...
Does the honourable member wish to respond? The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
I retract any unparliamentary language, although in his statement, the House Leader, of course, had his own mistruth in there. So I think the game continues, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'd simply remind the honourable member that I have tabled before this House a copy of the platform under which he ran, in which there was a $21.5 billion.
We're getting further into debate here. Okay, I had notice first of the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table in both official languages the action plan for veterans' pensions that I referred to during question period and that I presented this morning here in Ottawa. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wascat on point of order.
Speaker, in light of the point made by the government House Leader, I think what he is drawing attention to is the fact that this fall particularly there has been a tendency in the Standing Order 31 statements to drift pretty far away from what was the original intent of Standing Order 31 into a realm where there is, quite frankly, an exchange of insults across the floor of the House. And, Mr. Speaker, that lowers the tone of the House, and it creates a tendency toward disorder in the House, as you can see from the reaction on both sides. So I would simply encourage you, Mr. Speaker, to exercise greater discipline in terms of the content of these motions so that they don't become disrespectful and at the end of the day don't cause the House to become disorderly.
No, not another point. Thank the honourable member for that. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-45, Jobs and Growth Act 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to continue my speech here. Ironically, titled the Jobs and Growth Act, Bill C-45 completely lacks measures to create jobs and stimulate growth in the long term for Canadians. In fact, this budget plans for unemployment to rise, Mr. Speaker. The tax credits provided in the bill to small businesses are small in size and only for a very short time period. Additionally, Bill C-45 cuts support to business research and development. This doesn't seem to make any sense, Mr. Speaker, in a time when Canadian businesses need to increase innovation and productivity to be able to succeed in our knowledge-based local economy and the ever-changing global economy. Moreover, the changes in this bill will hurt the manufacturing sector, which provides many good jobs to my constituents of Scarborough Rouge River, as firms will be more likely to move their R&D activities to other countries with better incentives. What we need is a long-term Canada-wide strategy to create good jobs for the 1.4 million Canadians who are still unemployed. Not, as I mentioned before, a budget bill that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated will cost 43,000 Canadians their jobs, with a projected total of 102,000 jobs lost when combined with the previous rounds of cuts. It's simply outrageous, Mr. Speaker. The changes in Bill C-45 to the public service pensions creates a two-tiered workforce where younger people will have to work longer for the same retirement benefits. Along with little action on crippling student debt and youth unemployment, younger Canadians can rest assured that this government is looking out for their best benefits. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, statistics show that women are overrepresented in Canada's public service. So the changes that this government has proposed to the public service pensions will disproportionately negatively affect women across this country. Additionally, Changes to the method of calculation for payment for holiday work in C-45 will negatively affect those who change jobs often and those who work part-time or on a commission basis. And once again, these are predominantly youth, newcomers, and women who usually don't have much other option than to take on these more precarious forms of employment. Canadians want us to take action to protect our environment and grow a sustainable economy for the future. Yet, Conservatives are shamefully focused on gutting environmental protection regulations. C-45 continues down the route of this spring's Trojan horse budget by further weakening our ability to protect our environment. This budget implementation bill guts the Navigable Waters Protection Act and further erodes the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. However, I must say, Mr. Speaker, if you do a search for the word navigable on the online version of the budget, the word navigable does not even appear once. The word doesn't appear in the budget, yet they have it all over the implementation bill of the same budget. The changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act will leave thousands of waterways without protection and fewer environmental reviews by Transport Canada. The removal of waters protection from the name of the Act and changing it to the Navigation Protection Act, while may appear very simple, is quite revealing of this government's intentions. This name change demonstrates to Canadians just how out of touch the Conservatives are when it comes to the environment, as well as their lack of concern with Canadians' calls to its protection and the need to build a sustainable economy. In addition, this bill makes little effort to support clean energy generation equipment. There are 2 minor expansions to tax credits for certain types. However, these are hardly noteworthy, totaling just $3 million in the next fiscal year. Bill C-45 is one more nail in the coffin when it comes to environmental protection with this government. Under the Conservatives, Canada's environmental ranking has dropped to amongst the worst in the world. The 2011 Climate Change Performance Index ranks Canada 57th out of 60 nations surveyed, well behind G8 countries like the UK, France, Germany, that all scored in the top 10. I'm outraged by this bill, and Canadians are outraged by the actions of this government. I've received countless emails from constituents demanding that we oppose this bill. While families and communities are struggling, this bill certainly shows this government's priorities. Tens of millions of dollars spent on propaganda, advertising, while at the same time, they're telling Canadians that there just isn't enough money when it comes to the employment insurance and old age security of Canadians. With all of these flaws and more, it's no wonder we, along with Canadians across the country, oppose this bill. The NDP will always be proud to stand up for transparency and accountability. We actually listened to our constituents and consulted Canadians across the country. We will proudly stand up for the environmental protection. We will also continue to be the leader in this House to stand up for retirement security and health care. We stand up for Canadians, and Canadians deserve something much better than what this government is offering. New Democrats are committed to fighting for the real priorities of Canadian families: jobs, health care, pensions, and protecting our environment. And we have a plan to support these priorities by improving health care services, rewarding the job creators, encouraging our youth, supporting seniors, not attacking their benefits, and fighting climate change. I urge this government to take these concerns into consideration, as well as the concerns of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and accept amendments to this bill, or split it and have it studied in all of the committees. That they've got over 400 pages in this budget implementation bill. Let's actually have some time to study this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2008, the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities did an exhaustive study into the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Among the witnesses, 7 provinces and 2 territories who spoke up, and they said they agree with Transport Canada. This was on May 6, 2008. A total rewrite of the Act is something well worth doing, and they talked about, and I quote, at minimum, we believe, the provinces and territories, the changes should eliminate the need for a project proponent to first ask Transport Canada if the Navigable Waters Protection Act applies to a given stream, and they go on to define that a little bit further. But this is an approach that they were asking for. How does the member opposite respond to the provinces and territories who wanted this type of a regime for deciding when and where navigation permits should be given on a project?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And he goes on again to prove my point that, sure, if the government wants to talk about the Navigable Waters Act, and then let's include that in their budget. We know that the word navigable was not included in the budget presented by the minister in March. Yet this budget implementation bill has navigable all over it. So how is it that this government is being truthful to Canadians and honest to Canadians and transparent to Canadians when they're changing the Navigable Waters Act in a budget implementation bill for a budget that doesn't even talk about the Navigable Waters Act? So my suggestion to the government through this member is to actually be open and transparent with Canadians. If the Transport Committee had experts that said, let's talk about the Navigable Waters Act, well, let's do that. But do it openly and transparently, not the secret backdoor way.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the Liberal Party demonstrated on this particular bill is that the omnibus bill is in fact dividable, that the government, if it had the will, could in fact divide it into a number of different bills. And we saw that when they agreed with the Liberals that at the very least bring out the MP pension portion. And we appreciate that they've done that, but we would ultimately argue that there's a lot more that could be done in regards to it. In fact, when the Prime Minister was in opposition back in 1994, he stated, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, dividing the bill into several components would allow members to represent views of their constituents on each of the different components in the bill. Mr. Speaker, that was a 21-page bill, not a multi-hundred-page bill, and how the Prime Minister's opinion has changed. And I asked the member if she might want to reflect on just the massive size of this bill, and if the government really wanted to do a service to the House of Commons today, the best thing it could do is to recognize the massive nature of it and break it down into a number or into a series of legislative proposals. This way there would be due diligence given on all and every major issue that this bill is attempting to make changes with. Would she not agree?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his very pertinent question right now. And the government has proved that they are willing to split this bill by bringing out the pensions. And the NDP has proposed time and time again, requesting unanimous consent of this House to do that exact same thing, to break this humongous bill that's over 400 pages long. Of course, and now debate is, of course, under time allocation, so we don't have the opportunity as members of Parliament to have the full debate that's necessary to go through these 400 pages. It's our fiduciary duty to our constituents to ensure that there's adequate and appropriate debate in this House, and this is exactly what this government is ensuring that doesn't happen. This government is muzzling scientists, they're muzzling parliamentarians, they're muzzling everybody, and this government is not allowing us as members of Parliament to perform our fiduciary duty to our constituents.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today on the Jobs and Growth Act, which will implement key provisions for our 2012 Economic Action Plan. This legislation serves to implement additional measures of the 2012 budget in order to continue to grow Canada's economy, fuel job creation, and secure Canada's long-term prosperity. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance as well as the departmental officials for their great work at the technical briefing of this bill. What we heard from officials at the technical briefing were clear and precise details outlining the department's rationale for each of the fiscal issues that make up Bill C-45. It was 6 hours well spent. While I consider my riding of Red Deer, I reflect on its people, and its prominence in the province of Alberta. Not only are its people innovative and hardworking, but our riding is centrally positioned along Alberta's transportation corridor and acts as a vibrant industry service hub. And agriculture is one of those critical industries. It has been and continues to be vital to our community of Red Deer, and I'm proud to be part of a government that recognizes that Canada's agriculture industry is a key economic driver, not only for rural communities, but for our nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to recognize the exciting future that is in store for Canada's grain sector with the introduction of Bill C-45. Earlier this year, Western Canadian wheat and barley farmers were released from the shackles of the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly. After 75 long years of being legally prohibited from selling their own grain, they are, at last, able to reap the benefits of their hard work. Freedom. In conjunction with new freedom for Western wheat and barley growers, today's bill, the Jobs and Growth Act, proposes much-needed legislative amendments to the Canada Grain Act in order to streamline and update the operations of our century-old Grain Commission. And on that, I'd also like to speak about the Red Deer Chamber of Commerce, which presented to the National Policy Convention a resolution that encouraged marketing freedom for Western Canadian wheat and barley growers, and it was passed by that organization. Mr. Speaker, farmers' interests are best served when unnecessary costs and regulations are eliminated and when farmers can deliver grain into a competitive and efficient grain handling system. It's been 40 years since the Canadian Grain Commission was last updated to meet the needs of farmers, so it is definitely time for us to remove red tape and unnecessary regulations for grain growers. Bill C-45 removes the requirement for inward inspection and weighing by the Canadian Grain Commission. This proposed change will eliminate over $20 million annually in unnecessary costs from the grain handling system, costs that have been downloaded onto farmers. The original purpose of inward inspection and inward weighing was to ensure that grades and weights were recorded at each stage as grain moved through the system. The service was established when primary elevators, terminal elevators, and transfer elevators were owned by different companies. Grain companies needed a system of checks and balances to follow the grain as it weaved its way through the system, and the Canadian Grain Commission was required to act as that third party to ensure that this happened. But there's been many changes in the industry, which now call in question the need for the Canadian Grain Commission to inspect and weigh every shipment of grain that is unloaded at terminal or transfer elevators. These services are no longer required in a business environment where a prairie grain elevator is often shipping their own grain within their own terminal system. These inspections are redundant and unnecessary. Now, shippers will be able to request third-party inspections, but as for who provides these inward services, that would be best determined by those involved in the transaction. The shipper and the elevator operator will also have the right to appeal to the Canadian Grain Commission for binding determination of grade and dockage if there is a disagreement. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been some criticism from across the way on these changes, and I sometimes wonder whose interests they're looking after. But our government has consulted extensively with farmers on how to modernize the grain handling system, and we are pleased to have the support of industry for these changes. Richard Phillips, Executive Director of the Grain Growers of Canada, in a press release dated October 23rd said, and I quote, "Under the current system, we see duplication of services with grain company staff and grain commission inspectors, both inspecting the same tens of thousands of rail cars every year. This change will certainly reduce unnecessary overlap. The grain growers have always pushed hard to reduce red tape and regulatory burdens for our grain sector, and so we fully support this change." End quote. Mr. Speaker, the industry agrees that this is the way forward to modernize the Canadian grain handling system and to provide an efficient, competitive environment for farmers to operate in. The other important change that is designed to benefit farmers is the introduction of insurance-based producer payment protection. A key role of the Grain Commission has been to protect primary producers from the risk of industry participants going belly up. The Commission requires that all elevators post a bond, an amount equal to the value of the grain that they are handling. The current payment protection program adds significant costs to Western Canadian producers, but it is not cost-effective, and the costs of the program are ultimately borne by farmers. Unfortunately, we've seen that despite the licensing regime, the bonding system does not necessarily protect producers from the financial failure of grain elevators. If an elevator is bonded, the security held by the Grain Commission is insufficient in some instances, and producers are left with a loss if a company goes under. So unfortunately, all that this requirement has done is to tie up a significant amount of operating capital into industry without protecting farmers. Bill C-45 changes this by allowing an insurance-based program that will reduce costs to the grain sector and to reduce risks to producers. Grain elevators and grain dealers will continue to be licensed, and providing security will continue to be a requirement of becoming licensed. However, an insurance-based program will reduce risks to farmers, as an insurance program would guarantee that farmers are not left without payment. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, these amendments reflect extensive consultation with industry and are supported. The wheat growers stated in their press release of October 22nd of this year that they applaud changes to the legislation that will provide greater flexibility in how payments to farmers are secured. They have recognized that replacing the traditional bonding system with an insurance system could provide farmers with better coverage at a lower overall cost. Kevin Bender, president of the wheat growers, who happens as well to be a constituent of mine, said, and I quote, "The amendments represent a good first step towards modernizing the Canadian Grain Commission," end quote. The Canadian Grain Commission is essential to our country's system of grain handling, but it has been very difficult for the Commission to keep up with changes in the industry both in Canada and abroad. The result has been a restrictive approach in regulating Canada's grain industry. It's a Conservative Party, a party that has many farmers sitting in this House, and I am one of them, that fights for this industry. It is this Conservative government that has followed through on studies and consultations with the grain industry to come up with the important amendments that we see today. We received feedback from the grain sector during the 2006 Compass Review, the recent Rail Freight Service Review, the Grain Commission's 2011 User Fees Consultation, and the Commission's engagement with stakeholders earlier this year. We have listened and we are acting. Now, how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? Thank you so very much. Mr. Speaker, there's a few things that I just wanted to kind of summarize so that people really recognize the significance of the points that we're making in here. And first of all, it's the removal of the inward inspection. The farmers, they deliver the grain. If they wish to confirm the quality, then they bag it and they tag it and they send it to the Canadian Grain Commission. Then they know what it is that they're going to be paid for. The weights have already been determined. That's the end of their transaction. That is the beauty of what we have had now without having the Canadian Wheat Board. But then the grain company, they're the ones that own it, where they then move it through their system. And by not forcing us to continue this inward inspection, then there's no more of the extra costs that are added to the movement of the grain within the grain companies. So based on that, that means that they will not be downloading those extra charges. And it was mentioned that there's tens of thousands of rail cars that are being inspected continuously, and the cost of that, it all ends up going to the farmer. The second point that is, I've heard others talk about, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is the Grain Appeal Tribunal. And with the removal of inward inspections, the need to arbitrate therefore becomes unnecessary. This has nothing to do with the producer. Remember, they no longer own the grain. Their transaction was completed at the grain elevator. The discussion is between the Canadian Grain Commission, Company X and Company Y, not the farmers. Mr. Speaker, it's this Conservative government that is helping farmers by putting back the Grain Commission on a track to keep pace with the industry in the 21st century. The status quo is not acceptable for grain producers in Canada, so I urge all members of this House to support these important legislative amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I know that the member is from Red Deer and was elected in 2008. And I just was wondering, now that we're talking about the budget, I noticed something's missing. When you campaigned, I'm sure, from door to door in Red Deer, you probably took your platform with you. 2008 platform has a...
Can I remind the member to address his comments to the chair, not to individual members of Parliament?
Mr. Speaker. Page 23 of the Conservative platform says, prohibiting the export of raw bitumen to higher polluting jurisdictions. And it says, I quote, a re-elected Conservative government will prevent any company from exporting raw bitumen. Just wondering, I don't see that in the current budget, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if the member could explain why that hasn't been included and why he's broken his promise to his constituents.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when we take a look at the types of things, the extra amount of work that has been done in the budget process, of course, I'm extremely proud of the people that have worked on it. I had an opportunity, again, and I'm not sure whether we wanted to get into carbon tax discussions and so on, but what I will say is this, that in the province of Alberta, and I had the opportunity to know Ernest Manning, who was the Premier many, many years ago, and he was once asked, what is the magic bullet that you have here in Alberta that is able to allow you to be so successful? And what he said is the election of NDP governments in BC and in Saskatchewan, as it drove all of the capital to Alberta. They still have all of the opportunities there. They have all of the resources there. And this is the situation that we're looking at. And, of course, the biggest concern that they have, especially from Saskatchewan, where I have some great friends that have come to Alberta, including my mother that was part of that particular group, it took the human capital as well. And these are the kinds of situations that we're looking at. So, yes, every budget that we have has to look forward to things in the future.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about the Canadian Grain Commission, and I think that there are a number of prairie farmers that are quite concerned about the future of the Grain Commission, and I would very much appreciate just for the member to expand where he sees the Grain Commission 4 or 5 years from now. What is it going to look like? There was a great deal of trust that many grain farmers had that was lost because of the way in which the government dealt with the Canadian Wheat Board, and many of those are looking at the government and they're somewhat fearful in regards to the Canadian Grain Commission, and that's why I posed the question in terms of 4 or 5 years from now. Does he see a healthier Canadian Grain Commission with strong regulation? How does he envision the Canadian Grain Commission looking 4 or 5 years from now?
Honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, and I welcome any opportunity to speak about the grain industry and especially the types of moves and the things that we have done with regards to the Canadian Wheat Board changes, changing the monopoly, giving it the opportunity to move from the single desk into a dual marketing system. Amazing things have happened in Western Canada. And I know that there are people that are taking pictures of their trucks as they enter, and they take the first grain off of the fields and are able to sell it as #1 wheat, get the check, and move home with it. These are the kinds of things that we have. So I guess part of my answer is there's been a fair amount of fear-mongering that was presented at that time about trying to cut the Canadian Wheat Board and everything else, which, of course, was never true. And the situation that we have now shows that we are moving forward, and the Canadian Grain Commission is part of that. It's an integral part of that. And so to answer the question specifically, I see it moving forward with the industry. It's an important part. People suggest that, well, what's going to happen to quality of grain? Remember, it's not the Canadian Grain Commission. It's the great farmers of Alberta, the great farmers of Saskatchewan, the great farmers throughout this country that produce the quality grain that we need. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Honourable député d'Acadie-Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to rise today to speak to Bill C-45, the government's omnibus legislation. And this isn't the first time. We saw last spring that there was an omnibus bill with the budget last spring. Now we've got another 400-page bill that will affect a number of bills. Well, and I'd like to start this way, Mr. Speaker. Either it will prevent us, as parliamentarians, from representing our constituents. Not in a government, because this one isn't democratic, but in a democratic country, in an allegedly democratic parliament, Canadians, when it comes to a vote and they decide to send an MP to Ottawa, it's to do something. So the MP is entitled to speak to legislation, first of all, and secondly, to study it, and after that, to vote on it. Now, when we see the Conservative government, the former Reform government, because it is a reformist government, the Conservative government had a progressive side to it. Now it's a Reform government, but now it's become a majority government, and it's putting forth legislation like this that takes democracy away from us. So I can't see how Conservative members can feel comfortable with this kind of approach, because even the general public is starting to take a stand and say this makes no sense. You're unable to do anything because of the Conservative government, or the Reform government, I mean. I apologize for that. I think that democracy, Mr. Speaker, is taking a real hit. Now let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have a lot of time. I've only got 10 minutes. I'm sure that I've already used up 2, so I've got to have at least 8 left. But let me give you an example of EI. And I'd like to tell you why it's an important issue, because back at home, seasonal jobs are plentiful. We don't have seasonal workers. The jobs are seasonal, not the workers. So let's go back to July, Mr. Speaker. Now, there were a number of demonstrations in the region. One in Miramichi, 3 in Acadie-Bathurst in that riding, another one in Restigouche, Madawaska-Restigouche, where the minister for ACOA, the same minister who told his people back home, oh, well, it's 2012. People would rather go hunting or go on EI instead of working. What an insult.
And once again, I took part in a demonstration this week, which I was very moved by, and I'll tell you why. There were 2,000 odd people in attendance, and when New Brunswickers and Acadians marched over the bridge in Campbellton, and when we saw the Aboriginal people and the Francophones from the Gaspé coming from the other side across the bridge, and we met in the middle, we were told this was a meeting of the peoples. A meeting of the peoples to tell the Conservative government you're on the wrong track when it comes to EI reform. In this budget, at least a few regulations could have been changed. Mistakes, well, not really mistakes. The cruelty. People talk about cruelty to animals, but this is cruelty to workers who are losing their jobs, their seasonal jobs in fishery, forestry, tourism. To tell those people that each week they have to go see employers and ask for any available work. When I deal with 60-year-old women, 63-year-old women calling me to say that I have to go from shop to ask them if they'll hire me, otherwise they'll cut my EI benefits. They're humiliated to that extent when they spent their whole careers working in a plant, whether it's in Caracat or Miscou, Tragedy, wherever it is, Saint-Simon, Maisonnette, L'Ange-Bleu, Grand'Anse, Saint-Isidore, or Paquetteville. There just simply aren't enough jobs to go round. When they brag that they've created 820,000 net new jobs, what about the calling center at Canada Post in Fredericton? Jobs that paid $12 an hour with no benefits. They don't mention that part of the story. So people are humiliated. They get their benefits cut off if they don't go from door to door looking for work. And employers call me and they say, I don't need anybody else. I have a small shop with just 2 workers, but I get 50 to 300 people coming by every week asking if I can hire them. This is harmful to my business. Nobody wants to come shop here because there's so many job seekers coming through the door.
On home to go. And I understand what they are saying, look, you're on the EI, you're supposed to be there looking for jobs. But when you live in an area where the employment is up to 20% because of the fish plant closed down, the tourist industry has closed down in the winter. That's what we got home. And when we got the forestry, and then you're telling the workers to go look for a job 3 times a week. If not, we'll cut your employment insurance. When you have that, when you have the store calling you, your office, and say, look, I don't have those jobs. When those people come to my establishment, They are hurting my enterprise. Because it's not that I don't like them, but they're not buying in my enterprise. Matter of fact, they're putting sign in their window now, Mr. Speaker, saying we are not employing anybody. Matter of fact, some are saying now, we're going to start to charge $15 for each person if you want me to fill the form that human resource want. And some are saying that we're going to start to charge $20 for the form that human resource want us to sign. Just imagine that, Mr. Speaker. They already have lost their job. They're only getting 55% of their wages. And just having them traveling around the Acadian Peninsula looking for jobs that don't exist. Imagine the amount of gas that they expend. Look at what they're expending just on gas, and they don't have that money. And how is this government could say that they had put that in place to help people to find a job for where they didn't know a job was existing? Well, Mr. Speaker, I invite the Minister of Human Resources to come down to the peninsula and down to Acadie Bathurst any day, to come down to Miramichi any day. I invite her to come down to Madawaska or Restigouche any day, to come look if there's jobs. The jobs are not home. And she's talking in her bill, what she was talking about, they have to go look, and now we're away from home. Does she understand where we're living? Does she understand where we are living?
Debating Bill C-38 and not C-45 at the particular moment. I'd ask that he be relevant, or I'd ask you to ask him to be relevant to C-45.
Well, if the member wants, si le député veut répondre.
If the member wishes to respond.
The bill that certainly are relevant to EI changes. So I'm sure there, but if the member wants to respond to the objection, I'll let him have a few minutes.
I don't mind your respond if it's not taking up my time, because it's a point of order. Yeah. Well, you said that I will not lose time. Thank you. The employment insurance, the bill is what I was talking about. If he was listening on the other side, was that what was missing in the bill. And what was missing in the bill is to make some change for the workers. And that's relevant to the bill because it's a bill on money bill, which workers will be losing money, and to me it's relevant.
I'll take that under with agreement. But again, there's only so far one can go with that. I've already made that comment once before a few weeks ago. But I'll allow you to continue. You have roughly 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's in order. Questions and comments, that was a point of order. But otherwise, you can't limit debate and House of Commons when you're talking about a bill. You've got to be able to talk about what's in it. Once again, the government's trying to shut us up so that it doesn't look bad for them, because these are the type of things they're doing. For example, look at their bill. They're trying to push the fact that workers are going to have to work till they're 67. This is a direct attack on workers. We see the finance minister saying, and the labor minister saying this kind of thing. They say they're doing it to help, but look at this bill, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about workers, foreign temporary workers. Does it make any sense that temporary foreign workers are going to be paid 15% less than Canadians? That opens the door to employers to keep temporary foreign workers longer. There's a reason why people in our area are sent home after 20 hours of work, because the temporary workers stay on shifts longer. They work 40 hours a week. So Canadian workers are being sent home because the foreign temporary workers are paid 15% less. They can be made to work differently. The different rules apply to them. So the foreign worker, poor guy who wants to make money, there's a call made to Immigration Canada, and they say, we don't want that worker anymore. If the foreign worker doesn't like the working conditions, they get rid of him pretty darn quick. So, and when the unemployment rate in Acadie Bathurst is 20%, who's going to dare complain? So they're opening the door to slavery. for foreign workers and job losses for Canadians. So when they say they want Canadians going back to work, what they're saying is that our people are to go work out west and foreign workers will come and do the seasonal work. They'd pay taxes, they'd pay EI, and then they get sent back home to their home country with no benefits. And the government will do the same thing as the Liberals did. They'll take $57 billion out of the fund and spend it as they please. That's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker. I say that's not the right way to do things. People need to wake up to this. So I would be proud to go to the demonstration in Caracat this week. But I wasn't proud to see in the eyes of people the fear and the way the government's treating workers. There's a reason I said, what did workers do to the Prime Minister and to the Conservatives to deserve this treatment? That's the fact. They're always going after workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is generally a pretty jovial guy, so it's kind of surprising to see him so grumpy today and so negative about this bill. There's a lot of good measures in Bill C-45, Mr. Speaker. The registered disability savings plans are being improved. The EI credit for small business employers is being continued, a credit of up to $1,000 against a small business employer's increase in its 2012 premiums. Mr. Speaker, this is available to over 536,000 employees. So I'd like to ask my colleague if he agrees with these improvements in Bill C-45, but finally if he could also, when he's responding, respond to how he feels about the comments of his former leader, Mr. Broadbent, when he said, taxes are the hinge that links citizens to one another and to the common good. We should consider implementing taxes on inheritance of wealth which pass morally unjustifiable class privilege. Significant revenues could be raised by the introduction of a financial transaction tax, green taxes, such as a carbon tax, and higher taxes on natural resources need to be considered as a means of financing. I'd like my colleague to respond to those three questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Answer my way of what I think. If people was not paying any taxes, we will not have hospital today. We will not have school. We will not have highway. We will not have all of that. Instead, what the government wants to do is kind of make us believe we'll take $100, we'll give it to parents about their children, take care of their children, but at the same time, we will take away their income tax when it comes the time and take half of what we have been giving them. That's the Conservative Party of the way of giving tax one end and grabbing the other one. That's what it is. And when we look at this here, when we look at the job created in our country right now, most of them are part-time. When you got youth between the age of 15 and 24, most of them are working part-time, and that's what has been created. When you look at the big number, we have people doing 3 jobs because that's what this government have done. That's what it have to do. Those young youth, Mr. Speaker, that go to school and work hard and have degree in the university, how many of them are just part-time? That's what this government has done. And matter of fact, instead now of creating job for those people, steady job, what we do and we get is more part-time work. And the study has been put in there trying to tell us they are the creator of the job. They are the creator of people losing their job, taking people from public service, 19,000, and get them to lose their job in the services to Canadians. That's not what Canada is all about, my friend.
Again, I'd remind all the speakers to address their comments to the chair, not to other members of Parliament.
Questions and comments?
Breton Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague and friend from Acadie-Bathurst. But I have to make the comment first on the point of order that was drawn from my friend from Essex. You know, it's easy to sort of wander on this bill when you have something as sprawling as this bill. It's easy maybe to think that you're a little bit off. This is probably why when the minister appeared before the Finance Committee, he couldn't answer 2/3 of the questions that were posed because they were under the realm of somebody else's portfolio.
And so, you know, on behalf of all opposition members, I'll issue an apology through you to the member from Essex if we do sort of tend to wander. But I want to ask my colleague, 53% of the regional GDP in Atlantic Canada is found through seasonal industries. The fishery, agriculture, forestry, tourism generates 53% of the regional GDP in Atlantic Canada. So these cuts to, these cuts to EI, what kind of impact does it have? I know in my riding, it's a decimating impact on access to skilled labor for those industries. I'd like to get his opinion as to how it will impact it.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. There's 30 seconds left.
15 years as a member of parliament received so many calls from the employers saying, this is hurting my industry. My industry is a respectable one. It is a seasonal job that we have there, and we are losing our people. And I have never received so many calls. Matter of fact, I had never received any before, and I'm receiving it now since this spring, and what's happening right now in our region. And I'm telling you, Canadians like our lobster. Canadians like our codfish. Canadians like our fish, I tell you this. And they love to come down for tourists, down to the Atlantic. Then we welcome them. But they are hurting all those industries.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to participate in the debate on Bill C-45, the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. This act implements key initiatives that will bolster Canada's economy and help improve communities across Canada with measures that create jobs, support families and communities, and respect taxpayer dollars. Many of my colleagues have, over the course of this debate, highlighted the numerous important measures that are proposed in this bill. These include extending the hiring credit for small business, removing red tape, and reducing fees for our grain farmers, and improving the administration of the Canada Pension Plan. However, I would like to use my time here today to focus on the aspects of the bill that are key to the continued economic growth of my riding of Prince George Peace River, namely our government's commitment to the streamlining of the regulatory process in order to promote the responsible development of our natural resource sector. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, a key part of our nation's future lies within our natural resources. In my riding, these resources play a significant role in the local economy. Few regions are blessed with natural resources as British Columbia, and this sector has been a key driving force for our local economy for decades. Few jobs in the region are not directly affected by the development of these resources. Nationally, the natural resources sector directly and indirectly accounts for nearly 20% of our economy. That's 1/5 of all economic activity in Canada. It's massive. That generates 800,000 high-quality jobs in Canada. Add to that the additional 800,000 indirect jobs in other sectors, and you have close to 1.6 million jobs that depend on natural resource development, and nearly 10% of all jobs in Canada. Huge indeed. There are currently over 600 major Canadian resource projects planned over the next 10 years or are currently underway. These projects represent approximately $650 billion in investments, a significant increase from the $500 billion investments that had been identified only a year ago. It's no secret that in today's modern society, all of us use natural resources on a daily basis. And it is clear by these numbers that the global demand for these resources is growing even stronger. However, we are going to have to compete with those other resource-rich countries for those vital job-creating investment dollars. Acting on this opportunity means putting in place a world-class regulatory system. We need a system that ensures timely, efficient, and effective reviews, a system that promotes business confidence and investment while strengthening our world-class environmental standards. In Economic Action Plan 2012, we introduced our government's Responsible Resource Development Plan. And in Bill C-45, we are continuing in our efforts to streamline the regulatory process while also maintaining rigorous environmental standards. This commitment to streamlining the regulatory process and responsibly developing our natural resources will have a positive impact on all Canadians. In doing so, we are not only creating and sustaining high-value jobs and economic growth, but also generating billions of dollars in tax revenues to help pay for important social services. Let me be clear, despite continued fear-mongering on the part of the opposition, projects will not proceed unless they can be done safely and responsibly. Eliminating duplication or updating legislation does not mean that we are weakening environmental standards. On the contrary, by streamlining our regulatory process, we can focus environmental assessments on major projects. For example, our proposed changes to the Navigation Protection Act are a continuation of our government's commitment to streamlining the regulatory process. These changes will clearly define the major waterways upon which regulatory approval is required and rely on common law to protect navigation in non-listed waterways. Canada's waters will continue to be protected by Transport Canada's marine safety laws and Fisheries Act and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012, as well as various provincial statutes. In fact, Canada has 9 acts of parliament governing marine safety. These strict rules and regulations govern the development of shipment of products like oil and gas to safeguard public health and the environment. For example, Canada requires ships to provide 24 hours notice before entering its waters. The federal government also inspects every foreign tanker on its first visit to a Canadian port, and for vessels making multiple visits at least once a year thereafter. All large crude oil tankers must now be double-hulled, and smaller vessels must be double-hulled by the end of 2014. Thanks to a tough legislation and technological innovations, there have been no spills from double-hull tankers in Canadian waters, period. Nor have there ever been spills from tankers escorted by tugs with the local pilot aboard. In addition, oil handling facilities are required to have oil pollution prevention plans and oil pollution emergency plans in place. The government reviews the plans and equipment and evaluates the oil handling facilities' capabilities through exercises. With regards to pipeline safety, pipelines are currently the safest and most efficient method of transporting large volumes of oil and petroleum products over long distances, and our government has similarly tough legislation and rules in place to prevent spills. The National Energy Board subjects pipeline development proposals to an extensive review that ensures pipelines are safe and protect the environment and the public. Permits are only granted once environmental issues and First Nations concerns have been considered. Pipelines and equipment must also meet Canadian Standards Association specifications, which are considered amongst the most stringent in the world. Safety, integrity, and emergency response programs specific to each company's infrastructure are regularly reviewed and audited by the National Energy Board. The ongoing monitoring of pipelines, inspections, and site visits, as well as the ability to issue mandatory compliance orders, are also some of the tools in place to ensure pipeline safety. We are taking every possible measure to reduce the risks associated with resource development and transportation. In fact, we are going further than any government before under our Responsible Resource Development Plan. So why am I bringing up all these important safety measures up? Because while C-45 continues our government's commitment to streamline the regulatory process, we will continue to have a rigorous environmental review process that ensures that our resources are developed responsibly. Mr. Speaker, as I said previously, my riding of Prince George Peace River is a resource-rich region in Canada, which many of my constituents' jobs are reliant on, and the development of our natural resources is imperative. I strongly believe that we must continue to remove duplication from our regulatory system, while also ensuring that our changes do not negatively affect our strict environmental protection standards. I believe that is what we are doing with the measures we have introduced in Bill C-45. We can remain good stewards of the environment and our natural resources at the same time. That is why I'm proud to support Bill C-45. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the region that my colleague represents very well. I traveled through northwestern BC, and I wonder whether my colleague is worried about the fact that large infrastructure could cross rivers For example, Sticking River, lakes whose water is so fresh that we can drink it, regions that should be protected by UNESCO because they are such fragile ecosystems. So I'm wondering whether my colleague is concerned about the fact that there is almost nothing left to protect these lakes and bodies of water. What is his opinion on the fact that there are no further environmental hearings? What is going to protect this area?
Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, well, actually, I had the experience of actually working on pipelines as a young guy. And one of the jobs that we worked on was actually a pipeline replacement of a pipeline that was 50 years old. And we saw the sidewall, there was hardly any erosion with a 50-year-old pipeline. It was basically intact the way it was put in the ground 50 years prior. And this was from 50 years ago in terms of standards and the rest of it. And what we're proposing is even more increased standards than we had then, and even in place that are in place today. So I frankly, I don't see any concern in terms of navigable waters or waters of concern that you mentioned. I don't see it. Frankly, we live around pipelines all the time in northeastern BC and see very, very few incidents. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And previously, we heard from some of my colleagues from Atlantic Canada how the previous Conservative budgets are really killing our area. In Cape Breton, we see what they've done with the over 300 jobs been cut, and now we see what the seasonal help. I'm just wondering, and my question is, in this budget and previous budget and budgets to come, is there a bit of a plan that Conservatives have of really privatizing rural Canada, of taking services out of rural Canada, whether it's Parks Canada, with the EI changes, what they're doing with the fisheries, what you see what they did with the wheat board? Is there kind of some sort of agenda here that they're privatizing rural Canada? And I wonder if my colleague can answer that question.
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Yeah, and as I said before in my speech, I mean, responsible resource development is about jobs, especially in my riding. And he asked the question about jobs, and I guess all I would say is that I would say 100% of our jobs either are directly or indirectly related to natural resource development in Prince George Peace River. So to me, the jobs question is to me, it's an obvious one. It produces jobs. It's going to produce jobs for well into the next century. Natural resource jobs will be part of our story and a good positive economic story in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me just congratulate the member. The member who represented that riding before was an esteemed member of this House, and I think the current member is doing a fine job. His constituents should be proud of him. He talked about the importance of streamlining regulation, and the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Mr. Speaker, has been causing tremendous problems and delays, cost delays, especially for the forestry industry. I point the member back to, very briefly, to some testimony at the Standing Committee on Transport in 2008, where one official was testifying that a forestry industry would go into an area, say every spring, that they would typically cut in, and they would have to, at times, seek approvals, individual approvals for up to 3,000 temporary bridges over creeks that nobody would even get to with a canoe or a kayak. That will now not be the case currently. What does the member think about that, and particularly for the forestry industry in his riding?
Honourable member for Prince George, Peace River. You have less than 30 seconds.
Thanks for that comment. It's appreciated. Yeah, just to confirm what the member has spoken about, it's somewhat the reviews prior to this, the EAs have been done on even the most minor project. We've seen replacement of a culvert would have an EA, or construction of a boat launch would have an EA, or similar projects as you referred to. Simply are not going to be required under the legislation, and I think it's appropriate. EAs are meant for I guess more higher impact projects, and I think the fact that we're moving in a way that streamlines the process is a good thing. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I
happy to join into this debate, and certainly there have been some very valid arguments brought up, especially just about the size of the bill itself. And I want to speak particularly about one aspect of the bill, and that's the EI changes. But certainly the size of the bill is worth noting off the top of my comments when you look at the vast impact it has on so many different departments of the government and so many different pieces of legislation. To lump these all into one omnibus bill, I know it was a practice that was very much frowned upon when our current Prime Minister was a Member of Parliament back through the mid-90s, and when he was Leader of the Opposition, and he spoke very passionately in this chamber about his opposition to omnibus legislation. What do you think? I think probably one of the most interesting debates we could have would be between the current Prime Minister and himself circa 1993. Because I think you're looking at two different individuals, Mr. Speaker, what he said then and how he practices the administration of his duties currently as Prime Minister. Between the years of 1993 and 2001, in total, the number of budgets that were presented by then Liberal governments, the total number of pages between 93 and 2001 still wouldn't add up to the number of pages in this particular budget. And, wow. and the impact that it has on the various departments. As I had indicated earlier, Minister of Finance appeared before the Finance Committee, and he couldn't answer two-thirds of the questions because they fell under the responsibility of the Minister of the Environment or the Minister of Fisheries or Minister of Transportation. To lump all these into one, I think it does a huge injustice, and we've heard that from group after group after group, and certainly we in the Liberal Party, we certainly don't support this size of budget and the approach that the government has taken. I want to speak specifically about the EI changes, but even more importantly, what's gone on since this government took power, the widening of the gap between the rich and the poor. And we see today that there's been a study released with that cites an increase in food bank usership of 31%. The usage in food banks has increased by 31% since 2006. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the perfect world, we wouldn't have food banks. But, unfortunately, there are some people that slip through the cracks through one reason or another. But to see that they've increased by 31% since 2006, I think that's substantive. And what worries me about this bill is that measures taken in this bill, for example, increasing the age of OAS from 65 to 67, you know who that's going to impact? That's not going to impact, corporate lawyers or those that are. It's funny, the Minister of Human Resources today, she talked about things that she's doing for income splitting for the poor people in this country. They did income splitting. I'm sure the guys down at the hostel, down the Salvation Hostel, they were high-fiving each other when they heard that the government's coming forward with income splitting. Mr. Speaker, first of all, you have to have an income before you split it.
Exactly.
And these guys, this government has turned its back on those most vulnerable in our society time after time, and certainly in this instance here. When we look at the increase in the OAS from 65 to 67, Mr. Speaker, that's going to hurt the poor, the low-income earners in our community, people that aren't in a position to save going forward. They're just able to pay their bills from week to week, let alone save going forward. This is going to hurt those persons who try to get by living with disabilities. I've had an opportunity to speak with people with, several groups who represent people with disabilities. And they say to a person, they say, when a person hits 65 and they get OAS and they get guaranteed income supplement, that's the most wealthy, that's the most wealth that they have in their entire life. They hit easy street when they finally reach 65 and they're able to receive OAS and GIS. So, Mr. Speaker, we're widening the gap. But certainly I want to speak specifically about EI and the changes to EI, and one of the programs in particular, Working While on Claim, and how they took a fairly good pilot project, one that was started in 2005. It was renewed under a Liberal government. It was renewed by by Conservative government in 2007 and renewed once again. So they took it. It was a program that showed people that that were receiving EI benefits that wanted to earn some additional money that an employer had a job for them to fill. It would allow them to earn 40% of their EI premium. So if they were making $200 a week on EI, they could make $80 and keep that $80. It was a program that worked fairly well. If you were making full benefits on EI, you could make $195 without losing a dollar. So it was one that worked fairly well. They came in and they said that they were going to increase it to 50%, but they didn't say the 50% was on total earnings. There was no mention of that being on total earnings. So now what happens, they lose the 50 cents right from $1. So that person that was making $200 a week, Mr. Speaker, and they make the $80 in the part-time job, they lose $40 of that. They lose $40 of that. And what's that doing to our economy, especially in communities that are driven by seasonal industries, Mr. Speaker, I got a call from a gentleman, a farmer from Prince Edward Island. He tried to get somebody to come in and grade potatoes for an afternoon.
Order. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, forgive me. Again, the member said he was going to get up and speak about EI and the budget implementation bill. The only two measures contained in here, Mr. Speaker, are the extension for 1 year of the EI hiring credit and the rate setting for the EI Finance Board. The continued mechanism for setting the rates for employment insurance. Working While on Claim was in a different bill, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask that relevance, at least some modicum of relevance be enforced in that regard.
Well, I'm not totally disagreeing with the objection, but if he can stay within the parameters of the bill, it's preferable. And since there's only about 2.5 minutes left, if he can address comments to that part of the bill.
Same point of order. If I could, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, it's the budget implementation bill. And the budget included changes that were under the Working While on Claim that will devastate local economies. It did away with the 5-week extension that's going to hurt areas, the most unemployed areas in this country. So I think those points are relevant, Mr. Speaker. What we're talking about, they talk about jobs. Well, there are some people that want jobs and they aren't able to access those jobs. So I think the relevance is obvious, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not finding that it is irrelevant. I think I was clear on that. On the other hand, if the Speaker also wants to address these other 2 points, I would invite him to do so. On the point of order? On the same point of order? Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I just want, Mr. Speaker, that you clarify that. If you have a bill in the House, I cannot just see why we cannot talk about what is not in the bill to correct certain measures. Because it's a bill on...
I think we've made it clear, the Speaker and other rulings has made it clear that relevancy allows for that type of an approach. I think it's also clear that one cannot apply one's entire time in the course of a speech, whether it be a 10-minute speech or a 20-minute speech, on what's not in the bill. So if you can stay within those parameters, which have been long-standing practice in this House, it is correct to say this is something that should be in this bill. That's quite acceptable, but you cannot spend your entire time on that.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, a very fair and just ruling, so I appreciate that. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'll be quizzed by the other side. Why don't I support this budget implementation bill because of the credit, the income, the EI credit for new hires? Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, every bundle of thorns may have a couple of roses in it. And actually, that's not a bad measure. That's a good measure, and I'd support that measure. But it's the other measures around that. And I'll tell you, the problem is, Mr. Speaker, if I could close on this, Mr. Speaker, the other problem around this is those employers in rural communities that operate seasonal industries, they're going to have, because of the other, they won't have employees to hire if those families aren't able to sustain themselves in rural communities. So that's the essence, and that's how I would tie this together. The credit will be of no good to them if there aren't skilled laborers, if there aren't skilled workers in those communities left to support those communities and those industries, Mr. Speaker. So, in summation, I'll look forward to any questions from the other side.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Acadie-Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Bill, help the bill, close to the bill. But when we look at the foreign workers, is it defined that the foreign workers, by removing or accepting them 15% less of their wages compared to other Canadians, would you find it's discriminatory to have this type of formula?
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and you know, the problem here, you know, we have to be careful how we address the issue of temporary foreign workers, and I don't think we've got it right yet. Temporary foreign workers are an important part of our economy, and especially rural economies. We go, you know, we've been to some areas in this country. You go to the agricultural sector, and some of the best workers they have are temporary foreign workers, and they may have a group of temporary foreign workers come in every harvest. Okay, now those temporary workers, they're able to work and sustain other seasonal workers within that industry, and that's where the crops are grown, that's where the fish are harvested. You know, that's where we realize a lot of the wealth from this country, Mr. Speaker, and those temporary foreign workers help. You know, if you've got 20 people working the fields, there's probably an infrastructure of another 10 or 15 that are being supported by those workers in the field. So, you know, they have to be treated with respect. They take that money, they go back to their own communities. It's almost like a indirect form of foreign aid, so it's of benefit to them. It's of benefit to the workers in that industry. It's of benefit to the businesses. It's of benefit to the communities. And we're hearing it not just from people that receive EI benefits, we're hearing it from municipal leaders. We're hearing it from community leaders that know that these changes are going to have a negative impact on their communities, and that's why we stand and represent them today.
Excellent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if I could ask the honourable member to comment on a couple of statistical facts. Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 countries. I believe it's 34%, projected to go as low as 32%. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I might add that the International Monetary Fund has predicted that Canada will be a leader in the global economy over the next 2 years. 820,000 somewhat jobs have been created since the global recession hit in 2009. I wonder if the honourable member can tell us how his riding, people in his riding, what are they saying about these jobs that have been created, and about the fact that Canada has come out relatively well from the global economic recession in relation to other countries around the world.
Great question. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, any chance I have an opportunity to speak about the foundation that was laid by the Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin years, John Manley, Ralph Goodale, in their stewardship of the finance department. I love the opportunity to speak of that because, Mr. Speaker, what we know, and you talk about statistics, the unemployment rate has actually increased under this crew. You know, they've created 800,000 jobs, they say. Those jobs have been created in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and a few in Newfoundland. Okay, so it's been the resource sector that's created those jobs. These guys, you know, they can pat themselves and they can separate their shoulder, pat themselves on the back. The resource sector is creating those jobs, Mr. Speaker. But you know, let's talk about the stats. Let's talk about the record debt in the history of this country. The record debt that they continue to accrue. The Minister of Foreign Affairs stood up today and said Liberals used to present 3 budgets. We only present 1. Yeah. Well, our 3 used to be balanced at least. Okay. These guys haven't been able to do that, Mr. Speaker, and I don't really see anything in the future that's going to show that they might be able to balance it either.
Avant de reprise du débat, conformément.
Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Churchill, the environment, the honourable member for Western Arctic, Fisheries and Oceans, the honourable
member for Manicagouan, Aboriginal Affairs.
Debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm to finish off the last debate on foundations put forward by Jean Chrétien, the member for Cape Breton-Canso, sat there while that government took $53 billion from workers and businesses in the EI surplus, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, to the matter at hand, Bill C-45, the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. We're talking about the Budget Implementation Act Part 2. Implementing some extremely important measures from the March budget, Mr. Speaker, and many provisions to improve our economy, which continues to be the primary focus of this government, Mr. Speaker. And the results, I think, are beginning to speak for themselves in terms of the economy. Over 820,000 net new jobs since the worst of the Great Recession. In July 2009, 90% full-time, which speaks to strong private sector job growth. The World Economic Forum says that our banks are the soundest in the world. Forbes magazine ranking Canada as the best country in the world in which to do business. OECD, IMF predict our economic growth will be among the strongest in the industrialized world over the next 2 years. Our net debt to GDP ratio remains the lowest in the G7 by a country mile or two, and all 3 major credit ratings, be they Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, Mr. Speaker, they've all reaffirmed Canada's top credit rating. Now, the global economy obviously remains fragile. We look to the European Union. The newspapers yesterday were filled with stories about Spain and its continued problems, for example, Mr. Speaker. U.S. growth, if you exclude the quantitative easing measures by the current administration.
Point of order. The
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
I don't know where this has to do with the budget. To me, it's off record. We are in Canada here, not in the state, and the budget has nothing to do with the state. And I like the member to just stay on the budget. Same thing the way that he treated me a few minutes ago.
You may respond.
Mr. Speaker, I waited 8 minutes into their speeches to raise a point of order. I'm 60 seconds in on setting the general tone of the economy as the context for the budget measures, which will continue to improve economic growth. He should at least allow me 7 more minutes.
As I think I've indicated in the past, and today again, the relevancy issue, which I think is the point that's being raised, certainly has not given the member from Essex anywhere near enough time to get to that. So he's welcome to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, well, I thank the honourable member, and I take it in the good spirit that the member intended it, of course, Mr. Speaker, and it is very collegial in this House, and I think Canadians who are watching at home should understand that that's how we do business in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, just to finish my thought on the economy, if you exclude the quantitative easing measures, the recent second stimulus of the U.S., their growth failed to meet growth expectations in the last quarter. So we're watching that economic development and responding to it. We understand there's more work to do, and that's why we are doing it. Mr. Speaker, C-45 continues our low-tax trajectory. If you look at the extension of the EI hiring credit, for example, Mr. Speaker, that's a measure specifically against taxes incurred by small businesses. We continue on that low-tax trajectory for creating jobs and growth. Contrast that, of course, with the opposition. They like a high-tax trajectory. That's their plan is full of it. If you listen to it, I think the member for Nickel Belt last week, I think it was October 25th, I wrote the date down, lamented that the government wasn't collecting enough taxes from Canadians. And so, you know, they support a much different approach. But it's one, Mr. Speaker. It's one that would kill jobs, not expand economic growth. You don't increase the cost of doing business as significantly as they propose and expect somehow that businesses are going to create jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are many measures we're supporting in C-45, and I wish the opposition could bring themselves to stand on their feet and support them. You know, the attempt to extend the EI hiring credit for small business another year, Mr. Speaker. It benefited over 500,000 businesses last year. It stands the prospects of doing very similarly in this current context as well. I would think that the NDP would oppose our shift from oil and gas tax preferences to bioenergy, but, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't seem to be the case. But there are two major issues I want to talk about in respect of C-45 right now that I wish that the NDP would support. The first, changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities since 2007. This is an issue that we looked at extensively back in 2008 for many months. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeking to do is clarify the intent of the bill. First of all, it's about protecting navigation. It was that way in 1882 when the bill was brought in, and it was, quite frankly, up until about the mid-1990s. It is a series of court interventions, Mr. Speaker, that have broadened the definition of a navigable water to the point where it's no longer useful. You know, if you can float a boat or a kayak, a canoe or a kayak in 4 inches of water for a small distance, that's considered a navigable water. Even if you have to portage 5 times over the course of a kilometer, they consider that a navigable water. I think most of us, in terms of applying common sense, would know that's actually not the case, Mr. Speaker. So we're looking to clarify that particular act. I can tell you this is important for a number of reasons, I think, Mr. Speaker. One is, you know, the infrastructure projects that roll out across this country, you know, building critical infrastructure. We need to have a regulatory environment that actually focuses, you know, on allowing those projects to move forward, applying scrutiny where we need to apply scrutiny, which is where navigation has a serious likelihood of impairment, Mr. Speaker, and I think our approach does that. We had to consider 2 options. One was, do we define or narrow the definition of a navigable water, or do we take an exemption approach or a list approach to which waterways we look at and which ones that don't apply a navigation permit to, Mr. Speaker. And witness after witness for weeks could not agree, could not come up with a definition of a navigable water because it's incredibly complex. And the nature of waterways across the country are exceedingly complex, Mr. Speaker, that it makes it difficult to come up with a workable definition of what a navigable water is. What I can tell you, whether it was the municipalities who came before the committee, Mr. Speaker, whether it was the provinces, we had the representation of 7 provinces and 2 territories, they agreed with an approach, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing, which is to look at which waters do we apply this to and which ones do we not. You know, where are the interests of navigation to be protected and the rights of navigation to have that additional scrutiny and where not to, Mr. Speaker. When we debated it back then, we had 3 parties that supported that approach, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, that's not the case as we debate this measure today. And, I gave the example earlier in asking the member from Prince George Peace River of a forestry company going into an area where navigability is not an issue. To take your kayak up somewhere, in accordance with the way the court has defined navigable water, would take, in some cases, hundreds of kilometers to get there if you dared to, try to go into that particular area. And these are areas where logging companies, for example, go in and cut down on a regular basis. But for every temporary bridge across a creek, even if it's an intermittent creek, Mr. Speaker, there would have to be a separate application to get a navigable waters permit, separate permit. And if it's 200 temporary bridges, it's 200 applications. Now you can imagine if an inspector from Transport Canada has to go there and do a site inspection at some point in the process of developing a plan, you can see how unwieldy and difficult it could be when navigability isn't even a remote issue at all, Mr. Speaker. So we are moving to a risk-based approach, and one that makes a tremendous amount of sense. The second item I want to talk to, Mr. Speaker, is the Bridge to Strengthen Trade Act. The new Detroit River International Crossing is this government's single most important infrastructure priority. And we have not only said that with our mouths, Mr. Speaker, but we have consistently proven that in this place, whether it's the establishment of the Borders and Gateways Fund in 2006, the International Bridges and Tunnels Act in 2006, budget measures to support the Parkway and the DRIC in 2007 and beyond. And, Mr. Speaker, this act will insulate the DRIC from frivolous lawsuits. We've had 10 already, 3 NAFTA challenges, not to ensure the project is compliant with Canadian laws, Mr. Speaker, but to slow it down and kill it, and the opposition stands for that delay, and they shouldn't, Mr. Speaker. They should get behind this and get behind C-45 so that we can get jobs going, 10,000 construction jobs, and thousands more that will come from the necessary long-term business investment that will come because we have predictability at that corridor. Our trucks can move our goods across that border, billions and billions of dollars and thousands of jobs that are waiting for this to go ahead, and they stand for delay. Shame on that party, Mr. Speaker. They should stand up for it instead.
Bravo! Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those comments by the member opposite were interesting to listen to. However, the problem is that when the government's only priority is to export as quickly as possible Canada's primary resources without any processing, and in doing so, they are ransacking and affecting legislation here, ecological legislation. Does the government really think that models used by certain other third world countries, where they exclusively export raw materials, enable those countries to develop?
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the member should have actually been here in 2008 to sit in on these committee hearings, because when we were looking at the Navigable Waters Protection Act and what kind of a regulatory regime that stakeholders were looking for out there, we're not talking about a third world regulatory regime. We're talking about applying approaches, for example, that are in other major jurisdictions like the United States. So we're not far off the mark in that. We're looking for efficiency in the regulatory environment. We do have, other laws and other means of capturing environmental concerns, for example, if that's the concern of the member opposite. But we, for navigation of particular waterways, Mr. Speaker, we're applying a common sense approach to whether or not an issue should be granted a navigable waters permit or whether it should not be. Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage the member, to support the approach of this government and vote yes for C-45.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the member's comments in regards to employment insurance. At the end of the day, the reality is that the Auditor General of Canada is the one that made the recommendations that the EI funds go into general revenues. Now, the government might not necessarily have liked that or support the Auditor General, but that's the reality of it. the other reality that the member needs to be aware of is that under Liberal administrations, you saw employment insurance reduced for those that are working, premiums I'm referring to, from over $3 for every $100, virtually every year in which, whether it was Jean Chrétien or Paul Martin. And then when we see the Conservatives now in the position of power, their understanding of the benefits and the need to use those benefits to support industries, it could best be demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, by members or colleagues of mine from the Atlantic Caucus that day after day had to hammer the government to try to improve some of the changes that they've made. Now, fortunately, through the pressure of members from the Atlantic Caucus here on the Liberal Party, that there were some changes, but not enough. And my question to the member is, why is it that the government has not treated the unemployed worker with the respect that's necessary in order to allow them to sustain themselves during difficult times, during industries that really are dependent on providing some sort of assistance?
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member opposite for his intervention. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. We've demonstrated time and again through our measures that we have not only been able to support those who are unemployed and have lost their job through no fault of their own, but we're working very quickly, as quickly as possible with a low-tax plan to try to create the jobs so that they can get back to work long range, Mr. Speaker. But while we're talking about employment insurance and Bill C-45, I point the member to page 272 of Bill C-45, Division 15, Employment Insurance Act, and the extension of the small business hiring credit. And can the member say today whether he will stand in his place in just a few minutes and vote yes for C-45 so that small businesses can have the relief that they need to hire more workers and get them back to work, or does he want them on unemployment insurance as well, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, obviously with C-45, our colleagues opposite are heading us straight into another Walkerton, an economic, social, and environmental Walkerton. For people who don't know, Walkerton was a small town in Ontario that had to deal with a water problem because municipal authorities didn't know how to test water purity. And government services at the time had been cut back by a Conservative government. So we're heading for another type of problem, another Walkerton-type problem, an economic Walkerton. We've lost 500,000 good manufacturing jobs, 500,000 good salaries. We now have 1.4 million unemployed in Canada. That's 300,000 more unemployed than in 2008. We haven't created jobs. We've taken a huge step backwards when it comes to employment. We have a trade deficit of $50 billion. We're exporting raw materials cheaply and importing expensive finished goods. That's not how you improve a trade deficit. Currently, household debt is around 163%. 163%. People are suffering. And now we learn that there's a record number of people having to resort to food banks. That's the current situation. It's a situation that should be fixed, and budgets are made to fix problems, not aggravate them, Mr. Speaker. But now we have a government that's doing the opposite. They're not solving any problems. Any of the problems I've listed, they're just creating new ones. This monster bill will not put the economy back on its feet. There's no tangible industrial policy to boost the economy and create good jobs. Not Joe jobs, good jobs, to replace the good jobs that were lost. Currently, people are a lot poorer than they were before. We have a parliamentary budget officer who indicates that this budget will cause 43,000 job losses in Canada. There are even people who say it may be more like 125,000 jobs. A budget that creates unemployment is not what Canada needs. The Conservatives decided to cut all over the place, including income tax credits to promote investment and modernization of companies, research and development, everything. Nothing's left. There's also a social Walkerton. In the year of cooperatives, there are no more housing co-ops being built. Everything's being cut. Old age security is being cut. The plundering of EI, reducing the budget of the CMHC. But the CMHC is what's supposed to help people keep their heads above water. That's being cut. The lack of concrete measures to support Aboriginal communities. There's been some nice speeches made, but they're not walking the talk. You need a budget, you need funding to back up the talk, and C-45 certainly doesn't provide that funding. An environmental Walkerton. The Conservatives decided to trash the Kyoto Protocol, junk it, throw it in the garbage, and now they're attacking the navigable waters protection. You can put a dam wherever you want, no problem. You don't have to worry about that act anymore. But the government doesn't mind making us pay higher and higher gas prices. Gas prices have risen to unprecedented levels. The consumer pays for that. Basically, socially, the gap between rich and poor is growing, and everybody else heads into poverty. This is a plutocracy. For those who don't know what that means, it's a political system, a political regime where the rich have all the power. So, the vast majority of Canadians are getting poorer, and just a few are getting insanely richer. That's a bad economy. That's bad economic planning. Are we going to sacrifice our fisheries and our health? Because XL Foods is just the tip of the iceberg. There will be other XL Foods because regulations are not being enforced. There's no oversight. It's being delegated to self-regulation or self-enforcement. And it's all Canadians who end up paying the price. Canadians are getting food poisoning. Canadians are losing their jobs. Canadians are being punished through this government's economic measures. So this budget is like a chainsaw massacre when it comes to our public services. And Canadians are going to suffer from those cuts. If you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to paraphrase Einstein, who said, two things are infinite, the universe and the Conservatives' public administration incompetence. But when it comes to the universe, I'm not entirely sure. But I am sure when it comes to the Conservatives' incompetence. Canadians are rightly afraid because now they have to worry about what's coming, whether their pensions will still be there for them. A budget has to produce results, and after 10 years of bad economic policy, we have $600 billion in dead money in the hands of corporate Canada. And that's an indication that Conservative policies are not working. After 10 years of bad results, of higher unemployment, we used to have 1.1 million, now we have 1.4 million unemployed. We used to have a household debt rate of 115, now it's 163%. The Conservatives should open their eyes and they should come up with a growth budget, a budget to stimulate economic growth. But instead, they've presented a mammoth budget, which is everything but an economic stimulus budget. It's an instrument to make wealthy Canadians wealthier, but for everyone else, it's like cross your fingers and hope for the best. This is a conservative budget. This is a budget that heads us into deficit. This is like what we're seeing in England, where the country was pushed into recession because of the government's measures. And it's particularly the unemployed who pay for that recession. They're the ones, people who don't want to resort to food banks, but they have no other choice. It's people looking for housing, affordable housing, who realize that there's no social housing available any longer. Like in Walkerton. It's Walkerton all over again. This is a situation where disasters are predictable, but nothing's being done to head them off. This budget is a harbinger of major problems in the future, and like in Walkerton, somebody's going to have to pay the price, but it's very unfortunate that those who have to pay the political price are not the ones who suffer the consequences of these bad decisions. This government has no guts and no pity and no economic competence, because after 10 years of bad management, they should open their eyes and look at the situation of Canadians and see that it's gotten worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honorable député de Liège.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my eminent colleague on his speech. In 1 week, I'll be taking part with my constituents in a food drive to collect food for the food bank in Saint-Jérôme. Looking at this budget and listening to the comments of my colleague, I hear mention of navigable waters. It's like they're not living on the same planet as us. People ask me to support this. We're being asked to support this budget. And at the same time, I'm going on a food drive for people who rely on food banks. This year, over 800,000 Canadians will be resorting to food banks, and there's nothing in this budget for food banks. I'd like my colleague to comment on that. How are we supposed to pass a budget like this? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. The problem of food banks is the very fact that they exist. Canada is an extremely fabulously rich country with its industries, with its raw materials, with its know-how, with its education and so on. And yet there are people, as we speak, suffering from hunger. And that indecency is due to the government. It's the government's responsibility to ensure that Canadians do not suffer from hunger. And as long as you continue to favor your cronies, you should be looking after your people, people who are hungry, people who need food banks. Once again, I'd ask all members to address their comments through the chair and not directly to other members.
In debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
No. Debate or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was still back on my last comments. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister was back in 1994, he was a member of the opposition. And the previous Conservative Speaker challenged me to why not vote in favour of one aspect of the budget. And When the Prime Minister was in opposition back in 1994, he raised a question of being able to vote on the omnibus bill. It was a 21-page document back in the 90s, and he stated, and I quote, "Dividing the bill into several components would allow members to represent views of their constituents on each of the different components in the bill." He asked government members in particular to worry about the implications of an omnibus bill for democracy and the functionality of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I believe that those words are so true today when we look at a bill that has hundreds of pages compared to 21 back then. And the Prime Minister of today has changed considerably since when he was in opposition back in the 90s. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide comment on that particular change in attitude from the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Deputy de Macarel-Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Macarel-Fortin. With all due respect for the member from Winnipeg North, where did he get the idea that this budget was made for Canadians? That was never the case. This is a budget to gut the government of Canada to continue impoverishing our country. This budget doesn't meet any of the needs of Canadians. This budget is merely made to satisfy high finance, conservative friends, oil companies. That's all it is. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, this budget has nothing to do with Canada. It aims to destroy everything we've built over generations in this country. Thank you.
We will now resume debate. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the Budget Implementation Bill and to put a few comments on the record about how I see it and how people in the constituency that I represent, Brandon-Souris, I often refer to it as the heart of Canada, and I think many would agree that if something will sell in Brandon, it'll probably sell in either the eastern part or western part of Canada. It just seems to be that kind of a community and that kind of a region where we understand a lot of the little intricacies of each province and each part of the country, and I'm very proud to represent the people of Brandon-Souris. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the budget implementation bill, obviously a lot of the information has been put before this House in a previous bill, and this is basically the implementation part, which looks after the acts and updates the current acts so that they can actually apply to what was stated in the previous budget. And I see a couple of things. I see obviously a very challenged situation, not only for our country, but for countries around the world. We do know that many countries are struggling to get their financial feet under them again and have had to make many difficult decisions. In some cases, I might suggest that they're not making enough of them and not making them in a timely fashion. But I want to congratulate our government for taking the hard steps that they've had. Everybody would know that when you're faced with a tough financial situation, be it in your home or in your business, in your province, in your country, you have to make decisions and you have to be resolved that you're going to continue along that path. And I think that's what this budget and this Implementation Act does for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have known for quite a while that other parts of the world are working hard, but they also hold Canada up as an example of how things can and may be done to improve the lives of the people in the countries that they too represent. And I think that the Prime Minister and Cabinet and our government have listened to what people are saying. I know the fact that there's been, I'm guessing, but I don't think I would be underestimating by saying hundreds of consultations that have taken place across Canada. I know that I've been fortunate to participate in many of them with ministers and also with just members of the community to find out their needs and their concerns. And one of the issues that we heard, particularly in the communities that I represent, was the benefit of the hiring credit for small businesses, a measure that,
provides an incentive for small businesses to hire new workers. And what we want to do is create that opportunity, that first job, that first position where they can get their feet wet, get an understanding of what lies ahead of them. And the one thing that I heard from my communities, Mr. Speaker, was that the credit is applied automatically. And I think everybody here that's ever filled out a form of any kind find that the paperwork just continues to be burdensome. It continues to, every time you finish one page, you think you're finished and another one is presented to you. That's not what we did. Businesses like it. They like the fact that it's simple and straightforward. Mr. Speaker, one of the other things that I believe has benefited my communities and Canadians is the fact that every member of this government is committed to developing and signing of free trade deals. We're very fortunate, I believe, to have ministers that understand the needs, be it in agriculture, be it in trade, but to go out there and look for the opportunities. If you've ever been in retail, the situation is that nothing ever comes to you. You have to go out and find it. And if you go out and find it and create those opportunities, not only do Canadians benefit, Mr. Speaker, but the people, the countries that we actually do business with, the intent is to improve their quality of life as well, and both countries will benefit from it. We know that, Mr. Speaker, that you just don't go out and automatically create jobs. You've got to invest in the people. You've got to invest in Canadians who will fill these jobs. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about employment insurance, and it's a very difficult challenge. And yet, if you talk to, I say, the old-timers, my father's generation and friends of his, they would suggest to you that unemployment insurance, at one time, unemployment insurance was merely a fund to provide you with an opportunity to your next job. And I know there's been lots of discussion about where jobs are and the opportunities, and I don't think that any government or any person should suggest that because you don't have a job today where you want to live, that you shouldn't quit, that you shouldn't stop looking for work. Opportunity presents itself in many forms and in many varieties, and sometimes if you close your mind to just one item or one opportunity, you miss the many of the opportunities that present itself. And I think it's important for Canadians to be able to open up their minds. And yes, we have challenges. No one is denying that, but I think what we want to do is try and create the opportunity where if you're unemployed and opportunities present, make the effort, make the step that, again, it's a first step, and it could be a step into a far better opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I know we've heard it before, but I think it's important to continue to mention we believe we are on the right track. We believe that we have created the environment. Governments don't create jobs. They create environments where businesses and investment wants to come to your country and create those opportunities. And when we talk about the 820,000 net new jobs, most of them, we didn't create them. The government didn't create them. We created the opportunity for it to happen, and businesses have stepped up. And for that, I'm very proud of. Mr. Speaker, you know, we are a government in Canada, the federal government, where we've said to people the way we create the opportunity is, one, not raise taxes on people, but two, find ways to reduce taxes, to allow them to put more money in their pocket and more opportunity to spend the money as they see best. And I think that's the right way to go. I mean, if you give a person $500 and tell him to spend it as he sees fit, he's going to spend it on his needs. If you tax him and give him $250, he's not going to be quite as happy, and he won't invest in the economy that we're trying to continue to keep going and keep growing. Mr. Speaker, a couple of things that I do want to highlight about the implementation bill. One, I know my colleague spoke about it, was the navigable waters. And in reality, most of the changes that we're now talking about were implemented in 2009 when they were first introduced. So it's not a shock to people, but I can tell you, and I can give you examples. Having served as a municipal councillor and a provincial member, I know that provinces, I know that small communities were just being crushed by the burden of paper, by the burden of rules and regulations, and I'm not saying that they aren't important, but the example I'll give, a small community had a rock bridge washed out, and all they ever wanted to do was replace the rock and the culvert that washed out. It took them 5 years to get that done. And how they got it done? They waited till the flood last year when pretty much no rules applied and they could actually do it with the approval. And what happened is, first they do a study and they say, well, this is not right, you have to meet this challenge. They do that, then the next one, and the next one. And it is extremely burdensome. You look at the projects in Canada that were up for infrastructure dollars, that were up for infrastructure investment in their communities. Many of them couldn't go forward because of the time that was imposed upon them, because we were trying to stimulate the economy, but also they couldn't do it because of the burdensome regulations that were imposed upon them. Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is short, but I think it's important to note, as everyone else has, we all often talk about our own programs. I think that's the best way to sell what you're trying to do. I've heard about the $20 billion carbon tax, maybe, but what I'm saying is what we're doing is with the intention of good of all Canadians. We're trying to move the ball forward in a very difficult economic time, and I think it's important that we all. One of the members from further down suggested that he can find things that he likes about the budget. Well, I encourage you to do the same, and perhaps instead of focusing on the negative, focus on the positive, because there are good things in every budget that we like or don't like, and I think the challenge for us in this particular time, in this particular economy, it's important that we focus on the positive things that will help our communities, help your communities, and in general help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his presentation. In speaking to this bill, I started by concentrating on a positive thing, and that is that all sides of the House agreed, by unanimous consent. We pulled out those parts we thought needed immediate action, the reforming of members of Parliament's pensions. I think that was a very positive thing, and I'd like to see more of it in this place. But it's not, being unnecessarily negative to notice when a piece of legislation that's been fundamental to protecting navigation rights in this country since 1882 is blown apart in a way that seems to show no reason, no consideration. I mean, we have national heritage rivers that are excluded. We have, in percentage terms, over 99% of the internal waterways of Canada will no longer have a right to protect navigation unless the individual concerned goes to court. And there's an economic impact to this. I don't know if the honourable member is familiar with how many companies make their living bringing Canadians to remote areas of the country for instance, rafting excursions, Yukon rivers, Northwest Territories. Throughout Canada, there are companies whose livelihood depends on these rivers being navigable, and now they're removed as though they don't exist. How does my honourable friend suggest we can fix this in committee?
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, it's probably not for me, Mr. Speaker, to give advice to the opposition as to what they may or may not do, but I can tell the honourable member, and I'll give another example. We have ditches that run alongside our roadways that in the spring they have water in them for about 8 days. By definition, those are termed navigable waters. Never meant to be, never intended to be, never talked about when they thought about building that road and building that intersection. But over time, the Act has just overtaken every definition that's out there. If it's a ditch, if it's one of my colleagues said, my glass of water, if I could float something in it, could be termed a navigable water, and that's what we're trying to correct with this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Acadie.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to raise a question to the member. When you say the employment insurance was there to find job and you could find opportunity,
We find the opportunity. In 1972, I come from a family of 11 people. We left home, we went work to Northern Ontario. Is that what the member is saying, that everybody has to leave the Atlantic and go work in the West? Is that what he's saying? Because the minister clearly said, Mr. Speaker, that that's not what she wants. She didn't want people to go more than an hour from home. She said she did not want to hurt the industry, the seasonal work. And him is saying people should go. You should go find a job. Now, I would like the member to clear that out. Is he saying the same thing as the minister, or is he just going his way?
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, if the member wants to check the record, I spoke about the older generation. I spoke about my father, who dealt with people as an employer that were looking for work. And the definition at that time was that it was a bridge to carry you from the job that you just lost to the next job. I'm not disagreeing with what the minister says. I'm just saying in days gone by, that's the way it was. Now we're saying 1 hour. I drive an hour to work. You probably drive more than a half hour to work. It's not unthinkable that people would do that, and we encourage people, if that opportunity is an hour away, please consider that job.
The Speaker only drives about 15 minutes to work, and I again remind the members to please direct their comments to the Chair. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to a colleague across the way is in regards to the environmental lakes, the whole research and the need to have a research station. They've played a critical role in terms of coming up with scientific information that ultimately, I believe, improves the quality of our lakes and waterways. My question to the member is, why does he believe the government has seen fit to cut that research that's so critically important to Canada?
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris, you have 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and for your advice. As a government, when you're dealing with taxpayers' money, when you're dealing with big issues, you have to make choices. And the member will note that we made a huge investment in the lakes south or north of Winnipeg because that became our government's priority. We've made an investment, we've made a commitment to clean up those lakes, which long-term, Mr. Speaker, benefit me because I'm upstream and the water that we are going to continue to send into those areas are going to be better and create a better quality of life for the people that live around those lakes.
He knows the issue.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the spring, the Conservatives pushed through Bill C-38 under closure. C-38 had 425 pages and amended some 70 acts and regulations. Several citizens and the media denounced this way of doing things, and even the National Post, which is generally considered as a right-wing newspaper, questioned the method used by the Conservatives. This fall, that is only a few months after the adoption of C-38, the Conservatives are back with another mammoth bill, C-45. C-45 has 445 pages and amends 60 pieces of Canadian legislation. Together, these two bills amount to some 870 pages, Mr. Speaker. 870 pages of measures, thousands of measures, that are often not related to each other. I have a question for my colleagues across the way, Mr. Speaker. When does all of this become anti-democratic? Where will this all end? The Conservatives may as well just summon Parliament once per session in order to table and push through one single gigantic bill and then close up shop. Why not? But it's true, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are wondering on behalf of whom the Conservative Party allows itself to act this way, whereas it received less than 40% of the popular vote. The Conservatives appear to forget that our parliamentary system remains democratic and should remain so because it gives a clout to public debate on the proposed legislative measures, on policies in the public interest, and on the conduct of the executive. This is essential and inseparable from democracy. Democracy is not only about elections. It is a continuous process. Once elections have been held, the members have the duty to provide oversight of governmental activities for the benefit of all Canadians. They have the duty and the obligation to scrutinize statutory texts that are submitted to Parliament and to highlight diverging viewpoints that must be expressed and defended in public forums. And if this is not possible, I wonder what members of Parliament, what purpose do we serve? What kind of democracy are we talking about when the majority prevents elected officials from doing their work? It is completely unacceptable that things should work this way within this Parliament. It's wrong, Mr. Speaker. If the government wants to lead in an autocratic fashion, then it should say so openly to Canadians. It should tell the people of this country that it considers that the less than 40% of the popular vote that it received give it the right to not respect our democratic traditions, and we'll see how Canadians react then. Because that is exactly what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. It is governing as if the most basic rules of democracy did not even exist. It is acting as if it had no accountability to Canadians, as if it had no duty to be transparent. I'm saying this, and I have weighed my words carefully. It is scandalous to proceed the way the Conservatives are. It is a flagrant lack of respect for our institutions and for the democratic tradition that has prevailed in this country since it was founded.
Se limiter à faire des changements techniques majeurs, ce serait tel que tel. On pourrait peut-être vivre avec cela. Nous ne sommes pas nécessairement contre les projets de loi omnibus. Nous pouvons imaginer des situations où ils pourraient être utiles. Par exemple, lorsque vient le temps d'apporter des modifications techniques mineures à certaines lois. Mais ce n'est pas ce que les conservateurs nous proposent. C-38 s'en prenait à la sécurité de vieillesse, à l'assurance emploi, aux transferts fédéraux en matière de santé et nous ramenait à l'âge de pierre en matière de réglementation environnementale. C'est ce que fait C-45 également. Nous opposons complètement en deuxième lecture et on considère qu'il affaiblit encore davantage les protections environnementales, saccage la loi sur la protection des eaux navigables, modifie le Code canadien du travail et s'attaque au régime de pension de la fonction publique. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
When debate resumes, the member for Hull-Aylmer will have 5 minutes to complete her speech. Or rather, the member will have no further time to complete her speech. Perhaps another time. Next year. Since it being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to the order made on Thursday, October 25th, 2012, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Just a minute, I'll have to read it first.
Connor moved. Dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying yea.
All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the deputies. Convoquez les députés.
question is the following one. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, move that Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. LaBelle.
Mr. LaBelle.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mrs. Zablonski.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Warrawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen to Bic
Mr.
Mactaquac.
Allen to Vic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr.
Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion, bien bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Mora Bitibiti-Miskamay.
Madame Moore Bitsibiti-Miskamay.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Sims Newton North Delta.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toons.
Monsieur Toons.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Thibault.
Monsieur Thibault.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannon, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannon, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 147, 147. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. It being 5:57, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
The members' business consideration on report stage of Bill S-201, the National Philanthropy Day Act.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Reagan, seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannon, Grand Falls, Windsor, moves that Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now? Right now. Monsieur Reagan, appuyé par Monsieur Sims.
Mr. Reagan, seconded by Mr. Sims, moves that Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to my colleagues who are still in the chamber and having conversations, carrying on their conversations in another place, or so they can stay, of course, and enjoy the wonderful speeches I'm sure they're going to hear this evening on this topic of the National Philanthropy Day Bill S-201. And I'm very happy personally to be speaking on this bill. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention that I hope that during this, just members from other parties, they might indicate whether they would be agreeable to a motion to unanimous consent to have the bill passed at third reading today. Now, I won't move that at the moment. I hear applause from one member. I'm pleased to see that. Two members, pardon me, and I hope to hear support for that from others. And if so, my colleague from Gander Grand Falls, I'm not getting the name of his writing exactly right, but he knows who he is. We'll move that motion if it's agreeable. I'm very proud to sponsor this in the House of Commons and to offer my congratulations to Senator Mercer, who initiated this piece of legislation and who, in fact, has committed a good portion of his life, in fact, to various charitable efforts. The good senator's touched a lot of lives over the years in Toronto, in Halifax, and in Mount Uniacke, where he now resides. He's, of course, lived in all those places over the years. I also owe a debt of gratitude to colleagues from the government benches and the opposition benches from the NDP for their generous support of the bill and what it is trying to accomplish. The all-party support that we've seen for Bill S-201 shows the commitment, Mr. Speaker, of all sides of the House for the establishment of National Philanthropy Day. And I think we should all give our thanks to the countless volunteers who make Canada the most caring country in the world. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was reported back to the House by committee without amendments. And I'm pleased to hear about the strong level of support it received at committee and the stories that others in this place have shared here and in committee, members who share a commitment to helping others through a wide range of fundraising efforts. And I know that many members are involved in charitable efforts across the country. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Heritage Minister said, this bill is about more than Canadians helping Canadians, although it is certainly about that. It also recognizes that we step up when help is needed around the globe. Just look, for example, at the recent disaster relief efforts in Haiti, in Japan, or in East Africa. And I suppose, well, I'm sure that there will be Canadians involved along the eastern seaboard of the United States with the effects of Hurricane Sandy. And we hope that any devastation is finished or about to be finished from that storm. This act, Mr. Speaker, would designate the 15th day of November each year as National Philanthropy Day. But let me recap the purpose of this bill. First of all, it will increase public awareness of National Philanthropy Day as a time to say thank you to those who give throughout the year. Secondly, it will focus public attention on the major accomplishments that are made possible through philanthropic contributions. Thirdly, it will honor key local individuals and corporations for their philanthropic endeavors. Fourthly, it will recognize local fundraisers and volunteers, which is, I think, really important, thanking them for their time, their talent, and their dedication, which is so critical in our society. This type of nationally recognized day would encourage schools, community groups, and individuals to become more aware of the impact of philanthropy and get involved themselves as volunteers or donors. And I see so often, I talk to organizations that are having a tough time these days as some of their volunteers get a bit older and tend to become they've given their time and they're going to do something else now or take a break from their volunteering, and some organizations have a difficult time getting new volunteers. So it's really important that we find ways to encourage Canadians to give the time they have. Most Canadians we know are very busy. They have busy lives, often with young families, running them off to soccer and hockey and who knows what. So we need to, whenever possible, to encourage people to take part in voluntary activities. This day would also be used to recognize and pay tribute to the great contributions that philanthropy has made to our lives, to our communities, and of course to our country. My colleague from Sudbury knows about this as a former executive director of the United Way in Sudbury. And he was right, in fact, when he said in an earlier debate on this bill that he believes that National Philanthropy Day will heighten public awareness of the importance of charitable giving and of volunteerism. And it will move us toward having nearly 100% of Canadians getting involved, getting engaged in charitable activities on a regular basis. Those are worthwhile goals that he's alluded to. The first National Philanthropy Day was held in 1986 to celebrate the endless daily contributions that individuals and organizations across the country and across the world, really, make to countless causes and missions. This year, more than 100 National Philanthropy Day events and activities are taking place really across North America, with over 50,000 people taking part. 16 Canadian events, in fact, honored philanthropists and volunteers in most major Canadian cities. When Senator Mercer testified at the Heritage Committee of the House on October 16th, he pointed out that recent research reveals that the troubles we have with the economy have negatively impacted charitable giving. In difficult times, it becomes tougher. Now, I think a lot of Canadians have a history of digging a little deeper in tough times. It's just that fewer Canadians have had the ability, perhaps, to dig as deep during an economic slowdown. And as Senator Mercer said, the number of Canadians giving to charities has stagnated, and donation levels are not rising in response to the increase in the need for the services that charities provide, unquote. Well, he believes it's so important to recognize the people who so generously, or why he believes, this is why he believes it's so important to recognize people who so generously give of their time, their energy, and their resources. Because, in fact, Mr. Speaker, Canadian giving has dropped for the last 3 years, according to Statistics Canada. The charitable sector, however, has over $100 billion in annual revenue. It's made up of more than 161,000 organizations in Canada. It's incredible the numbers involved here. And it has over 1 million paid staff and over 6 million volunteers. That's a huge chunk of this country's population. It's a remarkable number. Both at home and around the globe, Canadians are recognized for the generosity and compassion. And I think we all, as members of Parliament, continue to be inspired by the dedication of volunteers who give freely of their time to improve the lives of others. Through Senator Mercer's persistence, his dedication and hard work, the Senate passed this bill on several occasions in the past, but it always got sidetracked for one reason or another, whether it was elections or what have you. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this time it will be passed by my colleagues in this House, I hope today, in fact, and given royal assent by our Governor-General. Every one of us, of course, is a beneficiary of Canada's generous spirit of volunteerism. I think of the ways that I benefited as a young person, as a child, from hockey coaches and others involved, or soccer coaches, teachers who went out of their way and gave extra time to help out. I probably needed lots of extra time. And so we can all think of ways in which we've benefited over the years. And today I benefit from the fact that my son has people who are scout, and he's in venturers now, but leaders in scouting and venturers who make a contribution to my family with their great work. But this philanthropy that I'm speaking of is exemplified by organizations like Beacon House, a food bank that serves the Bedford-Sackville area, part of which is in my riding, or Phoenix House in Halifax. My colleagues across the way are anxious to have the question asked, I think, so I think I'm getting a good sign about the possible unanimous consent in due course here, Mr. Speaker. But larger organizations like Feed Nova Scotia, which collects and distributes food to over 150 food banks and meal programs, thrive under the caring spirit of Nova Scotians. Nationwide, Canadians give more than 2 billion hours a year of their time to help others, and 2/3 of all Canadians donate to charitable organizations each year. As members of Parliament, we know about the thousands of groups who do tremendous work in our towns, our villages, and our cities. I know all colleagues here are most generous with support for these groups, just as they have shown their support for Bill S-201. I'm in a hurry to help out my colleagues, you see, Mr. Speaker. It is in recognition of these immeasurable contributions that we look to recognize National Philanthropy Day every year. And with your continued support, we're about to see that happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Order. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our position is also clear. In the NDP, we support the Senator's bill. That being said, National Philanthropy Day is that's only a first step. So I would like to ask my honourable colleague, are there concrete measures to help organizations and volunteers that should be implemented rather than just an official day?
Tax West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague and my neighbour in the Confederation building. For the moment, I agree that we do have to put other measures in place. For example, a tax credit for people who do volunteer work. And I think there are different ways of helping organizations that make major efforts in our communities. This bill concerns only a National Philanthropy Day, and I am pleased with that, as my honourable colleague knows, to go forward to spend the government's money. We need different legislation and a royal recommendation from the government. So we have to leave that up to the government. But for now, this is something that we can do to show how important we think it is to have a day to recognize people who give money and give of their time to help their fellow citizens.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the honourable member from Halifax West that volunteerism is something we ought to be celebrating every day of the year, but to have one day a year to celebrate it officially through National Philanthropy Day, the inspiration of the good Senator Mercer from the other place, is a great idea, and I think we can all agree on that. But would the honourable member agree as well we should also find ways to strengthen support for volunteers? We have moved forward in certain ways with, for instance, tax credits for volunteer emergency service workers, volunteer firefighters. Would it be helpful to make those tax credits refundable such that low-income firefighters would benefit as well? And is that one of the ideas we should be considering as a House as well?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague and friend from the neighbouring riding of Kings Hants, in which, in fact, Senator Mercer resides. Now, I know he wasn't just rising up to solidify that vote in the next election. He already has that, but I think his point is well taken. That in fact it would be a positive move. I think if in fact the tax credit that exists for firefighters, for example, were extended so that it were refundable. Because at the moment, people who are low income wouldn't receive it. I think that would be a very positive move. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the honourable member's presentation, his speech, quite attentively. You know, Mr. Speaker, for a nation of 34 million people, we are a nation of givers, a nation built on the backs of volunteers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it might be interesting to note that there are over 13 million volunteers in this country. So I'm standing in support of the member's motion. Certainly, I applaud him for taking the time to put this together, to bring to this House, and to highlight the importance of saying a big thank you to the many volunteers that make our communities and Canada indeed the country that it is. Thank you.
Member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague from Richmond Hill for his comment very much. It wasn't a question. Of course, it is time for questions and comments, and that I think was a very appropriate comment. And I am grateful for the support of the House for this bill and for all the comments that we've heard. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to I too also want to thank the honourable member for bringing this forward, and thank a gentleman from the other place who sponsored this. We've seen this bill before come forward in the House, and it's as it was mentioned, it came before the Canadian Heritage Committee, and it was one of those moments at committee where members really took in what was being said. And we agreed on everything that was there. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that volunteers have helped build this country. It is on the backs of people who have volunteered their service to this country that we have built the nation that we have today. I think the member from Richmond Hill said it quite succinctly, Mr. Speaker, how important volunteers are to this country. You know, on the weekend I had an opportunity to be at what is called the Celebration of Hope. It's the 24th anniversary of this spectacular event in my riding, where volunteers bring together hundreds of people to raise funds for cancer research, Mr. Speaker. At that time, I also had the distinct pleasure to present the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal to two people who have helped make this 24-year fundraising campaign such a success. Alan Bell and Betty Bell, these are two pillars of the community who, despite the fact that they suffered a loss of Miss Bell's daughter and Ellen Bell's sister, they took that and built it into something that raised hundreds of thousands of dollars over 24 years for our community. And it wasn't just the fact that these two individuals have spent so much time building and putting their time and efforts into making the Celebration of Hope such a success. It was the thousands of people who actually came together on this Sunday afternoon to hear stories of people who have been touched by cancer and to hear of the successes that 24 years of fundraising, not only the people in this organization, but across Canada, how that has led to better results for people who suffer from cancer. I also had, of course, the distinct honor this weekend of presenting 17 Queen's Diamond Jubilee medals to individuals from across Ontario, but predominantly from my riding, who have done just the same, Mr. Speaker. They've gone just a little bit further. They've worked just a little bit harder. They've given a lot of their time and energies to causes to help build our community, to help build our province. And the Queen's Diamond Jubilee was an opportunity for us to thank them. So with respect to this bill, I'm not going to take up too much of the House's time, Mr. Speaker. I think it's quite clear that members on all sides of the House are supportive of recognizing, of taking a day and recognizing all of the individuals who helped build this country, to thanking them for their service to their community, thanking them for their service to the province. And I know on this side of the House, as members on both sides of the House, we look forward to moving this bill forward and having that one day a year that builds on what the Prime Minister announced, of course, that November 15 would be a day that we would celebrate our volunteers. He brought forward the Volunteer Service Awards in recognition of those individuals who work so hard. So we're going to build on that. This bill is a great opportunity for us to do that, and I thank members of the Heritage Committee who helped bring this forward very, very fast, and I thank the honourable member for his stewardship of it through the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time I was here, when I talked about philanthropy, I talked about my own private member's bill. I think I was very clear. I looked over my notes, and it is a topic that is very dear to my heart. I'm calling it the Madeleine Nadeau bill because she was my grandmother. Today I'm going to take another approach, and I'm going to ask for people's patience. I'm going to go point by point because we need a portrait of the reality. National Philanthropy Day is important, but I say that it is just a first step in the strategic planning of a responsible government. They need to have a global vision of this whole issue. Philanthropy Day seeks to increase public awareness of charitable activities and people who make donations throughout the year, not only people who donate money, but also people who give of their time. A Statistics Canada on data from 2010 confirms that the number of Canadians who make donations to charitable organizations has stagnated since 2007, which is worrisome. In addition, the volume of donations has not increased despite the need for services offered. This same study shows that despite an increase in the number of people doing volunteer work, the number of hours has also remained stagnant. Given the lack of donors and volunteers, charitable organizations will no longer be able to provide essential services to communities in which we live. It is thus essential to implement tools and mechanisms to help these organizations to help offer the services. These organizations are, in a sense, a last resort for the less fortunate. Macroeconomic statistics do not give a clear idea of the pressure on many Canadians. So let us look at some of the data that is more eye-opening. Some 3.5 million Canadians, that is close to 1 person out of 10, lived in poverty in 2011. So that's a great deal. According to the 2011 report of Food Banks Canada, 850,000 people used food banks in March 2011. That's almost 1 million people, Mr. Speaker. And that is an increase of 25% with regard to the data observed before the 2008-2009 recession. So right now, that's going up. The European economy could fall back into recession, and the United States economy remains fragile. Emerging markets are slowing down as well. So people who are vulnerable It will remain so. The Canadian economy cannot be isolated from other economies, so we suffer what other countries suffer. Pressure on food banks and other charitable organizations that are already having trouble making ends meet will thus increase further. Despite the increase in demand, the offer on the part of charitable organizations will be limited. Most charitable organizations depend largely on government financing. Charitable organizations will have to thus fight to obtain funds that are indispensable for their activities. So, in short, I think that we have to ask ourselves two questions. The first, why is it important to recognize National Philanthropy Day? And second, what can the government do more to help this essential sector?
On the first question, I think it's quite clear. The government can make a big contribution. First of all, the National Philanthropy Day is an opportunity to encourage Canadians to donate time and money, to simply say thank you. Secondly, it's also an opportunity to pay tribute to local volunteers for the service that they are providing to donors as well and to philanthropists. The second question is more difficult and more complex. A good starting point is to identify what organizations need. Imagine Canada and other organizations have raised this question on many occasions and made requests of the government. They've talked about extending a tax credit for charitable donations as existed in 2011, but they're still waiting for the issue is under consideration, but they're waiting for the government to respond. Now, there's also a limit to that on political activities that the Conservative government imposed. Now, whatever the government thinks, these activities are absolutely essential for the volunteer sector. Oftentimes, they're the only voice available in light of all of the lobbying, in fact, from the private sector. I'll give you an example. If people in a small region depend on volunteers and a company comes in and doesn't give back to the community what it should, pollutes the community, etc., oftentimes the collective group doesn't have a voice, and the only thing that they can do is to create an organization that will defend their interests and raise awareness of the issue, and the government simply said, well, you can't be involved in politics in any way, shape, or form. But these are local issues, and it's a way for local communities to be represented. Now, if we look at the private sector in 2011, approximately $26 billion was spent on lobbying by the private sector. Now, once again, the volunteer sector, if they had supposedly spent or 10% of their total amounts of $10.6 billion, that would be approximately $1 billion. To do what? To make the government aware of the real problems that exist. $26 million was used to falsify information, to change the situation, to people who are experiencing certain problems are the ones that know what the solutions are, and they need to take action accordingly. That's why MPs come to Parliament. They know the local issues as well and can respect their constituents. And all we have to do is think about the mammoth budget bill of budget from last spring, where they talked about tightening up expenditures relating to political activities, and this is unthinkable in my view. And in fact, there are other ways of helping the sector, and that's why I decided to put forth a bill to help extend a tax credit to volunteers for people who, to help, in fact, to recognize the work by volunteers in helping people come out of poverty, overcome it. But as a government, we need to see some responsibility. We need to take things farther. We agree with philanthropy, yes, but the file is not closed. There are many other issues. There are citizens who are not satisfied with services they're currently receiving from the government or the private sector because of a host of cuts. Belts are being tightened everywhere. People are fighting hunger. We want to have a strong country, a country that's in a position to progress in the future, and it's our responsibility to give people the tools they need. So yes, the National Philanthropy Day is important, but we also need to have a broader collective strategy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after 8 years of speaking in the House, I'm once again honoured to rise here today to speak about this particular one because, to me, fundamentally, it deals with community and how we love our communities and how we support our communities. I had the honour of some time ago at Heritage Committee to witness Senator Mercer's bill here and talk about how he so passionately believes in this and has been such a strong advocate for it that certainly I think it impressed everybody on the committee from all sides of the House about the necessity of what we're here doing. We talked about many aspects of establishing this Philanthropy Day, but their charities and how they work throughout this country. I find it somewhat fitting that to end this off, you have someone from, if I may for a moment be somewhat provincially biased, by saying that Newfoundland and Labrador, according to statistics, is by far one of the most largest giving province in this country. For the record, of course. I also wanted to talk about the fact that as Canadians in general, around the world, we're very giving because we have a passion, we have a belief to our central core about who we are as a community, about our safe communities, about how we love our communities, and we love our children. And as a result, philanthropy is something in this country that is multi-millions, if not billions of dollars that are involved with this. But essentially what we have to do is we have to look at the essential character of this country and say that we need to recognize the people who give so much of their time and of their finances that they make this country as great as what it is. Can you imagine, as I've said before, when it comes to volunteering your time, the amount of money, there are 200 communities in my riding alone, the amount of money saved by volunteers providing essential services to our communities is absolutely phenomenal. The measure of humanity is absolutely phenomenal. To declare this National Philanthropy Day is just to me, is a token as well worth receiving for anybody who volunteers in this country, for any Canadian. So I would like to say to everybody in this House who has spoken on this, congratulations. I would also like to congratulate Senator Terry Mercer of Nova Scotia. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable colleague from Halifax West, who also brought this forward. And to say to the people who spoke on this, congratulations. I do believe that this is a token that is immeasurable. I think this is a token that we can give to people who give of their time and give of their finances. And what a beautiful day it will be to recognize people who give so much to their community, to their province, to their country. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek consent for the following motion. That, at the conclusion of today's debate on Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day, all questions necessary to dispose of Bill S-201 be deemed put, and that the bill be read a third time and now passed.
Does the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No? No. There is no consent. There is no consent. Resuming debate.
Come on, they're in the lobby.
There is no consent. The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I admit that I heard a no, but I didn't hear a no from inside the House. I heard a no from a stranger from outside the House. And if you ask the people who are in the House now,
Oh, jeez. Oh, for God's sake. This is not a charade.
frankly, frankly, what we're about to witness is an extension of the charade. We had heard a no, I admit it, but we heard a no from a stranger from outside the House.
Well, I appreciate, I'll just rule on this. First of all, I appreciate the Honourable Member for Ottawa, Orleans' intervention on this matter. In fact, for voice votes, members will know that members don't necessarily have to be in their appointed seat as long as they're in the chamber. As members will know, members will know that if the chair senses that there is not consent on the motion, there is no consent. That is what I declared, and then we proceed with the question. We have to carry on to our next point of debate, and we're now under resuming debate. Now, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on the same point of order.
Yeah, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, because I do think that we have to be delicate in the way in which we deal with this manner. When my colleague had asked in terms of being able to have his suggestion or this motion kind of pass through, and then you would canvass the House if, in fact, there were anyone in opposition to it. I, too, was listening, and I didn't hear anyone within the chamber. I did hear someone yell no from the other side of the door, Mr. Speaker, and that was after the question was put. If there was someone inside the chamber, I would ask Mr. Speaker, that we solicit to find out if there was anyone inside the chamber, because my understanding was, as I had observed, that there was no one inside the chamber when you posed the question. And it would be a terrible precedent for us to allow people outside of the legislative chamber to deny the opportunity to see this particular motion pass through in the manner in which has been suggested, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask that if there was someone that was inside the chamber that said no, if in fact we can get that reaffirmed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member. I'll get to the member for Terrebonne-Blainville momentarily. To the member for Winnipeg North, indeed, as he acknowledged, there are in fact two questions. First question is to get consent of the House that the motion be proposed. The second is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion, at which point at least one member who was in the House, and I appreciate the member may not have been able to see that from his vantage point, but indeed the no did come from a member, and at the time that member was in the House. So that is why I declared the fact that there was no consent. The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. On a point of order. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I am not a stranger. I'm an elected member of this House, and I was, in fact, in the House, and I said no. The House, the Speaker, in fact, can confirm that I was in the House, physically in the House. So I think that can resolve the issue, and nor am I a stranger.
I think we've heard the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage on the same point.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly on a point of order, just to say this, Mr. Speaker. This is about National Philanthropy Day, and the Canadian public wants to know why it's so important that the government moves very fast to get its agenda through the House. If the NDP can't even approve quickly a National Philanthropy Day,
that's really order. That's really not a point of order. It's a matter of debate as to the facts. We're under a resuming debate. Order. We're resuming debate. The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise in the House today and speak in support of Bill S-201, which would designate the 15th day of November of every year as National Philanthropy Day. This official designation would enact into a law the government's 2009 declaration that November 15th be known as National Philanthropy Day in Canada. While underscoring the government's commitment to supporting philanthropy and volunteerism, volunteerism is woven into the very fabric of Canadian society, and one of the remarkable characteristics of Canadians
in their willingness to give their time, money, and skills for the well-being of others and their communities. The generosity of Canadians as individuals and as a nation is a recognized part of our identity which defines us all. The Government of Canada has shown its commitment to promoting volunteerism through the creation of the Prime Minister's Volunteer Awards. These awards honor Canadians who are making extraordinary contribution to their communities, their regions, and, of course, our country, Mr. Speaker. Announced in January 2011, these awards were established to inspire Canadians to find ways to make a difference in their communities and to recognize the contribution of volunteers and reinforce the importance. Allow me to expand a bit on awards, as I think that these awards illustrate that Canadian volunteer contribution can take many forms. In total, 17 awards are presented, 2 national awards, and 15 regional awards, Mr. Speaker. One of the national awards recognizes lifelong achievement and is awarded to volunteers who have demonstrated significant dedication and have volunteered for 20 years or more. The other national award is for emerging leaders who have volunteered for less than 3 years and who are building stronger communities through exceptional voluntary leadership, Mr. Speaker. The regional awards recognize community leaders, businesses, business leaders, social innovators. The awards recognize individuals or groups who have provided an exceptional contribution to their community, who demonstrate social responsibility, and who use innovative ideas and approaches to improve their ability to respond to social challenges. The awards are an occasion for this government to pay tribute to the generosity of individuals, companies, and organizations, all of whom contribute to our country and inspire Canadians to take an active role and make a difference in their own communities. As all members of this House know, Canadians are also generous with giving beyond our borders, Mr. Speaker. When a need arises or a disaster strikes in a foreign country, the Government of Canada, Canadian organizations, and individual Canadians all respond. They respond with an outpouring of monetary donations, food, clothing, and direct assistance on the ground in affected areas. This past October, our government acted to provide assistance to those affected by flooding in Nigeria. After heavy rains in August and September, the flooding in Nigeria reached levels that were the worst in more than 40 years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced by the flooding, and schools in affected areas have been closed. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada partnered with Red Cross to alleviate the suffering and help those who were impacted by providing housing and working to meet the immediate needs of those most affected. Moreover, the Government of Canada announced in August 2012 that it would provide matching funds, dollar for dollar, donations made to registered Canadian charities responding to the crisis in the Sahel region of West Africa. To date, the government has made a contribution of $10 million to the Sahel Crisis Matching Fund that will support humanitarian agencies as they provide food, emergency health care, clean water, and sanitation to those in need. When Haiti experienced a devastating earthquake in 2010, Canadians also took action. The Government of Canada created a matching fund campaign to encourage the generosity of Canadians. Canadians donated $220 million to eligible Canadian charitable organizations in support of Haiti, and that amount was matched dollar for dollar by this government. Canadian organizations constructed traditional shelters, provided clean drinking water, and vaccinated children to protect them from disease. The support to Haiti continues to this day, and the Government of Canada is helping to revitalize the national agriculture sector in Haiti to increase income and food security, while also investing in the future of the nation by providing hot meals to children at school around the country, Mr. Speaker. Our government is also helping to strengthen health services at the community by increasing the number of medical care facilities and the number of health professionals in Haiti. Mr. Speaker, all across Canada and many countries around the world, Canadians are hard at work and donating financially to provide comfort, relief, and hope to others. Devoted Canadian volunteers are working long hours in difficult and often very dangerous conditions to improve the lives of those in need. Every person who gives either through grand or small gestures is having an impact and touching lives. These people are an inspiration to us all, and by recognizing November 15th as National Philanthropy Day. We're promoting recognition of the value of philanthropy and honoring those who are generously donating, volunteering, and, to quote His Excellency, the Governor General, building our strong and caring nation. Those are all the remarks that I had to make, Mr. Speaker. I want once again thank the all honourable member for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think when you get up to 825,000 people using food banks, it's time to thank those who are making the donations to the food bank rather than the government congratulating itself. I have the honor today to speak to Bill S-201, an act to create National Philanthropy Day. Similar legislation was presented 6 times before Parliament. Unfortunately, they all had a knack for dying on the order paper. Like my colleagues in the NDP, I support this, and I hope all members will do the same. It's high time that philanthropists and Canadian volunteers were recognized through this creation of National Philanthropy Day on November 15th. I also hope that this recognition will serve to make the public more aware of the importance of philanthropy. Given the wonderful prosperity that we're heading toward, apparently, the most vulnerable are being left out in the cold, left to fend for themselves. Volunteers and philanthropists give their time and energy to help out the most disadvantaged, and they do their job with great dedication. If governments were assuming their responsibilities, this would cost billions of dollars to provide all this help. $72 billion, actually, according to StatsCan, or 7.8% of GDP, more than the auto industry or manufacturing. Giving them a day of recognition seems the least we can do. In my riding, Laurentides-Labelle, we have a model of exemplary solidarity and community spirit. There are a whole lot of community resources for various things, for young people, for seniors, for food, housing, education, the environment, international solidarity, etc. In the municipality of Antoine-Labelle alone, there are over 250 not-for-profit organizations run by volunteer boards of directors. If the children of the unemployed without benefits have anything to eat, it's not thanks to the minister's concern, who could have done something to fix this bungled reform at the last minute. No, it's thanks to volunteers in an organization in Mont-Laurier called La Manne du Jour, or the Day's Manna from Heaven. They collect donations from business people and ordinary members of the public. In 2011, they helped feed 1,229 people, including 465 children, and that was the result of 11,000 hours of volunteer work. With all of the inquiries into corruption and collusion, there are too many stories these days about elected officials, business people, and entrepreneurs harming the social fabric in order to get richer and to increase their individual prestige or profile. Luckily, in this world, there are people who don't think of themselves and instead devote their energy to making sure that everyone can live in dignity. These people work with conviction, and they make up for the selfish in society. Canada has 160,000 not-for-profit organizations and charities, and over half of those are run by volunteers. I support this bill without any reservations, wholeheartedly. However, creating this day is not enough. Paper recognition of all these volunteers is just a first step towards genuine recognition of what they do all the time, the resources and the dedication they deploy in order to help their society and build a better world. This first step has to be followed through on with concrete steps. Creating a philanthropy day is hypocritical when you consider the current cuts being made by this conservative government. It's upsetting to see, when we're talking about creating a National Philanthropy Day, that philanthropic organizations are seeing their funding cut. Using the language of austerity, this government is drastically reducing assistance to the most disadvantaged. The government talks about cutbacks as if these were some sort of magic solution to economic difficulty. A number of charitable organizations are facing financial uncertainty, and they wonder how they're going to manage to meet the growing need of Canadians living in precarious situations. In connection with these drastic cuts, we also see partisan choices being made. Some organizations are being shut out. Some are being greatly disadvantaged in the selection and subsidy process, and others are basically being completely neglected by the Conservative government. Some are being forced to give up. We have to wonder, what's the future of philanthropy? We shouldn't be sending mixed messages, or on one hand creating a National Philanthropy Day, and on the other hand drastically cutting funding to philanthropic and not-for-profit organizations. It makes no sense whatsoever. I sincerely believe in the benefits of philanthropy. I believe in creating a National Philanthropy Day and recognizing the work of all these people. I also think it's necessary to provide more resources to the organizations and the people in need. I would call on this government to pass this bill, but I would ask the government to put its money where its mouth is. Since we haven't solved all of the social problems of Canadians, everyone's not young and healthy, it's high time the government seriously took an interest in all of these philanthropists and volunteers who work hard to make up for their errors and negligence. They deserve concrete support in order to keep up their work. Otherwise, all of society loses out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay Columbia is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few minutes ago, the member from Tourban-Blainville had an outburst in this chamber, and I would like to know if the Speaker could review the blues to determine the words that she was using as she left the chamber to determine if they were unparliamentary. Please and thank you.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. I didn't hear anything unparliamentary. I certainly take the point under advisement. The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. On the same point of order? Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I said anything inappropriate, I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention that people opposite said some insulting things, very personal insults that I heard. So I just wanted to make that point. I'd also like to mention that if I said something on my way out, I didn't say it to the House. I was saying it to my colleagues. This was not part of any kind of official speech.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, again, the honourable member just has accused the members of this side of the House of saying things that were unflattering to the member, and no member of this side of the House actually did that. So I'm hoping that the honourable member will take the opportunity to review what was said in the House and will come back tomorrow and apologize to the member of this side of the House who she accused of saying personal things about, Mr. Speaker. What we're trying to do is get a bill that recognizes volunteers through the House. That's what we're actually trying to do with cooperate.
Yeah, I think we have a question concerning a point of order. We have a question concerning a point of order in front of us, and as we heard, the honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville offered an apology for any untoward words or phrases. I think that we would consider the matter closed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, philanthropy is something in which many Canadians from coast to coast to coast contribute in every day of the year. And what this bill is attempting to do, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize November 15 in terms of the effort of those individuals that give generously with a caring heart. And what we're asking for is this November 15 will make the very first day. And that's the reason why we hope that this bill would actually pass. The sooner the better, Mr. Speaker. And with those few words, I appeal to members in particular of the New Democratic Party to allow it to go through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take the floor today to speak in support of Bill S-201, which would designate the 15th day of November of every year as National Philanthropy Day. As some of you may know, some people think philanthropy is just about donating money, but that's only one part of the picture. Philanthropy is really about people giving their time, care, and help to causes they're concerned about. Very simply put, philanthropy can be explained as anything you do to make the world around you a better place. Acts of philanthropy can take many forms, from donating money to volunteering your time. It shows itself in grand gestures or small ones. It's both personal and collective, can be public or even anonymous. As many people know, our government is determined to cooperate with young people and organizations to make Canada a better place where people feel a stronger sense of attachment. We firmly believe that a strong attachment to Canada unites Canadians in a common purpose and enables us to succeed as individuals and as a nation. As such, I'm sure.
Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was just uncertain how much more time was left in this debate and how many more speakers we have.
In fact, there's about 3 minutes remaining for debate. I don't know whether that's a point of order, but to inform the House, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Merci.
Thank you. In order to speed passage of this bill, I'll wrap up my speech by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by asking how much time I have for my speech.
No. How many time do I have for my...
Il reste 2 minutes.
There are 2 minutes left for private members' business. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll take full advantage of my 2 minutes. I'm glad to stand up and speak briefly to this bill, S201, a bill that apparently everyone seems happy to see before us here today. This is a bill which would create a National Philanthropy Day. My colleague a bit earlier talked about the importance of supporting volunteer work done here in Canada. The importance in terms of the impact on people, the services provided, but also the importance in economic terms, because if you calculate the hours of volunteer work done, if you add them all up, you realize that if those people were to be paid for their work, it would cost a whole lot of money. People do this because they believe in it and they have a passion, but they're providing concrete services to the public. So yes, it's great to recognize philanthropy through a National Philanthropy Day. That's marvelous. But what's that going to do in concrete terms on the ground? I don't think you can separate Bill S201 from the on-the-ground reality. These two things go hand in hand, and you can't do one without the other. So what's going to be done to actually encourage people to get involved? Are we just going to tip a hat to those people once a year and say, congratulations, bravo? I don't think so. I don't think that's enough. We're going to support S201, but let's take things a bit further. Let's look at how we can truly make a difference through philanthropy and volunteerism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard will have 8 minutes the next time the House resumes consideration of this bill.
Provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to revisit a very critical debate in this House, the future of the Experimental Lakes area. It is an issue that many of us, certainly here in our party in the NDP, have raised as really a blight on the work this government has done to debase and weaken the environmental standards in our country. The Experimental Lakes area is an institution that all of us ought to be proud of, and through that pay homage to the tireless work of scientists and researchers, not just Canadian, but from around the world, that have contributed key scientific research that has played a critical role in policy development, in economic development, and that has truly ensured that Canada is a country that goes forward with economic development in a way that ensures environmental stability. Frankly, until now, because this federal government has waged a full-on attack on environmental regulation, on scientific research, period, and frankly an offensive to against anyone that dares to speak out on the importance of research and scientific evidence. The Experimental Lakes area was founded in 1968. It is an area in northwestern Ontario that covers 58 lakes. It includes a mere $900,000 operating budget, and involves roughly 15 to 20 core staff. 745 peer-reviewed scientific articles have been produced based on ELA research. 745. And those are the peer-reviewed articles that have been key in shaping policy when it comes to government or frankly, the work that the private sector engages in. I'd like to note that as the MP for Churchill, I appreciate the significant work the ELA scientists have done that benefit Lake Winnipeg and the communities, the First Nations, and the communities that depend on Lake Winnipeg for their livelihoods, but also for all of us as Manitobans who benefit from a better environmental policy that has been shaped in part by the work of ELA. Which gets me, Mr. Speaker, to the point that it is absolutely mind-blowing that this government has failed to see the value of ELA, has attacked people that have spoken in favor of it, and is now keen to dismantle a program that has been so critical in the work that we've done. I want to end off by asking the member of the government, in fact quoting Diane Orhill, the director of Coalition to Save ELA, who said, "I call upon the Environment Minister to do the right thing for Canada and for Canadians and take over the operation of the ELA and its team of freshwater scientists." So my question to the member across and to his government would be, in order for Environment Canada to be able to truly fulfill its mandate, it requires the work of ELA. Will Environment Canada take over the operations of the Experimental Lakes area?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond to the member opposite on the important issue of the Experimental Lakes area and environmental research. After conducting a full review of its operations, Fisheries and Oceans Canada will be reducing the cost of operations and program delivery. This means that the department will increasingly focus its resources on priority areas that directly support conservation and fisheries management. As such, the department will no longer conduct experimental research that requires whole lake or whole ecosystem manipulation. We believe universities and non-government research facilities are better suited to carry out the type of research done at the Experimental Lakes area. Indeed, the research conducted at the Experimental Lakes area is of interest to many other organizations. This is why, Mr. Speaker, departmental officials are working to transfer the facility to another operator who can continue to perform this type of scientific research. And we are hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that another operator can be found. The facility offers a unique opportunity to conduct ecosystem experiments, and there is significant interest in this type of research within the broader science community. And the department has been very successful in collaborating with universities and other organizations. While Fisheries and Oceans Canada is winding down its research program at the Experimental Lakes area, the department will continue to invest in freshwater research in response to departmental needs. Mr. Speaker, the department's Freshwater Institute in Winnipeg has an active science program. The science staff are continuing to conduct research on freshwater fisheries and habitat science. Fisheries and Oceans Canada also operates the Great Lakes Laboratory for Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences in Burlington, Ontario. Staff at that laboratory can conduct freshwater fisheries research related to fish habitat and sea lamprey and provide scientific advice to support the department's mandate. This summer, departmental scientists and biologists at these institutes, as well as other locations across Canada, were out in the field and in laboratories undertaking research that will help guide environmental policies and regulatory decision-making. Mr. Speaker, departmental scientists are conducting research on aquatic invasive species, one of the leading threats to aquatic biodiversity and ecosystem health, and they are conducting research on freshwater species at risk, and they are conducting research on fish habitat and the impacts of human activities. The department will continue to invest in priority scientific research, including environmental science. For example, the department has recently launched an aquatic ecosystems research fund. The Strategic Program for Ecosystem-Based Research and Advice began funding aquatic research projects across the country this summer, including freshwater research. In addition, the department launched the Aquatic Climate Change Adaptation Services Program. This research program will support departmental science aimed at understanding climate change impacts on Canada's oceans and inland waters. Mr. Speaker, departmental scientists are also continuing to collaborate with academia on priority research, doing science projects and partnerships with universities, and supervising graduate students. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the department remains committed to freshwater science in support of its mandate, and the department will continue to conduct science on the aquatic environment and fisheries resources that supports long-term sustainability and conservation. And we will continue to invest wisely in priority science areas that directly support conservation and fisheries management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all respect to the member across, a difficult message to believe after what we've seen the government, the changes it's made to the Navigable Waters Act. If I can note to the member across and to his government information that they already know, I'd like to put it on the record that scientists say that transferring control of the program and its lakes to a university is not ideal. They're not in the business of conducting decades-long research, and the liability involved in deliberately contaminating a lake may be too risky and too bureaucratically complicated for a school or nonprofit research foundation to take on. So what we're really talking about here is losing the wholesale range of work that ELA was able to do. It would be great if the government would just come out and say that work will no longer be done, because everybody, certainly scientists, are indicating as such. But finally, I would like to note, I mean, you know, Experimental Lakes area is doing critical work in studying ecosystems like the ecosystems affected out in northern Alberta by the tar sands. They would be in a key position to study the impact of chemicals in diluted bitumen and oil sands tailings ponds. Is this government afraid of the kind of facts that ELA would come up with when it comes to the damage that we're seeing in the tar sands and the tailings ponds?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the member opposite is fear-mongering, of course, but let me just say that we acknowledge the quality scientific research that can be conducted at the Experimental Lakes facility. However, we believe that other organizations are better suited to conduct this type of foundational research, and we look forward to transferring the facility to another operator. But be assured, scientists and biologists at Fisheries and Oceans Canada will continue to conduct research on freshwater ecosystems in various locations across the country, including the Freshwater Institute in Winnipeg. And the department will continue to provide funding for priority ecosystem research. Science research and advice is and will remain one of the key considerations when making decisions that could impact the future of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to engage the government in a discussion about the need for a international treaty on Arctic fisheries. This summer, the loss of sea ice in the Arctic Ocean reached its greatest extent record, shrinking to less than 3.5 million square kilometers, less than half the area typically occupied 4 decades ago, and with approximately 25% of the ice mass intact in that area. Loss of permanent sea ice has opened up as much as 40% of this pristine region, making commercial fisheries viable for the first time in human history. The area is beyond the 200-mile exclusive economic zones of the 8 Arctic nations, so it is international water, not covered by a fisheries management regime. In April of this year, more than 2,000 scientists from 67 countries urged Arctic leaders to develop an international fisheries agreement that would protect the waters of the central Arctic Ocean. The 2,000 scientists recommend the Arctic Council members take the lead in developing a precautionary international fisheries management agreement, start with a catch level of 0 until sufficient scientific research can assess the impacts of fisheries on the central Arctic ecosystem, and set up a robust management, monitoring, and enforcement system before fishing begins. With ocean warming and sea ice melting, Pacific sockeye salmon, Atlantic cod, pollock, and other commercially attractive species may well move northward. within 200 nautical miles from shore jurisdiction to regulate fishing falls exclusively to the coastal state. However, stocks that live in the high sea beyond this zone or move between the high seas and this zone are vulnerable to overexploitation. This lack of regulation makes the now ice-free Arctic Ocean a tempting target for high seas trawler fleets from non-Arctic nations. The 1995 Straddling Stocks Agreement enables coastal states to create a regional fisheries organization to manage straddling and highly migratory stocks in the areas beyond 200 nautical miles by setting up quotas as well as other means. However, any such organization must be open to states outside the region. Any state wanting to fish within the region must join the organization, and by doing so is able to participate fully. So we have a situation in the Arctic. The Arctic is changing rapidly. There is a great concern about what's going to happen with the fisheries there, obviously. So when we speak to the importance of the work that's going ahead right now on this, we can look to the Arctic Council. Canada is taking over the chair of the Arctic Council this spring. There is an opportunity, perhaps not to fully engage the nations in the opportunity to put forward agreements and treaties, but to get the 2-year time frame for the chairmanship will likely give time to initiate that procedure. But it's going to take this government saying very early in the process, making plans very early in the process to actually accomplish anything within that 2-year time frame. So that's why it was very important for this government to outline whether they're interested in doing that, whether they're ready to take that step. Negotiations of an Arctic Fishery Organization agreement would have to at least include the European Union, but the Arctic Council can take the lead. There are many other countries that are going to be involved. You know, Mr. Speaker, this summer we saw the Chinese icebreaker, the Snow Dragon, take a direct route over the North Pole during the summer season, 20 days from Iceland to the Asian coast. This is the reality of the situation we're facing in the Arctic.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond to my colleague by discussing DFO's approach to emerging fisheries, including possible new fisheries in the north. I know he's a northerner and is vigilant about issues relating to the north, so I appreciate his interest. Currently, there is subsistence fishing across the Canadian Arctic and some commercial fishing in the Canadian waters off Nunavut. Within domestic waters for new unfished areas, we employ an emerging fisheries policy. This policy follows a precautionary approach. It allows for carefully managed exploratory fisheries to gather the necessary data to inform managers of the characteristics of the fish stocks and whether they can form the basis of a sustainable fishery. Our approach is to try and inform ourselves of the nature and scope of fish stocks before making any conclusive management decisions. So that's the general approach we take with new unfished areas and emerging fisheries. Further, it's important that we take into account land claim agreements and interests of northern communities. There are specific rights and obligations that need to be factored in when considering the harvesting of natural resources in the north. This Canadian approach, where we build our knowledge and consider Aboriginal interests in order to inform the best management option, is the kind of approach we are seeking outside Canadian waters as well. It's recognized that the knowledge of Arctic fish stocks is incomplete. The 5 Arctic coastal states agree that further research is a priority, and it is far from clear that commercially viable fish stocks exist in the international area of the Arctic Ocean, because many of the characteristics needed for robust fisheries are not a reality in the deep, generally low productive region of the central Arctic Ocean. In addition, conditions in the Arctic Ocean continue to be harsh. The margins of the Arctic Ocean are starting to experience longer open water seasons, as my colleague has said. However, the international areas will continue to have access issues due to persistent and treacherous ice conditions for some time to come. Mr. Speaker, a commercially viable international fishery in the Arctic Ocean is not imminent. It is important to remember that the area is not without a governance framework, as the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea already apply. It is not clear yet that there is a need for a new regional fisheries management organization treaty or that a complete moratorium is necessary. While a moratorium is one option, Canada supports a pragmatic, precautionary approach whereby we can gather the necessary information and fully consider Northern Aboriginal interests before management decisions are taken. Discussions among Arctic coastal states as to how potential Arctic fisheries could be managed were launched at the Arctic Ocean Foreign Ministers meeting in March 2010 in Chelsea, Quebec. Subsequent to that, officials from the 5 coastal states met to consider the legal, technical, and scientific issues related to Arctic fisheries. Additionally, the United States hosted a fisheries experts workshop last summer in Alaska, where Canadian scientists joined other experts to determine the state of knowledge with regard to Arctic fisheries and identify research needs. Officials of the coastal states are looking forward to meeting again to determine how best to fill these important information gaps. Mr. Speaker, the Arctic coastal states agree that improving our knowledge of the state of the Arctic fisheries and their habitat is a priority, and Canada will continue to work collaboratively to address these important information needs and develop an international approach that respects Canadian interests and ensures sustainable Arctic fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his statement there. Although I have to say that his approach and the government's approach to the conditions that are going to exist in the Arctic is very, very conservative, if I say so myself. Quite clearly, the extent of the ice decomposition in the Arctic has moved along much faster than anyone was predicting over the last number of years. The opportunity for the ice to completely leave the Arctic is now considered within the next decade. So we have a situation where things are moving very rapidly. The extent of clear ocean now extends in many cases past the 200-mile limit, which my colleague was talking about. So we're already in a position where we can start to assess the relative fish stocks in the area. It's important to move forward with this, Mr. Speaker. There's no reason to slow down the examination of this particular issue. It requires attention.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for his additional input on this issue. Experts are telling us as they get together to talk about these things that there's no clear evidence of an imminent commercial fishery in the international waters of the Central Arctic. But that doesn't mean we're not moving ahead with gathering information. We do, as I said, support a pragmatic, precautionary approach to fisheries management where we can gather the necessary information that we need, fully consider Northern Aboriginal interests before management decisions are taken, and that's the direction that we're going. We agree with the other coastal states that improving our knowledge of the state of the Arctic fisheries and their potential and their habitat is a priority, and Canada will continue to work collaboratively to address these important information needs and develop an international approach that, as I said, respects Canadian interests and ensures that any Arctic fisheries will be sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, it is a great honour for me to begin this debate on the theme of right to housing, but more specifically on the accessibility of housing and the quality of housing offered to communities, remote and northern communities. It is very relevant because this is a logical follow-up to problems that I have dealt with, myself and other colleagues, because we have visited a number of communities in Quebec, and so I have worked on this with my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. We visited the Algonquin communities, including Long Point in the Abitibi area, where we observed a number of flaws and shortcomings in terms of infrastructure investment. And more recently, in the past few days, I once again traveled with my colleague, the member for Joliette, to Manawan, which is near Joliette. It is about an hour and a half from here. So, but we did have to travel in helicopter because it is an extremely wooded area. We were able to observe the fauna and flora. So this was about 4 days ago in order to meet with the residents of Manawan. There are about 3,000 people in that community.
And with the chief, we visited the various organizations present in the community, including an elementary school. Now, I know that today we're talking about housing and the quality of housing. However, I do want to emphasize quality and the risks with respect to infrastructure in isolated communities. This area is accessible by road. However, it's a forestry road, and it takes an hour from Joliet to get there. It's an isolated area. When we visited the community, we saw a number of problems with respect to cleanliness, the outdated nature of the school, and it was built, it was started, in fact, in the early 70s. They've been simply adding on to it ever since. But what my colleague and I noted with the people who were on site was the fact that it's full of mold, and that's present in a number of houses there as well. There were also a number of problems with respect to accessibility to washrooms. The number of bathrooms was limited. So what I'm trying to say here today, Mr. Speaker, is that there were clear shortcomings with respect to infrastructure in that isolated community. Now, the Manawan community has taken action. It's gone to the offices of Indian and Northern Affairs. They demonstrated there in Quebec City outside the regional office. It was last year, in fact, and it was so poorly received, Mr. Speaker, and this is not just my interpretation of it, because we spoke to the people of the community. They've seen cuts, some cuts, very high cuts, in fact, and what we're seeing are penalties being imposed on these communities when they speak out against the conditions. Now, this was drawn to my attention. It flows from the comments, from the things that I've seen, and we've seen the Conservatives that are penalizing certain communities, and paradoxically, they are more generous with the communities that favor their policies. So those are the comments that I wanted to raise here this evening.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to respond to the question of the honourable member from Mattaquallan. And I appreciate him sharing his personal experience in this matter. And I think those of us who have traveled to First Nation communities in our provinces, for example, in my case, British Columbia, have seen some of the same things that he has seen. And I think where we agree is that our government recognizes that access to safe and affordable housing is essential for improving economic and social outcomes and for supporting healthy, sustainable First Nation communities. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that on-reserve housing must be improved. That's why we continue to work in partnership with First Nations to address housing needs and ensure long-lasting infrastructures in place to support both current requirements and future development as well. As you know, on-reserve housing projects are an important part of community development, and we will continue to provide support to First Nations in this regard. Clearly, we are focusing our efforts on making a real and measurable difference in the lives of First Nations people. Since 2006, our government has made significant investments, including additional investments through Canada's Economic Action Plan, to support housing on reserve. Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada alone allocated more than $1 billion in on-reserve housing support to First Nations communities. And in addition, from 2009 to 2011, our government provided an additional $400 million to support the construction of new on-reserve housing, the renovation of existing housing, and related housing activities. Over 4,400 units were built or renovated, and nearly 1,200 lots were serviced through the Department's $150 million Canada's Economic Action Plan allocation alone. What's more, Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of First Nations community is of primary concern to our government, and we do recognize that mold is a problem and a health hazard. That's why the Minister's Department encourages a joint approach to mold remediation in partnership with First Nations and other service providers such as the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and Health Canada. Our government will continue to work with First Nations to address housing requirements and ensure that sustainable infrastructure is in place to support current needs and, as I said, future development. We are fully aware of the challenges facing First Nations in the area of housing, and we are working to address those challenges. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to helping First Nations meet their housing needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his reply, but as I feared, the answer was full of quantifiable notions. It was the answer usually provided by the Conservatives. There are 300 housing units for 3,000 people in Manicouagan. I can do math, and that means there are at least 10 people per housing unit. So there is a real concern with that situation, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're talking about billions of dollars that have been invested. That's what I was told today, but we need to see if the Conservatives are simply cherry-picking to re-administer the funds to areas as rewards or incentives, in fact, to good behavior, to speaking in favor of the Conservatives' policies. That's what's the most deplorable about this, Mr. Speaker. And in 2012, this is my experience here in the House. I have limited experience. I wasn't very much involved in politics before I came here as a Member of Parliament, but I'm seeing how the Conservatives proceed. They are distributing funding. Order, please. Order. The time is expired.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I need to say that the member opposite is drawing conclusions that just aren't warranted by the facts. I think you'll find, if he looks more closely at the information, that our government has consistently shown its commitment to First Nations across the country through significant investments and concrete actions to enable them to participate in, contribute to, and benefit from Canada's prosperities. And the way forward is always done in consultation with First Nations leaders. And we have recognized that access to safe and affordable housing is essential for improving economic and social outcomes and supporting healthy, sustainable First Nations communities. That's why we've made the investments that we have, and will continue to invest in this area to improve the outcomes for First Nations.
La motion portant que l'Assemblée
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.